Sign in for 100,000 years. Please hurry up. Chapter 864 to chapter 921. Whoosh, black light filled the sky, enveloping a large area of the void. In the black light, a huge black ant slowly appeared, waving its pincers. At this moment, the heavenly horned ant also showed its true body without hesitation. Its true body was only 3,000 zhang in size. Although it was only 3,000 feet tall, its sturdy body contained an unimaginable amount of power. It could be said that, even if the power of the scarlet cloud python and the gold-devouring beetles were added together, it was not as great as the heavenly horned ant alone. Hee, all of you showed your true body. Even if the three of you use all your strength, you are still not my match. Looking at the three huge figures opposite her, Gu Anren sneered, her eyes becoming more and more fierce. The wind whistled. She was dressed in silver armor, releasing a tide of silver light. With the chaos reversal mirror in her hand, golden light poured down in torrents. Golden light and silver light interweaved, incomparably sacred, making Gu Anren look like an invincible war goddess. The three divine artifacts on her were all used at this moment. This also gave Gu Anren unimaginable confidence in her heart. Gu Anren knew. In the history of the Cangnan continent that she knew, there had never been a person who had three divine artifacts like her. This little girl, now in the Cangnan continent, can no longer find a match. Looking at Gu Anren in the endless light, Yi Yun said with a chuckle. Even if he traveled through time and space from 100,000 years ago to the present, he might not be able to beat Gu Anren. At most, it would be a draw. It could be seen how terrifying the increase in battle strength brought by these three divine artifacts was. However, Gu Anren had only just refined the silver comet battle armor and chaos reversal mirror, so the power they displayed was not strong. The triple increase in battle strength could only last for 3 seconds. However, for these great demons, 3 seconds was enough to decide the outcome. Scarlet Cloud Python, you and I will deal with Gu Anren. Heavenly Horned Ant friend, go and capture her senior brother. The gold-devouring beetles roared and made battle arrangements. The heavenly horned ant groaned and turned into a black light, rushing towards the pavilion. A golden light and a red light rose from the sky. Two great demons with terrifying auras charged towards Gu Anren with their huge bodies and monstrous auras. In terms of speed, the gold-devouring beetle's original form was comparable to Gu Anren's quickstep boots. After all, Gu Anren had yet to completely refine the boots of lightning. He still couldn't unleash the full power of the boots of Godspeed. Innate abilities were what the gold-devouring beetles excelled in. Triple combat power, activate. When he saw the heavenly horned ant rush towards the pavilion, Gu Anren's eyes felt like they were going to split apart, activating the silver comet battle armor without any hesitation. In Gu Anren's heart, her senior brother's cultivation wasn't high, to the extent where he was even weaker than her, not the heavenly horned ant's opponent at all. Once her senior brother was captured by the heavenly horned ant, then the following battle would become incredibly passive. If the heavenly horned ant used his senior brother to threaten him, Gu Anren would have no choice but to obediently admit defeat. After all, in front of her senior brother and a divine-level treasure, she could only choose her senior brother. Silver light shone resplendently. With Gu Anren's body at the center, it was as if an explosion engulfed the entire void. At this moment, Gu Anren's aura quickly surged, instantly reaching an unimaginable height. She decisively poured berserk magical force into the boots of lightning. With a wing noise, she disappeared before the gold-devouring beetles. The gold-devouring beetles' attacks immediately missed. Not good. The gold-devouring beetles' expressions changed greatly. They immediately turned around, throwing themselves at the pavilion. Just now, he had a type of feeling that under the activation of the silver armor, Gu Anren's strength seemed to have increased greatly. Silver light flashed. Gu Anren appeared in front of the pavilion. At this time, she raised the Chaos Reversal 1000 gold mirror without any hesitation. As golden light flickered, it smashed towards the heavenly horned ant. How could it be this fast? The heavenly horned ant was alarmed. However, right now, it had no other choice. It could only gather all of its power, brandishing its giant pincers, smashing them into the golden mirror's surface. Hua hua, under the concentrated power, a large area of the void shattered. That pair of pincers carried world-destroying aura, landing on the golden mirror's surface. Hong, a tremendous noise rang out, shaking heaven and earth. The pair of black pincers fiercely smashed into the mirror, but there was no huge shockwave that appeared. It was as if all of the power was absorbed by the golden mirror. Like a roiling tsunami, an unimaginable wave of tremendous power was reflected back from the golden mirror's body. It bounced back again? The heavenly horned ant's eyes widened, great waves stirring within his heart. This divine-level mirror was actually able to reflect even his most powerful power at this moment. It really was terrifying. The tremendous power extended along the black pincers, transmitting to the heavenly horned ant's massive body. Suddenly, its massive body was blasted back. Poo-pee-oo. While flying, the heavenly horned ant crazily spat out blood scattering into the air. It was a ghastly sight. From dodging the gold-devouring beetle's attacks to activating the boots of lightning and arriving outside the pavilion to deliver the heavenly horned ant a fatal blow, only less than 2 seconds passed. Gu Anren's triple strength only had 1 second left. Gu Anren disappeared again. This time, she mysteriously appeared at the Scarlet Cloud Python's side. Schwa, sword radiance was like lightning, hacking towards that massive snake's body. The Scarlet Cloud Python had 3 heads, 6 eyes, able to observe all angles. That was why when Gu Anren forced the heavenly horned ant back, it had long made mental preparations. One of the heads suddenly opened, a streak of red mist covering heaven and earth as it descended. The other head released streaks of red blood radiance, as if they were countless red sharp swords. Meanwhile, the third head suddenly spat out a purple talisman. This purple talisman expanded in the wind, and a mysterious light flowed around it. After it appeared, lightning flashed in the air, and countless bolts of lightning turned into hundreds of blue lightning dragons. As they roared, they charged ferociously at Gu Anren. Emperor-level low-grade lightning talisman? Gu Anren's pupils contracted, immediately recognizing this talisman's name. She knew a long time ago that the Scarlet Cloud Python had an Emperor-level lightning talisman. Normally, the Scarlet Cloud Python treated it like a treasure, rarely bringing it out to show others. Who would have thought that in today's battle, this fella would actually bring out an Emperor-level talisman to attack her? This laughable fella, does he really think that my Chaos Reversal 1000 gold mirror can only reflect power? The corners of Gu Anren's lips curled up, her eyes ice cold, producing a trace of cold mockery. Voila, following the infusion of magical force, the Chaos Reversal 1000 gold mirror's golden light erupted, a thick golden pillar of light suddenly rising from the mirror's surface. This golden light was 3 to 4 zhang in diameter, completely protecting Gu Anren's body. The golden pillar of light faced it. The incoming red poison mist, as well as the several hundred terrifying blue lei long, as well as the heaven-covering fierce blood swords, all of them were reversed without exception when they encountered this resplendent golden pillar of light. What? This golden mirror, how can it even reflect magical force attacks? Six eyes widened. When the Scarlet Cloud Python saw this shocking scene, great waves surged within its heart. While the Crimson Cloud Python was still in shock, a streak of golden light flashed past. The gold-devouring bug suddenly appeared above Gu Anren's head. Go to hell. The gold-devouring bug released a sinister laugh, reaching out its sharp claws with incomparable speed. You still dare to ambush me? Gu Anren sneered. Her entire body was covered in silver light as she raised her arm, blocking the golden claws. Hong, a loud noise sounded. The golden claws were repelled. The gold-devouring bug released a muffled groan, also forcibly sent flying by a wave of tremendous power. Gu Anren didn't move at all. Apart from her eyes, her entire body was wrapped in silver comet armor, its defense terrifyingly sturdy. The gold-devouring bug's sneak attack didn't pose any threat to her. On the contrary, her ferocious arm blocked, instead sending the gold-devouring bug flying. In this short instant, Gu Anren continuously attacked, using thunderous methods to repel the 3 great monsters one after another. Schwa, the gold-devouring bug that was sent flying flashed, landing next to the Crimson Cloud Python. And at this moment, the heavenly horned ant also flew over. Looking at the majestic silver-armored beautiful young lady, the 3 great monsters' hearts were heavy, their faces incomparably gloomy. The mirror in Gu Amren's hand can not only reflect physical attacks, it can also reflect magical attacks, the Crimson Cloud Python said with a sunken voice. The silver armor on her body is terrifyingly sturdy. My sharp claws actually didn't leave a single mark on it. The gold-devouring bug's eyes widened, an expression of disbelief appearing on its face. This set of silver armor was worthy of being a god-tier treasure. It was so tough that it was extremely difficult to injure her. The heavenly horned ant's face was overcast, streaks of cold light flashing past his eyes. He shouted, "Two Dao friends, even though Gu Amren has 3 divine artifacts, she hasn't completely refined them. Right now, we have no way out, only this opportunity before us." You're right. If we wait until she completely refines the 3 divine artifacts, even if the 3 of us work together, we still won't be her match. The Crimson Cloud Python nodded and said coldly. Even though it is dangerous right now, it is also an excellent opportunity. We must defeat Gu Amren and seize the 3 divine artifacts. At that time, we can each get one. The gold-devouring beetle said with a fierce look in its eyes. It's not just one per person. Have you forgotten about the dragon-subduing cauldron? Also, Gu Amren's senior brother might have a divine artifact on him. Maybe we can get 2 divine artifacts when the time comes. Haha. The Crimson Cloud Python laughed loudly. When it laughed, its 3 heads swayed at the same time. Its blood-red forked tongue kept extending and retracting. It looked abnormally strange. Haha. You 3 despicable fellows, are you really dreaming? Suddenly, a woman's cold laughter came from the void. Gu Amren was clad in silver armor. His eyes were sharp, and his killing intent was shocking. He held the Chaos Thousand Gold mirror in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. He looked like a peerless war god as he walked through the void step by step. Gold and silver light interweaved on Gu Amren's body, making her look incomparably sacred, like a god that had walked down from the heavens. It caused all living beings to lose their luster. Gu Amren, don't think that you're amazing just because you have 3 divine artifacts. We must capture you today. The Crimson Cloud Python sneered. Whoosh, a streak of red light suddenly flew out from its body, rushing towards its middle head. The head opened its mouth, swallowing that streak of red light. After swallowing this streak of red light, the Crimson Cloud Python's aura immediately became more terrifying than before. Its huge red body expanded crazily, and its thickness and length had increased by more than 2 times. Its bright red scales flowed with brilliant colors. The 3 snake heads continuously danced, looking even more sinister. Fellow gold-devouring bug, if you don't devour the 9 revolutions blood pill now, when will you? The Crimson Cloud Python shouted. All right. The gold-devouring bug replied without any hesitation. A streak of red light also flew out from its body, entering its mouth. Its body suddenly expanded to twice its original size. Golden light surged, instantly filling the surrounding void. Whoosh whoosh, with a flap of its giant golden wings, crazy winds roared, blowing away all of the clouds within 10,000 li. When the heavenly horned ant saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Fellow Taoists, why do you both have 9 revolutions blood pill? Fellow Taoist heavenly horned ant, could it be that you don't have it? The Crimson Cloud Python asked with a sunken voice. This 9 revolutions blood pill is extremely precious, I really don't have it, the heavenly horned ant said awkwardly. Fellow Taoist, I just happen to have one here, I'll give it to you first. The Crimson Cloud Python said without any hesitation. Before its voice fell, a streak of red light flew out from its body, heading straight for the heavenly horned ant. The heavenly horned ant opened its mouth without any hesitation, swallowing this 9 revolutions blood pill. Immediately afterwards, its body also began to expand, from 3,000 zhong to 6,000 zhong. The giant black armor-like ant body flowed with a layer of black luster, sparkling and dazzling. A pair of expanded pincers, full of an unimaginable explosive feeling. Worthy of being the 9 revolutions blood pill, my fighting strength has at least doubled at this moment, the heavenly horned ant laughed crazily. This 9 revolutions blood pill has a time limit, it can only last for 2 hours. We have to hurry. The gold-devouring bug said. All right. The Crimson Cloud Python and heavenly horned ant replied at the same time. The three great monsters' auras were like rainbows, rushing at Gu Anren from three different directions. Gu Anren didn't feel any fear in the face of danger, activating the divine movement boots, facing the heavenly horned ant. Among these three great monsters, the heavenly horned ant's strength was the greatest, the destructive power it produced was also the greatest. It had to take action first. A blast of golden radiance smashed into the heavenly horned ant's giant pincers. That pair of pincers smashed into the golden mirror's surface. Golden light trembled chaotically, releasing an enormous rumbling noise. A wave of surging power was transmitted to the heavenly horned ant's body, making it continuously sway in midair. Meanwhile, Gu Anren was the opposite. Her body also swayed a few times at this moment. After this heavenly horned ant ate the 9 revolutions blood pill, its fighting strength nearly doubled. This time, when I used the Chaos Reversal 1000 gold mirror, it actually wasn't reflected. Gu Anren was inwardly shocked. She and the heavenly horned ant were evenly matched this time. Haha, Gu Anren, you won't be able to reflect it this time, right? The heavenly horned ant laughed crazily. This golden mirror didn't reflect it. Even though the power of the mirror's reflection was fierce, it could still resist it. The grave and stern-faced Gu Anren activated the divine movement boots again. Her figure flashed, immediately disappearing from her original location. Meanwhile, a streak of golden light flashed past. The gold-devouring bug's attack missed. Shwa shwa, then, the scarlet cloud python's attack also arrived. The 1000 blood swords that descended all missed. They naturally didn't even touch Gu Anren's shadow. At this crucial moment, Gu Anren relied on the extreme speed of the divine movement boots, promptly avoiding the attacks of 2 great fiends. After Gu Anren avoided them, she rushed over with sword in hand, hacking at the gold-devouring bug. The gold-devouring bug's reaction was fast, turning around and using its wings to block. A great rumbling noise sounded. The gold-devouring bug was blasted backwards. At the same time, a blast of red mist instantly surrounded Gu Anren. Gu Anren braved the mist, holding sword as she rushed at the scarlet cloud python. Sword light flashed. It landed on the scarlet cloud python's head. The scarlet cloud python's 3 heads moved, releasing a tide of magical technique divine ability attacks. Boom boom boom, under the concentrated attack of the red dawn golden python, the countless sword lights were forcibly scattered. Gu Anren disappeared again. At this moment, the 3 great fiends cooperated extremely well, fighting a great battle against Gu Anren. Boom boom, in the void, all types of light flickered. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. The battle was exceptionally intense. Gu Anren, this little girl, after all, has only refined the treasure for a short period of time. These 3 little demons have also taken the 9 revolutions blood pill, forcibly increasing their battle strength by nearly 2 times. Now this battle will not be so easy. Standing in the gazebo, Yi Yun, with his hands behind his back, looked indifferently at the battle in the void in the distance, and whispered to himself. Now in this battle, Gu Anren relied on the extreme speed of the boots of Godspeed, the rebound of the inverse Chaos 1000 gold mirror, and the terrifying defensive power of the silver comet armor to face the 3 little demons in front of her. Although it was not easy, there would not be any danger. For this battle, Yi Yun did not intend to directly help Gu Anren. His realm was too high. It would be beneath his status to kill 3 eternal realm little demons. But in this battle, Yi Yun did not intend to let Gu Anren go on like this. The effect of the 9 revolutions blood pill was for 2 hours. If it was like this for 2 hours, it would be a little boring to carry out some meaningless battles. Yi Yun did not have much patience to continue watching. Thinking of this, Yi Yun looked at the beautiful silver figure and asked with a smile, "Junior sister, can you still hold on?" "Senior brother, I can hold on. When the effect of the pill is over, it will be the time of death for these 3 guys." Gu Anren responded loudly. 2 hours is a little long. I also have a pill here, its effect is similar to the 9 revolutions blood pill. Yi Yun smiled gently. Then, with a flick of his finger, a red light flew out of his finger and broke through the air. This? Gu Anren was stunned. Before she could react, she saw a red light flashing in front of her. A ball of red pills flew close to him. She opened her red lips without hesitation and swallowed the red pill in one mouthful. She naturally trusted her senior brother very much. After swallowing this unknown pill, a strong medicinal power instantly melted in her lower abdomen, like a surging river, roaring towards her limbs and veins. What a strong medicinal power! Gu Anren was secretly surprised. At this moment, due to the intense changes in her body, she could not help but roar to the sky. Her battle prowess was also soaring rapidly. In this instant, Gu Anren's battle prowess actually increased by 5 times. How terrifying! What kind of medicinal pill did senior brother give me? This is absolutely not the 9 revolutions tyrant blood pill. My current battle prowess has actually increased by 5 times. Gu Anren's beautiful eyes widened as a storm surged in her heart. 5 times. Combat power. This was simply too terrifying. With 5 times her combat strength and her 3 divine artifacts, how could the 3 great demons be a match for her? How did Gu Anren's aura become so powerful? What kind of pill did her senior brother give her? When the crimson cloud python sensed the drastic changes in space, it turned pale with fright. The aura on Gu Anren's body fell like a rolling tide, and actually produced a huge suppression on it. It was as if an unimaginable divine mountain was pressing down on its body, making it difficult to breathe at this moment. The heavenly horned ant released a low shout. 2 Dao friends, after eating that pill, Gu Anren's strength has increased by at least 4 times. As it silently observed, its originally deep black eyes revealed a hint of panic. Gu Anren's senior brother's foundation was just too terrifying. He actually had this kind of pill on him that was far superior to their 9 revolutions tyrant blood pill. Only by capturing her senior brother will we have a chance to escape. The gold-devouring bug's eyes turned cold as it suddenly spoke. The crimson cloud python and heavenly horned ant exchanged a look, immediately understanding. The 3 great demons moved at almost the same time. The small pavilion that was frozen in the void became incomparably small in the face of the 3 terrifying figures of the great demons. Meanwhile, the figure in the pavilion was almost invisible. The attacks of the 3 great demons were about to approach the small pavilion at the same time. You dare to capture my senior brother? An earth-shattering roar of a woman shook the entire void. Wang, the divine movement boots activated, and Gu Anren appeared outside the pavilion. In a moment of desperation, she brandished a tidal wave of sword light, majestically facing the crimson cloud python. At the same time, Gu Anren aimed the Chaos Reversal 1000 gold mirror at the heavenly horned ant. Whoosh, a golden pillar of light flew out from the mirror, rushing at the heavenly horned ant's massive body. Facing the gold-devouring bug, Gu Anren didn't hesitate, fiercely smashing her head into it. At this moment, in order to protect her senior brother's safety, Gu Anren also went all out. This little girl, she's even using such a shameless way of fighting. Yi Yin gently shook his head as he watched this battle that had lost its elegance. There was an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Only, this feeling was extremely faint and light. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the tidal wave of sword light forced the crimson cloud python flying. The crimson cloud python was also injured by this sword light again. After all, this was a strike from Gu Anren whose fighting strength was increased by 5 times. It was impossible for the crimson cloud python to not be injured. Boom, the Chaos Reversal 1000 gold mirror's golden pillar of light smashed into the pair of black pincers. The powerful rebound force immediately sent the heavenly horned ant flying. This wave of power was just too fierce. The heavenly horned ant continuously vomited large mouthfuls of blood in midair. At this moment, it was also seriously injured. She really is a lunatic. Seeing a ball of silver light crash over, the gold-devouring bug cursed angrily. With its current speed, it didn't even have time to dodge. In helplessness, it could only retract its wings and use its smooth and hard oval golden body to smash into Gu Anren. Boom, another earth-shattering sound rang out. Like 2 comets colliding, Gu Yanran finally crashed into the gold-devouring bug's golden shell. A powerful shock wave spread out in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of it was that small pavilion. The pavilion shattered with a loud bang. And Yin stood inside, not moving at all, not injured at all. Puff, the gold-devouring bug's throat suddenly tasted something sweet. It spat out large mouthfuls of blood and flew out. It was heavily injured by Gu Anren's shoulder. In just a short moment, Gu Anren used her reckless fighting method to forcefully equalize the battle. Not only did she equalize the battle. Under the state of 5 times fighting strength, Gu Anren used thunderous methods to seriously injure the 3 great demons. Cough cough, the 3 great demons' massive bodies swayed in the void, all of them coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood was dark red, a ghastly sight. It fell with the wind, dyeing all of Misty Peak a blood-red color. "Little junior sister, you really are amazing, haha." Yi Yun laughed loudly, raising his thumb, encouraging, "Follow up the victory, don't leave a single one alive." "Senior brother, don't worry, none of these 3 bastards will be able to live today." Gu Anren, who was overflowing with killing intent, her eyes becoming more and more fierce, like a demon king who killed without blinking. Wang, she suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Gu Anren appeared above the heavenly horned ant's head. A sword hacked down. Boom, this sword forcefully hacked down on the heavenly horned ant's head. A huge deep groove was forcefully carved out on the heavenly horned ant's head, blood gushing out fiercely. This heavenly horned ant's defense really is strong. Seeing that the heavenly horned ant was injured but didn't die, Gu Anren was slightly shocked. However, the sword in her hand didn't stop in the slightest, hacking down again. Since 1 strike wasn't enough, then 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes, shwa shwa shwa, sword light interweaved. In that short instant, Gu Anren quickly released 7 or 8 strikes. Ah! The heavenly horned ant released a miserable cry. Its massive head separated from its body. A primordial spirit immediately flew out from its head, tearing through the sky. At the same time, the scarlet cloud python and gold devouring bug saw that the situation wasn't good, all of them fleeing in 2 different directions. Shwa, a streak of sword light tore through the void. Gu Anren threw out the sword in her hands. This sword struck the heavenly horned ant's primordial spirit. The heavenly horned ant released a miserable cry, a wisp of primordial spirit scattering into green smoke. Wang, a streak of silver light flashed past. Gu Anren passed by the heavenly horned ant, grabbing that sword. She activated the divine movement boots again, chasing after the scarlet cloud python. She had long vowed to cut down these 3 great monsters, so she couldn't let a single one of them escape. Gu Anren is simply too terrifying. The scarlet cloud python turned around, discovering that the heavenly horned ant had already died. It was immediately scared out of its wits. Meanwhile, Gu Anren, who held the precious sword, overflowed with killing intent. She turned into a streak of silver light and quickly chased after it. Scatter! The crimson cloud python roared and immediately turned into countless phantoms, fleeing in all directions. Among these afterimages, there were 3 that were its true body. It had 3 heads, and each head could turn into a clone. Therefore, as long as one of the 3 phantoms could successfully escape, it would be able to successfully escape to the heavens. The scarlet cloud python's wishful thinking was extremely good, however, it didn't expect Gu Anren's speed to be too fast. A streak of silver light instantly arrived in front of it. Bang, boundless sword light exploded in the void. Specks of sword light flashed, throwing themselves at every afterimage. Pu, the illusory figures were shattered and disappeared under the attack of the sword light. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, nothing more than this. Gu Anren's small face was ice cold. When she discovered that the 3 afterimages didn't disappear after being hit by the sword light, she immediately released a cold laugh. With a wing sound, she disappeared again. Gu Anren, could it be that you really have to chase after us? A clone turned around. The scarlet cloud python roared. It opened its mouth, spitting out countless streaks of blood swords. You 3 will definitely die. Gu Anren's killing intent erupted. She held the Chaos 1000 gold mirror in her hand, deflecting all of these blood swords. She brandished her sword. This sharp sword light was imposing like a rainbow, landing on the scarlet cloud python's clone. The clone was split into 2. A primordial spirit flew out, fleeing into the distance. Sword light flashed again. This primordial spirit was also shattered, turning into wisps of green smoke and dissipating. Gu Anren repeated the same trick and killed the other 2 clones of the crimson cloud python. At this point, the arrogant and despotic crimson cloud python was finally killed by Gu Anren. Only the gold devouring beetles are left, Gu Anren took a deep breath, turned around, and chased in a certain direction. The gold-devouring beetles were proficient in speed and had already fled far away. However, Gu Anren was confident that he would be able to catch up to it with his combat power increased by 5 times. It would just take a little more time. "Senior brother, wait for me here for a moment." When he passed by Yi Yun, Gu Anren specially instructed him. "All right." Yi Yun chuckled as he looked at a certain spot in the void. A strange look flashed across his eyes. He did not know why. Yi Yun always had an amazing intuition. The gold-devouring beetles must have some sort of connection with the gold-devouring soul beetles. However, the gold-devouring beetles didn't know. Therefore, Yi Yun believed that there was a need to investigate the gold-devouring beetle's nest. Perhaps he could find some clues. A streak of golden light quickly streaked across the depths of the void, fast to the point where it was hard to imagine. And behind him, a streak of silver light chased after him with an even faster speed. Gold-devouring beetles. Gu Anren looked at the fleeing gold-devouring beetles and sneered, "Your 9 revolution blood pills' medicinal effect will disappear soon, and my time is even longer than yours. Let's see where you can run to at that time." 1 gold and 1 silver began a chase. The gold-devouring beetles were fleeing for their lives. Right now, it was so scared that its soul was about to fly out of its body. Now, the heavenly horned ant and the crimson cloud python were both dead. It was the only one left. If it couldn't return to the family's residence in time, it might really die outside. As time passed, 2 hours of time was about to arrive. And the gold-devouring beetles were still extremely far away from the family's residence and cultivation nest, Golden Ring Mountain Range. At this speed, it would take at least another 2 hours of flight. Sword light flashed. A cold sword light tore through the void, slashing over from the distance. This streak of sword light was entirely snow-white, incomparably massive, over 10,000 zhang in size, the power astonishing. "This old one is going to fight it out with you." The gold-devouring beetles roared angrily, its wings shaking, throwing out all of the magic treasures on its body. All types of magic treasures of all colors faced that giant sword light. Boom boom, the giant sword light contained unimaginable mighty power, unstoppable. Those magic treasures were shattered one after another. After obtaining a bit of time to catch its breath, the gold-devouring beetles didn't stop, continuing to frantically flee. However, not long after, its body suddenly stopped, speed immediately slowing down. The 9 revolution blood pills' medicinal effect completely disappeared at this moment. "Not good, my life is over." The gold-devouring beetles immediately felt a great sense of fear. Even if it ate the 9 revolution blood pill, it still wasn't Gu Anren's opponent. Now that it lost the medicinal effect, its fighting strength dropped by at least half. How could it possibly be Gu Anren's opponent in this type of state? "Gold-devouring beetles, I will definitely take your life today." Gu Anren tore through the air and arrived. Without stopping, a sword hacked over. A giant sword light instantly locked onto the gold-devouring beetles. The terrified gold-devouring beetles could only watch as the sword light got closer and closer. With no other choice, it could only retract its wings, turn into a golden disc shape, and smash into the sword light. This was its most powerful defensive state. Sigh, even the heavenly horned ant was hacked to death by Gu Anren. My defense is even a bit weaker than the heavenly horned ants. Now, I fear it will be difficult for me to escape, the gold-devouring beetle sighed inwardly. Boom, the void shook intensely. The sword light hacked into the golden shell, releasing a loud explosion. Under the support of 5 times the fighting strength, Gu Anren's sword also hacked deeply into the gold-devouring beetle's body. The gold-devouring beetle's defense was naturally much higher than the crimson cloud python's. Therefore, this sword didn't directly take the gold-devouring beetle's old life. Bang! Gu Anren was just about to pull out her sword when a wave of majestic power suddenly erupted from the gold-devouring beetle's body. Her sword was sent flying. Impudent! You dare kill my gold-devouring beetle's prodigy descendant. An old man's voice resounded through the void. This is? After grabbing the sword, Gu Anren's eyes narrowed, looking at the gold-devouring beetles with a frown. An expanse of golden light suddenly rose from the gold-devouring beetle's wounds. In the brilliant light, a golden beetle that was only a few dozen zhang in size appeared. This golden beetle was a bit similar to the gold-devouring beetles, but there were many differences. This is the old ancestor. Hearing this voice, the gold-devouring beetles were surprised and delighted, immediately recognizing it. The figure in the golden light was precisely the gold-devouring beetle's old ancestor. The gold-devouring beetle's old ancestor stared at the silver-armored girl, coldly asking, "Who are you?" Gu Anren shook her sword and sneered, "Hiding your head and tail in the gold-devouring beetle's bodies, what is your background?" The gold-devouring beetle's old ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent, his expression ice-cold as he said proudly, "I am the gold-devouring beetle's first-generation ancestor, Jean Gue, my clan's most outstanding prodigy. In this life, he has a chance of becoming a true divinity, so I left a divine sense imprint in his body." After hearing this, the gold-devouring beetles trembled. Gu Anren suddenly shuddered, and his eyes became calm and ethereal. "A mere divine sense imprint dares to be impudent in front of me?" Gu Anren said coldly. Sword light flashed. Time and space seemed to stop. The gold-devouring beetle's old ancestor's eyes widened as he watched the sword light land on his body. Chi, there was a soft sound, like a piece of cloth being cut by a sharp weapon. As the sword light approached, the gold-devouring insect ancestor watched in horror as its illusory body was easily split into two. Ah! A great pain came. It screamed and instantly turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated. One sword. The divine consciousness imprint of the gold-devouring insect ancestor was completely destroyed. Ancestor, died just like that? The gold-devouring insect quivered, its eyes glazed over, and its whole body chilled to the bone. According to the records of the clan, the ancestor of the gold-devouring insect clan had a mysterious origin. It was a supreme existence comparable to a god. Since the birth of the gold-devouring insect clan, it had been in a state of hibernation, only waking up occasionally. Many of the younger generation in the clan had never truly seen this old ancestor. They had only seen it in the portrait in the ancestral temple. Since the ancestor was comparable to a true god, even if it was just a divine consciousness imprint, it was definitely not something an eternal realm expert could deal with. But Gu Anren in front of it only took one sword strike to destroy the divine consciousness imprint left by the ancestor. This strength was really terrifying. "Gu Anren, how can you be so powerful?" The gold-devouring insect roared fearlessly, knowing that it was going to die. Its expression was fierce, and its mood was extremely agitated. Without waiting for Gu Anren to speak, it directly flapped its wings and rushed over. Whoosh, a pair of golden claws, flashing with a terrifying golden light, grabbed at Gu Anren across the air. The gold-devouring insect used all its strength in this attack. "Why am I so powerful?" Haha, this question is really a little difficult to answer. Gu Anren lowered his head and smiled casually. It seemed that at this moment, he did not notice the golden claws falling from the sky at all. This guy, he's not dodging? The gold-devouring insect looked at Gu Anren, who lowered his head, with a hint of joy in his eyes. It was so close to him in the blink of an eye. If Gu Anren was hit, even with the protection of the divine armor, he would at least be injured to a certain extent. As long as Gu Anren was injured, the gold-devouring insect could continue to attack and completely defeat Gu Anren. "As long as I kill her, these 3 divine artifacts will be mine alone, haha." The gold-devouring beetle laughed inwardly. Perhaps it had been too frightening just now, and now that Gu Anren had underestimated his opponent, the gold-devouring beetle's mind was no longer as calm as it usually was. Just by seizing an opportunity, it began to let its imagination run wild, thinking that it had completely won. The golden claw whizzed toward Gu Anren. It was less than a foot away. "Die!" The gold-devouring beetles roared. A smug look flashed across its eyes. The gold-devouring beetle suddenly realized that Gu Anren had lowered her head and remained motionless. It was likely that the sword strike that killed the ancestor had consumed most of her magic power. The present Gu Anren already did not have the ability to wield 3 divine artifacts. Or rather, Gu Anren's 3 divine artifacts were already as heavy as mountains at this moment, pressing down on her to the point that she could not breathe. "The heavens are really helping me. Old ancestor, this strand of divine sense imprint of yours has indeed helped me greatly." The gold-devouring beetle thought proudly. Whoosh, the golden claw fell like a thunderbolt. At this moment, it was less than a finger away from Gu Anren's head. Gold-devouring beetle, you actually still want to sneak up on me? Gu Anren, who had lowered her head, suddenly smiled faintly. Her smile was as light as the clouds and wind. The chaotic millennial gold mirror in her hand suddenly released a golden beam of light. Like a lightning bolt, it collided with the golden claw. Boom, an earth-shattering sound reverberated in the void. The gold-devouring beetle screamed miserably as it was repelled by a huge force. How can you still wield the divine mirror? The gold-devouring beetle roared angrily as it retreated in midair. Do you think my magic power has been exhausted? Gu Anren raised her head. Her eyes were bright and clear, revealing a trace of aloof aura. I just happen to have some magic power left. It can support me to kill you. Gu Anren chuckled. Chi, an astonishing sword light suddenly flashed through the void. This sword was incomparably swift. Before the gold-devouring beetle could stop flying in midair, the sword light had already landed on its body. Puff, with a muffled sound. The huge body of the gold-devouring beetle was suddenly split into two along with the fall of the sword light. The cut was neat and tidy. Blood spurted out, dyeing a large area of the void red. At this moment, a golden light soared and fled in panic into the distance. This golden light was the primordial spirit of the gold-devouring beetle. At the 10th level of the Eternal Realm, the primordial spirit was relatively strong. The moment the physical body died, the primordial spirit could escape. As long as it found a suitable body in a short time and successfully seized it, it could continue to live. Looking at the golden light fleeing into the distance, a faint smile appeared on Gu Anren's face. Run, quickly run back to your nest. That way, I will be able to find your ancestor, she said softly. In fact, when the gold-devouring beetle ancestor appeared, a wisp of Yi Yun's divine consciousness had entered Gu Anren's body. After all, Gu Anren's strength was not a match for the primordial spirit of the gold-devouring beetle ancestor. It had to be said. The sudden appearance of the gold-devouring beetle ancestor really gave Yi Yun a big surprise. Its appearance was exactly the same as the gold-devouring beetle he saw in the Three Saints Temple. In other words, the gold-devouring beetle ancestor was the gold-devouring beetle. Originally, Yi Yun did not have any clues about the gold-devouring beetle, but now Gu Anren accidentally encountered it. Yi Yun naturally would not miss such an opportunity. He wanted to find the gold-devouring beetle ancestor, capture it, and follow the vine to the melon, all the way to the gold-devouring beetle's true nest. The gold-devouring beetles had always lived in groups. As long as Yi Yun found one of them, he could find a group. That wisp of golden light completely disappeared into the horizon. Yi Yun was silent and motionless, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, just quietly staring into the distance. The gold-devouring beetle was fleeing at top speed. In the process of fleeing, it also looked back from time to time. That's strange, Gu Anren didn't chase after me. Could it be that after she unleashed that sword, she had completely lost all her magic power? All sorts of doubts arose in the gold-devouring beetle's mind. However, it was now in the form of a nascent spirit and had no real combat strength. It had to hurry back to the clan. If that was the case, then it could find a suitable body in time to possess and survive. Regardless of whether Gu Anren's dermic powers have been exhausted or not, in Gu Anren's eyes, my current soul core body doesn't pose any threat. Perhaps she thinks that I'm unlucky and couldn't find a suitable body, so I perished, the gold-devouring beetle thought to itself. It flew faster and faster, the golden light cutting through the void and flashing from time to time. Its nascent spirit was still as young as an infant, so such high-speed flight was extremely taxing on it, so it kept flashing. However, the nascent spirits of the gold-devouring beetles were far stronger than human cultivators. It was confident that it could successfully reach the Golden Ring mountain range in less than 2 hours. The Golden Ring mountain range was what the gold-devouring beetles called it internally. To outsiders, this was just a nameless and lonely mountain range. 2 hours later, a streak of golden light came to a sudden stop above a desolate mountain range. Fortunately, I finally made it here. Fortunately, that fiend doesn't know where my gold-devouring beetles live. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given me this time. The gold-devouring beetle sighed and landed on the ground. After entering the valley, the gold-devouring beetle landed in front of a cliff and formed a translucent light shield in front of it. Inside the light shield was another small world that was full of vitality. It plunged in without hesitation. After entering the green world, it flew 100 feet before several golden lights flew out from the depths of the mountain range. The golden lights were the members of the gold-devouring beetle clan. These gold-devouring beetles' cultivation was not low. They were all in the life and death realm. They appeared in human form in the valley. "Patriarch, where's your body?" a young man with a gold-devouring beetle asked in surprise. "You came at the right time. My primordial spirit can't hold on any longer. I just need a body." The gold-devouring beetle's face lit up with excitement. It was at the late stage of the eternal realm, which was extremely high for the gold-devouring beetles. He was the current patriarch of the gold-devouring beetles. "Patriarch, you need a body? Then let me do it." A young gold-devouring beetle flew over without hesitation. The gold-devouring beetle glanced at him and said lightly, "Your body is a little weak. Why don't you let Xianxia do it?" One of the men in the group suddenly trembled, and his face revealed a look of fear. He never thought that the patriarch would call him out. "Xianxia, are you unwilling?" The gold-devouring beetle's eyes turned cold and said loudly, "Patriarch, I'm willing." The man named Xianxia took a deep breath, floated over, and knelt in front of the gold-devouring beetle. "Don't worry, I'll suppress your divine sense. One day, when I break through to the true immortal realm, I'll give you another good fortune." The gold-devouring beetle said lightly. "Thank you, Patriarch," Xianxia said excitedly. A golden light drilled down from the top of his head, and Xianxia's head tilted to one side, falling into a state of unconsciousness. This unconscious state did not last for long. In just a few breaths of time, Xianxia raised his head. His eyes were deep and there was an aura of superiority in them, making him look extremely dignified. At this moment, it turned out that Xianxia, the chief of the gold-devouring beetles, had completely possessed this body. "Congratulations, Patriarch, for regaining your physical body." The nearby gold-devouring beetles immediately knelt on the ground and shouted excitedly. "All of you, get up," Xianxia waved his hand and said lightly. A middle-aged man came over and said angrily, "Patriarch, what did you encounter on this trip? Even his physical body is. There's a reason for this, so you don't have to ask. I will make a trip to the ancestral shrine. This matter must be handled by the old ancestor." Golden Ghost sighed, rose into the air, and flew into the depths of the valley without hesitation. Several clansmen of the gold-devouring beetles, looking at the back of the patriarch, showed a look of horror on their faces. The patriarch's cultivation had reached the late 10th level of the eternal realm. In the Xianxia continent, who dared to attack him, after a few breaths of time? Xianxia came to a valley in the depths of the back mountain. In this valley, there was a small ancestral shrine, hidden among the green bamboos. "Old ancestor, please wake up." Xianxia knelt on the ground and shouted with grief and indignation. It was extremely quiet in the ancestral shrine. "Old ancestor, please wake up quickly. This unfilial descendant has something important to report to you." Xianxia shouted loudly. The ancestral shrine was still very quiet. Only the rustling of the bamboo leaves in the wind could be heard. "Old ancestor, I met a strong opponent. She has 3 divine weapons on her. I am no match for her, woo-woo, please wake up quickly." Xianxia still did not give up and shouted with grief and indignation. 3 divine weapons? An old voice suddenly sounded in the depths of the ancestral shrine. Seeing the old ancestor's reply, Xianxia was overjoyed and quickly said, "Yes, old ancestor, there are indeed 3 divine weapons in the ancestral shrine." The soil tumbled, and a huge source stone flew out. A golden-robed old man with his eyes closed was sealed within the sparkling and translucent origin stone. After the source stone broke out of the ground, the old man in golden clothes seemed to feel something. He suddenly opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Hey? In this Xianxia continent, who is so bold, dared to kill the imprint I set up?" "Old ancestor, it's that Gu Amran." Seeing that the old ancestor seemed to understand something, Xianxia's face was overjoyed and he quickly began to add. "So that's how it is, After listening to Jean Gui's words, the old man in golden clothes' face sank like water, and the muscles on his face jumped up. Ancestor, I know that you're in a deep slumber within the origin stone and it's inconvenient for you to come out. However, this is no small matter. Only if you personally act will we be able to kill Gu Anren and seize those 3 divine artifacts, Jean Gui said in a hurry. Well, you're right. This little girl, and her senior brother, not only have 3 divine weapons, I'm afraid there are at least 4 or 5 divine weapons. The old man in golden clothes said in a deep voice. At this moment, his aged eyes began to burn with passion. Old ancestor, what you said is right, Gu Anren's senior brother, I'm afraid there are still divine-level treasures. As long as you make a move, these treasures will all belong to my gold-devouring insect clan. Jean Gui said excitedly. The old man in golden clothes looked at Jean Gui and said with a faint smile, Oh, you juniors. Don't be insatiable, just give you a divine-level treasure. 1. Jean Gui heard this, his face was pale, revealing a look of regret. He didn't understand, the old ancestor wouldn't live for long, why did he still hold on to these divine weapons? Naturally, it's 1, the old man in golden clothes looked at the void in the distance, his eyes full of nostalgia, and whispered in a very low voice, maybe with 3 divine weapons, I can go home. Go home. As soon as Jean Gui heard this sentence, a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that the old ancestor wanted to take 3 divine weapons to be buried with him? When Jean Gui thought of this, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, and he cried bitterly, Old ancestor, you can't die. Nonsense, when did I say I was going to die? The old man in golden clothes raised his eyebrows, his expression dignified, and scolded angrily. He just said to go home, not to die. And as for his home, how would these later generations understand? The next moment, the old man in golden clothes turned into a golden light, broke through the origin stone, and flew straight out. At the same time, outside the Golden Hun mountain range, a white shadow suddenly came out of the air. The newcomer was Gu Anren, who was controlled by a wisp of Yi Yun's primordial spirit. The next battle, Gu Anren didn't have to appear, and he, the senior brother, would fight in person. Oh. Yi Yun looked at the mountain range below and said with a faint smile, the gold-devouring insect clan is really hidden deep. Ancestor. Jean Gui stood up and said excitedly, I know where Gu Anren is, I will lead the way for you. Good. The old man in gold nodded. The two were about to leave the valley when suddenly a faint voice sounded in the void around them. Oh, superfluous. I have already come to the nest of your gold-devouring bugs, do I still need to lead the way? This voice was very faint, but when it entered the ears, it felt like a thunderclap. Jean Gui's ears buzzed at that time, his primordial spirit was in chaos, his body swayed, and he almost fell down. That Gu Anren has already come in? The old man in gold said in surprise. His eyes focused, and he saw a beautiful girl in white clothes over the mountain range in the distance. Her temperament was outstanding, and she stepped on the void step by step and slowly walked over. This? I'm not mistaken, am I? The mountain protecting array was not disturbed, how did she come in? Looking at the girl in white in the distance getting closer and closer, Jean Gui wiped his eyes with his hand and said in disbelief. This person's battle strength. I'm afraid it's already close to the real god. The old man in red frowned, his body swayed, broke through the air, and went to meet Gu Anren. What? Gu Anren's battle strength was close to the real god, how was this possible? Jean Gui, who was standing on the ground, stared with wide eyes, still thinking about what the ancestor had just said. Gu Anren, who was only at the peak of the eternal realm, even if she had 3 divine weapons, how could she be comparable to a real god? This didn't make sense at all. A golden light flashed. A golden-robed old man blocked Yi Yun's way. We met just now, you are the ancestor of the gold-devouring bugs, right? Yi Yun stopped, holding a sword in his right hand and a mirror in his left hand. Yes, you little girl just killed my spiritual awareness imprint with a sword, of course I remember you. The old man in gold said in a deep voice. Yi Yun glanced up and down at the old man in gold, and said with a smile, your cultivation surprised me a little, you have reached the 2nd level of the real god realm. Ridiculous. The golden-clothed old man snorted coldly and said, if this old man wasn't nearing the end of my lifespan, how could I have fallen to True God Realm second level? Yi Yin smiled and asked, then what realm were you originally at? The golden-clothed old man had a proud look as he said, True God Realm level 5. So it's True God Realm level 5. How can there be such a powerful demon clan member in the Songnan continent? Yi Yin deliberately asked in surprise. What do you know? Do you think you can understand the foundation of my gold-devouring beetles? The golden-robed old man was furious. Weng, golden light blossomed from his body like a golden ocean, covering the entire void. That powerful true god aura surged over wave after wave. The golden-robed old man seemed to want to use this powerful aura to suppress Yi Yin. Yi Yin remained indifferent. He gently rotated the Chaos Millennial Gold Mirror and said, isn't the foundation of your gold-devouring beetles the gold-devouring beetles? What's so strange about that? Hearing these words, the golden-robed old man's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Yin in disbelief. How do you know about the gold-devouring beetles? He asked loudly. Yi Yin spread his hands. How could I not know after seeing your true body formed by your divine sense imprint? The golden-robed old man's face darkened. He did not expect that there would be someone in this world who could recognize the gold-devouring beetles at a glance when they saw his true body. The golden-robed old man's gaze was like lightning as if he saw Gu Anren's true body clearly. He frowned and said, you spider demon seems to have a great background. However, why do I feel that you look a little familiar, as if I've seen this black spider somewhere before? Have you seen it before? Yi Yin's heart skipped a beat as he asked. In an ancient book, I've seen a spider like you before, let me think. The golden-robed old man thought for a few seconds and suddenly came to a realization. So you're the Black Abyss Divine Spider. As expected of the gold-devouring beetles, Yi Yin said with a nod. Yi Yin did not find it strange that the gold-devouring beetles from the Divine Land could recognize the Black Abyss Divine Spider. In the distant void, Jin Gui was greatly shocked when he heard the old ancestor's words. Gu Anren, isn't it the Black Abyss Divine Spider? How did it become the Black Abyss Divine Spider? Jin Gui muttered to himself. There were many mysteries in his heart. At this moment, he was increasingly unable to see through the old ancestor and Gu Anren. Gu Anren said, the old ancestor was a gold-devouring beetle. Jin Gui was also puzzled about this point in his heart. He completely did not understand why there was an additional word added to the 3 words gold-devouring beetle. Gold-devouring beetle, could it be the original name of their gold-devouring beetle clan? Just as Jin Gui's imagination was running wild, he suddenly heard the old ancestor's angry roar. Black Abyss Divine Spider, how did you appear in the Songnan continent? Yi Yin smiled and asked in return, gold-devouring beetle, then how did you appear in the Songnan continent? The golden-robed old man was about to speak when he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shut his mouth. No matter what, he could not reveal his purpose. Yi Yin reached out and grabbed, and an invisible vast force suddenly descended on the golden-robed old man. Your cultivation is actually the true God realm? The golden-robed old man turned pale with fright. He struggled desperately and found that his body could not move. This scared him out of his wits. The girl in white on the opposite side turned out not to be at the peak of the 10th level of the Eternal Realm, but a real high level of the True God Realm. Only such a cultivation could make him lose the ability to resist in an instant. True God Realm? Gu Anren is in the True God Realm? How is this possible? In the distance, Jin Gui was dumbfounded, and the heart in his chest beat violently. At this moment, his pupils dilated, and he was almost scared to death. There was no doubt. Jin Gui also saw that the godlike old ancestor was controlled in the void by Gu Anren's outstretched hand, unable to move. It's over, even the old ancestor is not Gu Anren's opponent. I'm afraid our gold-devouring beetle clan is going to face a disaster today. Thinking of this, Jin Gui's face was ashen. Yi Yin's arm moved, and the golden-robed old man was caught in front of him. Let me ask you, gold-devouring beetle, where is your lair? Yi Yin asked coolly. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Isn't this the lair of my gold-devouring beetle clan? The golden-robed old man said in surprise. Don't need to pretend with me. This is just the place where your bloodline descendants live. And where is the gold-devouring beetle clan that you belong to hiding? Yi Yin said with a cold smile. Hearing Yi Yun's words, the golden-robed old man's face was stunned. He did not expect that the secrets of his clan were all spoken out clearly by this beautiful girl in white in front of him. Your Excellency, you talk nonsense about my gold-devouring beetle clan's lair. Could it be that you're tired of living? The golden-robed old man suddenly laughed coldly again and again. I'm tired of living. Yi Yun laughed. He could naturally understand the meaning of the golden-robed old man's words. There should be a large number of true God Realm clansmen hidden in the gold-devouring beetle clan's lair. This golden-robed old man thought that he was overestimating himself, daring to barge into a tiger's den with a mere true God Realm cultivation. Was this not suicide? This guy, although he has some foundation, how can it be mentioned in the same breath as my gold-devouring beetle clan's foundation? Although I'm under his control, if I can lure him to the heaven-piercing nest and let my clansmen kill him, isn't this also equivalent to me contributing 3 divine artifacts? Tens of thousands of years ago, I was expelled from my clan. With no other choice, I came to this continent and combined my bloodline to create the gold-devouring beetle clan. Although I call the wind and summon the rain here, living an extremely carefree life, there is not a moment when I don't want to return to the heaven-piercing nest again. All kinds of complicated thoughts emerged in the golden-robed old man's mind. At this moment, he finally made up his mind. He wanted to break convention and officially reveal the secret location of the heaven-piercing nest to this girl in white. How about it? Have you thought it through? Even if you don't tell me, I have a way to find the nest of your gold-devouring bugs. Yi Yun said indifferently. The golden-robed elder's heart tightened and he hurriedly replied, Don't kill me, I'll tell. You. Speak. Our gold-devouring bugs live in the heaven-piercing nest. It's extremely far from here, but I can take you there, the golden-robed elder said anxiously. Heaven-piercing nest? Yi Yun raised a brow and said in an unquestionable tone, Take me there. The golden-robed elder begged, Of course I can take you there, but can you spare my puny life? You have no right to bargain with me. Yi Yun's voice was cold. The golden-robed elder's expression changed drastically, a bad feeling rising in his heart. He knew very well that if he did not take her to the heaven-piercing nest, he would probably die now. If he went to the heaven-piercing nest, he still had a chance of survival. After all, there were many gold-devouring bugs living in the heaven-piercing nest. The cultivation of those gold-devouring bugs far exceeded his. I'm just afraid that if I take her there, she'll suddenly attack me when we get close. Such a thought popped up in the golden-robed elder's mind. After this thought popped up in his mind, he suddenly had a feeling that he could not live the rest of his life. Yi Yun released his hand. The golden-robed elder fell from the sky and regained his freedom. Senior, I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but I was expelled from the heaven-piercing nest back then. If I go back now, who knows what kind of punishment I'll receive. I might not be able to return, the embroidered-robed elder bowed and said with a pleading expression. What do you want to say? Yi Yun asked calmly. The fact that the old ancestor of the gold-devouring beetles had been expelled was beyond his expectations. I want to say goodbye to my Dao partner. After a few seconds of hesitation, the golden-robed elder's body trembled slightly as he whispered. Dao partner? Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and nodded in amusement. Go on. Many thanks, senior. The golden-robed elder cupped his fists and said gratefully. He turned around and flew toward the ancestral shrine. Yi Yun stood motionless in the void, waiting quietly. A mere gold-devouring beetle patriarch was nothing in front of him. A ray of light flew over and landed in front of Yi Yun. It was Jing Gui. Gu Anren, all of this was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with my entire clan. Please be magnanimous and spare their lives. Jing Gui knelt at Yi Yun's feet, weeping bitterly, his face sorrowful. Hee, now you don't want my 3 deity-level treasures anymore? Yi Yun's eyes flashed as he asked with a sneer. I won't do it again, I won't do it again. Jing Gui said with a long face. Even the old ancestor was no match for him, so he didn't dare to have any other thoughts. His only hope now was to use his own death in exchange for the continuation of the gold-devouring beetles. You've already died once. You're only in the life and death realm now. If you want to cultivate to the 10th level of the eternal realm, you won't be able to do it without thousands of years. Yi Yun looked at Jing Gui and smiled faintly. You're already like this. What's the point of me killing you? Senior, then, are you going to let our gold-devouring beetles go? Jean Gouet raised his head and asked with some surprise. You ants aren't worthy of me killing you, Yi Yin said calmly. Many thanks, Senior. Jean Gouet cowed out again and again, tears of excitement gushing out of his eyes. He didn't expect that he and his entire clan would escape this calamity. Yi Yin ignored Jean Gouet and looked in the direction of the ancestral shrine. This puny gold-devouring beetle clan wasn't worthy of him killing them. His real target was the gold-devouring beetles in the Through Heaven nest. Behind the ancestral shrine, the soil churned and a sparkling source stone emerged. A beautiful woman in a golden robe was sealed in the source stone. Yi Yan's expression changed slightly when he saw the woman. The woman looked unfamiliar, but there was a lifelike golden dragon embroidered on her robe. The pattern of the golden dragon was exactly the same as the one on the robes of the Shenlong sect disciples. Gold flame beetles? Yi Yan's eyes focused and looked through the source stone to see the woman's true form. Her true form was the gold flame beetle. Yi Yan's eyes flickered. At this moment, his eyes turned dark. 100,000 years ago, the Shenlong sect reared many demon beasts, and the gold flame beetle was one of them. Could it be that the gold flame beetle in the source stone was once reared by the Shenlong sect, and this gold flame beetle was the Tao partner of the gold-devouring beetle? Thinking of this, Yi Yin nodded with a smile, finally understanding the origin of the gold-devouring beetles. The ancestor of the gold-devouring beetles and a gold flame beetle from the Shenlong sect became Tao partners, giving birth to the gold-devouring beetles. It's really interesting, no wonder this gold-devouring beetle was expelled, Yi Yin smiled faintly. The gold flame beetle in the source stone transformed into a woman, after all, could not be compared to the gold-devouring beetle from the divine earth in terms of life. Her vitality was severely depleted and she did not have much life left. Xiaoer, I'm going back to the Through Heaven nest. I don't know if I'll survive this trip, so I can only say goodbye to you in advance. The old man in gold stretched out his hand and gently stroked the source stone, murmuring with a face full of affection. In the source stone, the woman in the golden robe suddenly opened her eyes. I don't have much life left, no more than 3 years. If you leave, I won't live on either, the woman in the golden robe said, her old eyes filled with endless sorrow. Sigh, I'm useless, I can only extend your life for such a short time, the old man in gold said sorrowfully. Brother Zhong, you used your own blood essence to extend my life. You've already let me live for tens of thousands of years. After so many years of ups and downs, I've lived enough. The woman in the golden robe sighed. If I'm lucky enough to survive this time, I'll definitely find a way to extend my life from the Through Heaven nest and come back to extend your life. Stroking the source stone as if caressing the woman in red's face, the old man in gold spoke with a determined gaze, tears streaming down his face. With your status, even if you return to the Through Heaven nest, what can you do? Don't do anything useless. The woman in the golden robe sighed and looked into the distance, her eyes blurred. She said faintly, back then, you had to stop me from investigating the real culprit behind the Shenlong sect's destruction. Now that I'm about to die, can you tell me the truth? Hearing this, Yi Yin in the distance was also stunned. He also did not expect that the gold flame beetle raised by the Shenlong sect would want to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. With her weak cultivation, what use could she be to the mastermind behind the scenes? However, Yi Yin was still quite touched by her thoughts. I don't know. The Shenlong sect is a taboo force. Even in our clan, the mere mention of it makes people pale. Therefore, I won't let you investigate, the old man in gold smiled bitterly. Sigh. The woman in the golden robe sighed again, gently clenching her fists, and said with annoyance, 100,000 years ago, the Shenlong sect was strong and powerful, ranked first among the eternal sects. What kind of glory was that? If it weren't for our sect master's inexplicable death, would the Shenlong sect have suffered that disaster? Xiaoer, I remember the sect master of the Shenlong sect is called Yi Yun. He's strong in your place, but he's pitifully weak compared to our clansman in the heaven-piercing nest, the golden-robed elder chuckled. What do you know? The golden-robed woman glared at him and scolded rudely, you're from the divine land, where the spiritual chi contains divinity, so your starting point is very high. In our Sungnan continent, there's no divinity in the spiritual chi. Our sect master only spent a dozen years to cultivate to the peak of the 10th level of the Eternal Realm. With such monstrous talent, he'll definitely be a top genius in the Divine Land. You're right, you're right. I was wrong. The golden-robed elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. Didn't you gold-devouring beetles get cut off when you entered the Xianxia continent? Generation after generation, even if you have some kind of secret method, it's still hard to suppress the decline. The golden-robed woman snorted. Sure, I'm about to leave. Can we stop arguing? The golden-robed elder sighed helplessly. Okay, I won't argue with you. Be careful this time. If your life lamp goes out, I'll go with you. The golden-robed woman's tone softened, and her eyes became sad again. Okay, then I'm leaving. With tears in his eyes, the golden-robed elder resolutely patted the source stone, and it sank into the soil. After doing all this, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and flew toward Yi Yun. Senior, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. The golden-robed elder shrugged in low spirits. Let's go. Yi Yun ordered calmly. Yi Yun was also somewhat moved by the conversation between the two of them. Therefore, even if they reached the heaven-piercing nest, Yi Yun would give the patriarch of the gold-devouring beetles a way out. This was also for the sake of the gold-devouring beetles. As for the gold-devouring beetles, Yi Yun would definitely not let her die. He would personally make a move. Just like the mystic bird back then, he would give her a new lease of life and let her live a new life. The void rippled as two figures, one in front and one behind, left the Golden Ring Mountains where the gold-devouring beetles lived. It's hard to say whether the old ancestor will live or die this time, Jean Gouet said with a complicated expression as he stood on top of a mountain and looked at a certain spot in the void. This time, he had really misjudged. Jean Gouet did not expect that Gu Amran was actually powerful to this extent. He had even surpassed the old ancestor, a true god. This Gu Amran. How did he cultivate? Why hadn't there been any clues before? After pondering for a while, Jean Gouet still had no clue. Forget it, don't let your imagination run wild. The fact that my gold-devouring beetles survived this calamity is already a blessing from the heavens. Jean Gouet sighed, turned around, and left the mountaintop. Two figures streaked across the sky at an unimaginable speed. Even an Eternal Realm expert would not be able to sense the presence of these two figures. Yi Yun followed behind the old man in gold. By the way, did you just say that? Sect Master Yi Yun of the Xianxia sect is very weak? Yi Yun asked coolly, looking at the figures in front of him with his hands clasped behind his back. The old man in gold shuddered. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. What did the little girl behind him mean by this? Could it be that what he said was wrong? Senior, Sect Master Yi Yun of the Xianxia sect is indeed a genius, but he lives in the Xianxia continent. Compared to the gods of the Divine Land, he is indeed a little weak, the old man in gold said respectfully. His reaction was quick. In his words, he had compared Yi Yun to the Divine Land's divine spirits, not to the gold-devouring insects. Haha, you're smart, Yi Yun smiled without batting an eyelid. He did not say anything else. After all, the guy in front of him was too weak. There was no need to argue with him. Phew, seeing that Yi Yun did not blame him, the old man in gold breathed a sigh of relief. He had the cultivation of a true god and was skilled in speed, so his speed was unimaginable. After the time it took to burn an incense stick. The old man in gold suddenly stopped, turned around, and smiled very politely. Senior, we're here. The ancient Moon Dynasty? Yi Yun looked around, a hint of surprise on his face. This was the ancient Moon Dynasty. After his rebirth, he took Luo Li and Jun Moxia from here. It's here, Senior. The heaven-piercing nest is right above us. The old man in gold pointed above with his finger and smiled awkwardly. Yes. Yi Yun nodded silently. At this moment, under his feet were the ruins of the Xianxia sect. Seeing the familiar scene again, Yi Yun's heart was a little heavy. He did not speak, just looked at the ancient ruins calmly. His eyes rippled like the tide, and gradually became absent-minded. Senior, these ruins are the ruins of the Xianxia sect that I mentioned. My cultivation partner was a demon beast raised by the Xianxia sect. The old man in gold rubbed his hands and smiled awkwardly. Yes. Yi Yun nodded, took a deep breath, and looked up. When he came out of the ancient tomb, he did not explore the void above the ruins of the Shenlong sect. He did not expect. In the depths of this void, there was a heaven-piercing nest hidden. Senior, the heaven-piercing nest is hidden in the depths of this void. Standing here, you can't see it. I'll take you there now, the old man in gold said. Lead the way. Yi Yun ordered. Just now, when he used his divine sense to scan, he did find that there was something strange in the depths of the void. Presumably, behind that space was the nest of the gold-devouring beetles. The two flew up quickly. In the span of a few dozen breaths, the two had entered the depths of the void. In front of a space where astral winds were raging, the old man in gold stopped. He stretched out his hand and made a few hand seals in that space, but the space did not move or change. Strange, the old man in gold frowned and tried again. But the next few attempts also ended in failure. Is the heaven-piercing nest inside? Yi Yin raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes, Senior. Behind this space is the heaven-piercing nest, but I can't open the space barrier outside now. The old man in gold scratched his head and said awkwardly. You've been expelled, why would they accept you back again? So, you can take back your original thoughts. Yi Yin smiled faintly. Senior, I really didn't have any intentions. I also want to live, so I brought you here. The old man in gold explained helplessly, his face pale and his heart filled with fear after being seen through by Yi Yun. Since you brought me here, I'll spare your life. Let me open this space barrier. Yi Yun smiled. He stretched out a finger and lightly tapped on the space barrier. Pop, with a soft sound, the space barrier in front of them burst like a bubble, revealing an entrance taller than a person. After the spatial barrier was broken, Yi Yun looked over. In front of him was a dark, deep, and vast space of solitude. Above the void, there were countless bright stars dotting the sky. It was just that these stars were extremely far away. An ancient building with a majestic aura, like a giant tower that reached the heavens, was born from below the void, extending all the way up, extending towards the distant stars. On the surface of this giant pagoda-like ancient building, all kinds of enormous hexagonal nests were densely packed. These hexagonal nests presented a dark gold color, light flowing all over, the aura heavy and ancient. This is the heaven-piercing nest. Looking at this ancient building, Yi Yun's brows raised slightly, rather surprised at this gold-devouring soul bug's old nest. No wonder it was called the heaven-piercing nest. This heaven-piercing nest went straight up and down, connecting heaven and earth, virtually endless at a glance. It was all piled up by these hexagonal beehive-like dark gold nests. Most of these nests were empty. Some of the nests stored some dark gold eggs. There were also some nests that had some golden behemoths lying on the ground. They were precisely the gold-devouring soul bugs, these gold-devouring soul bugs actually did not have a single one at the eternal realm, virtually all at the true God realm. Only a small portion was at the divine Lord realm cultivation. Sea, land, and air, looks like among these three major races, the power of the gold-devouring soul bugs should be the strongest, Yi Yun secretly thought in his heart. Pointed it out with one finger? The golden-clothed old man next to him had a look of shock. He reached out and touched the spatial barrier, raging waves surging in his heart. This senior's cultivation, he was becoming more and more unable to see through. If he remembered correctly, this spatial barrier, if one did not have divine Lord realm cultivation, it was impossible to forcefully break it. Could it be that, in these tens of thousands of years that I left, the power of the spatial barrier also declined? The golden-clothed old man secretly thought. He suddenly felt that such a guess was not impossible. After all, Sangnan continent did not contain spirit energy that contained divinity. Their gold-devouring soul bugs' various means would eventually slowly decline with the passage of time. This heaven-piercing nest, virtually can't see the end at a glance. At the end above, could it be that it goes straight to the depths of the starry sky? Yi Yun suddenly said. Senior, how can there be no end? I remember that the heaven-connecting nest only extended beyond the starry sky before it was cut off. The golden-robed old man rubbed his hands and smiled bitterly. Why do I feel like it's not broken? Yi Yun's eyes flashed, and then he smiled meaningfully. It's really broken, Senior. This piercing heaven nest is the crystallization of my gold-devouring insect clan's hard work for millions of years. Now that my clansmen are dwindling, it is naturally impossible for it to extend indefinitely. The golden-robed old man explained. Yiyan nodded and stepped into the hole in the barrier. The golden-robed old man guiltily glanced at the heaven-piercing nest. It was unknown what he thought of, but his face suddenly paled. He didn't hesitate and walked in as well, following behind Yiyan. After the two of them entered the mysterious space, they slowly flew towards the distant sky-penetrating nest. In the dim light, the enormous sky-penetrating nest emitted a dark gold color, which made it even more shocking. There was silence all around. Not a single gold-devouring soul bug was alarmed and woke up. "Senior, my clansmen are all in a deep sleep. We've been in here for so long, but we didn't notice anything." Looking around, the golden-robed old man said with an awkward expression. Back then, although his thoughts were seen through, the golden-robed old man also hoped that Yiyan would fight with his clansmen so that he could sit back and reap the benefits. However, after entering, all his clansmen in the heaven-connecting nest were in a deep sleep, and not a single one had woken up. This made him even more surprised. These gold-devouring insects can't all be dead, right? Yiyan chuckled. No, how could they be dead? Senior, they must have been in a deep sleep for too long and didn't expect anyone to come in. The golden-robed old man explained awkwardly. Let's go. Since they haven't woken up, let's take a look around the heaven-connecting nest. Yiyan smiled faintly and suddenly sped up. The golden-robed old man hurriedly followed. He looked at Yiyan's back with a perturbed expression, his eyes constantly flashing. In fact, under such circumstances, he had a way to wake up his clansmen. However, he was also afraid of another extreme situation. That was, he would be killed the moment he woke up his clansmen. That would not be worth the loss. Under such a complicated state of mind, the golden-robed old man decided to bide his time and leave everything to fate. Before he figured out the true strength of this white-robed girl in front of him, he absolutely could not act rashly. After all, the other party had already promised to spare his life. He had to grab hold of such an opportunity tightly. Yiyan stepped onto the heaven-connecting nest. He stood on the edge of a hexagonal dark gold nest and looked inside. There was a huge egg inside, exuding a surging aura of life. It seemed that it would not be long before the larvae hatched. Interesting, Yiyan's eyes flashed. He thought of something and suddenly waved his sleeve, putting away the egg. The golden-robed old man was shocked. Senior, what do you want this egg for? He asked in a trembling voice. Nothing, just a whim. Yiyan smiled faintly and did not tell the golden-robed old man what he was thinking. Oh. The golden-robed old man blushed and did not dare to ask again. Next. Yiyan was like a ghost, moving continuously on the heaven-connecting nest. From bottom to top, he plundered many insect eggs along the way. Sleeping so soundly. I've already plundered so many insect eggs, but none of your clansmen have woken up. Yiyan stopped, looked around, and let out a mocking voice. This voice actually carried a strange resonance. Immediately after. Buzz buzz, the heaven-connecting nest trembled slightly. Many of the gold-devouring insects in the nest opened their eyes. Why is there the aura of a stranger? Who came in while we were sleeping? Isn't that Xianxia? Why did he come back? And who is that white-robed girl beside him? Countless voices, all talking at once, suddenly rang out in the countless nests. Waves of powerful aura instantly spread out along the nest. The entire heavenspan nest shuddered and began to shine brightly. Hearing these voices, the golden-robed old man's face turned ashen. It seems that my crime of being a traitor will never be washed away in this lifetime, the golden-robed old man thought. His mood at this moment was getting more and more desperate. Yiyan looked at all this indifferently, his expression calm and unconcerned. Just now, he used a method to wake all the gold-devouring insects from their state of deep sleep. Now, it was time for him to settle old scores with these guys. An elderly voice suddenly rang out from the distant sky above the heaven-piercing nest like rolling thunder. Xianxia. The space barrier outside has long been reinforced. You're just a mere true god, how did you come in? Hearing this voice, the golden-robed old man panicked and his expression changed greatly. The one who spoke was the patriarch of the gold-devouring insect clan. He was also the strongest person who lived the longest among all the clansmen. This patriarch was a peak 10th level divine lord realm cultivation. In terms of realm, he left everyone else in the dust, far surpassing the other clansmen. Facing the patriarch's questioning, the golden-robed old man's heart tightened. The muscles on his cheeks twitched, and his mouth opened wide, but he was at a loss for words. Did he dare to directly tell the truth? A supreme powerhouse who could easily kill him with a finger was standing right beside him. How could he dare to say, unless he wanted to die right now? Xianxia, you brought an outsider, what do you mean? Above the heaven-piercing nest, a man's cold voice came down like thunder. Why, Grand Elder, I didn't mean that you think. Hearing that voice, the golden-robed old man looked flustered and hurriedly waved his hand, stuttering when speaking. This Grand Elder's cultivation was second only to the patriarch, at the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. The second expert in the golden-devouring soul-bug clan. His voice was like rolling thunder. The Grand Elder scolded coldly, Xianxia, how dare you? Tens of thousands of years ago, you were already expelled and no longer have the qualifications to return. The golden-robed old man, facing the Grand Elder's words, he had no way to defend himself. Tens of thousands of years ago, from the moment he was expelled, he was no longer considered a member of the golden-devouring soul-bug clan and could never return. Now, he returned to the heaven-piercing nest and really could not justify his actions. The current situation was complicated, and his life was hanging by a thread, and he could not say those 3 divine-rank treasures. It was really a dilemma, with no room to advance or retreat. Xianxia, you kill yourself. The patriarch's old voice landed from afar. Kill himself? The golden-robed old man was stunned, his expression immediately becoming sorrowful. Although he was expelled, his sense of belonging to the heaven-piercing nest was still very strong in his heart. In his heart, he always felt that he was a part of the golden-devouring soul-bug clan. Alright, you guys don't need to ask him anymore. Yian finally could not stand it anymore. He had his hands behind his back, looking at the sky above the heaven-piercing nest, and said indifferently, I forced him to bring me here. As for this spatial barrier, it was also me who broke it. You broke it? How is this possible? You're merely peak 10th level eternal realm cultivation. The Grand Elder exclaimed. A spatial barrier that even a divine lord realm could not open, how could a mere eternal realm do it? Grand Elder, this senior is not eternal realm, the golden-robed old man smiled bitterly. Xianxia, what right do you have to speak here? Shut up. The Great Elder cursed furiously. Xianxia, you scum, get the hell out of here. A gold-devouring soul bug crawled out of its nest and roared loudly. Xianxia, hurry up and die. I get annoyed whenever I see you. A gold-devouring beetle cursed. Xianxia, the patriarch told you to kill yourself. Are you deaf? Another gold-devouring soul bug flew out of the nest and circled in the air, roaring angrily. Xianxia, in the entire heaven-piercing nest, almost all of the awakened gold-devouring beetles were enraged. At this moment, dense roars rose and fell one after another, forming a vast ocean of sound. It was as if Xianxia's appearance had crossed some bottom line in their hearts. Looking around, Yian shook his head. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Xianxia, you're so sad. Now, you've become the target of public criticism. You're even more hated than me. Haha. There's nothing I can do. Senior, I'm not in a good spot. Looks like I'm going to die without a burial ground. The golden-robed elder spread out his hands and said with a pale face. At this point, he already had a premonition of his certain death. Haha. Yian smiled without batting an eyelid. There was no pity in his indifferent eyes. Xianxia, you betrayed my gold-devouring beetle clan and now, you even brought an outsider to the heaven-piercing nest. Your crimes are unforgivable, die. The patriarch's angry roar suddenly came from the depths of the void. Whoosh, a golden light flashed and turned into a golden sword in midair, falling down with incomparable sharpness. This sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of the golden-robed elder. I'm going to die. The patriarch actually took action personally. The golden-robed elder laughed bitterly. He did not dodge or evade and then closed his eyes. Poof, the sword fell. The golden-robed elder's body was forcefully cut into two. At this moment, his essence spirit did not even manage to escape and was destroyed on the spot. Jin Zhong was completely dead. Yi Yun looked at the two halves of the corpse that were spurting blood with an indifferent gaze, without the slightest hint of emotion. High up in the heaven-piercing nest, it was shrouded in a faint layer of dark golden mist. This mist was ethereal and had an indescribable strangeness to it. There were a total of 7 figures standing at the edge of the nest in the mist, looking down indifferently. Tens of thousands of years ago, I was soft-hearted and only expelled Jin Zhong from the clan instead of killing him. In the end, I attracted some trouble today, a golden-eyed elder with a powerful aura sighed with a cold gaze. Patriarch, Jin Zhong lured an outsider to the heaven-piercing nest and deserved to die. The third elder snorted coldly. Patriarch, our heaven-piercing nest has not been exposed for millions of years. To think that an outsider would come in today. It's truly infuriating. The first elder clenched his fists and roared. Does this fellow's original body look familiar? The golden-eyed elder looked down and frowned slightly. A look of realization flashed across his eyes. Patriarch, this is the Black Abyss Divine Spider, right? She can be considered a remnant of the Shenlong sect. The first elder's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice. Since it's the Black Abyss Divine Spider, she can't be considered a remnant of the Shenlong sect. She has some ties with us, the golden-eyed elder said indifferently. Patriarch, should we expel her or lock her up? The first elder asked. We'll decide based on this situation. The golden-eyed elder looked at the girl in white below and raised his eyebrows. His gaze turned deep. Patriarch? The first elder was puzzled and looked at the patriarch. It was the same for the other elders. They did not know what the patriarch was thinking and did not execute the white-clothed girl on the spot. Haha, the first stranger to break into the heaven-piercing nest is really something to look forward to, the golden-eyed elder shook his head and chuckled. His laughter was deep and made one's hair stand on end. The remaining 6 elders could not help but look at each other. No one knew what the clan leader was implying. What exactly was the meaning behind his words? Gold-devouring beetle, Yi Yun pointed at the two halves of the corpse and looked up into the depths of the void. He said indifferently, Jin Zhong was just an insignificant chess piece. Why did you kill him? Reveal the location of my heaven-piercing nest and Jin Zhong will die. The aged voice was like a clap of thunder, descending from the sky. Poor Jin Zhong. He didn't even have the chance to speak his mind before he got himself into trouble. Yi Yun snickered in his heart. With a wave of his hand, a wave of dermic power swept out and took Jin Zhong's corpse. Why did you take his corpse? The golden-eyed elder asked loudly. I'm not as heartless as you guys. Jin Zhong brought me here but lost his life. I have to collect his corpse. Yi Yun spread out his hands and said calmly. Collect his corpse? You'd better think more about yourself. Maybe no one will collect your corpse later. The first elder sneered. The golden-eyed elder looked down with his hands behind his back and shouted, which clan member is willing to take action and capture this person? I'll do it. A furious roar sounded. Buzz, a gigantic gold-devouring beetle flapped its wings and turned into a streak of golden light, flying out of the nest and heading straight for Yi Yun. True God Realm Level 5? Looking at that beam of golden light breaking through the air, Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. He lightly waved one hand and a small golden mirror appeared in his palm, the 1,000 gold mirror of upheaval. This 1,000 gold mirror of upheaval could be considered an extremely powerful divine-level magic treasure. However, back then, Gu Anren's strength was too low and was unable to unleash its full power. Now that it was in Yi Yun's hands, the 1,000 gold mirror of upheaval would display an extremely terrifying divine power. Yi Yun did not move at all, just raising his arm. The 1,000 gold mirror of upheaval flowed with golden light, dyeing his body a golden yellow. The smooth and mysterious surface of the mirror was aimed at that swift and fierce golden light that suddenly arrived. What treasure is that? Above the heaven-piercing nest, the golden-eyed elder's pupils suddenly constricted. When that young girl in white took out the golden mirror, he actually felt an indescribable horror. The expressions of the 6 elders beside him changed drastically when they saw that golden mirror. As Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, they were naturally not unfamiliar with divine-level treasures. In their gold-devouring bug clan, there were several divine-level treasures to begin with. However, these divine-level treasures were limited to a few people in the clan who knew about them. After all, the gold-devouring bug clan had been passed down for millions of years and had already multiplied who knows how many generations. These clansmen knew nothing about the specific deeds of how the ancestors of the gold-devouring bug from millions of years ago killed one powerful divine dragon after another. Therefore, these later clansmen were also not clear about the existence of those divine artifacts in the clan. After all, the gold-devouring bug clan had not made a move to kill a divine dragon in 100,000 years. Head Elder frowned and said, "Patriarch, this treasure is most likely divine level, so what if it's divine level? This person has entered the tiger's den, just nice, we'll snatch her treasure away." The Golden-Eyed Elder said in a deep voice. Whoosh, the two people's voices had just fallen when they saw that golden mirror spurt out a golden light pillar. This golden pillar of light was astonishingly fast, and it hit the gold-devouring soul bug without any fancy moves. Boom, with a loud bang, the huge gold-devouring beetle let out a miserable shriek and was sent flying. "A mere true god is no match for me. Patriarch, why don't you come down and play with me?" After defeating the gold-devouring beetle, Yiyun looked up into the void, smiled faintly, and requested to fight. "You are but a true god. What qualifications do you have to exchange blows with the Patriarch?" The Great Elder roared. At this moment, the second elder suddenly let out a sharp cry. Clang, this voice was like the clashing of metal and stone. It emitted the aura of a powerful army and instantly spread throughout the entire space. Buzz buzz, in many of the dark gold hexagonal nests, many of the motionless gold-devouring beetles suddenly flapped their wings and flew out of the nests. In an instant, over 10,000 gold-devouring beetles flew out. These gold-devouring beetles were densely packed, covering a large area in the void. They surrounded Yiyun. Their ferocious flames billowed to the sky, their entire bodies emitting a blazing golden light. At this moment, the wisps of true god aura in the space solidified together and also became incomparably powerful. It was as if one mountain after another appeared out of thin air. In front of this powerful pressure, any living being would be suppressed. Black Abyss Divine Spider, my gold-devouring beetles have always fought in groups. You should be clear, right? When you can repel them, then you have the qualifications to exchange blows with my clan's Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. The golden-eyed old man stood high up and said with a proud smile. Their gold-devouring beetle clan, even when they were clearing out the Shenlong sect back then, they always swarmed forward and unleashed the power of a group battle. Oftentimes, a divine dragon under the encirclement of tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles would not last more than a few breaths of time and would turn into a pile of withered bones. Group battle? Yiyun repeated and smiled disapprovingly. These puny insects really underestimated the chaotic thousand gold mirror. Swish, Yiyun raised the chaotic thousand gold mirror high up. Following the infusion of magic power, rays of golden light blossomed from the golden mirror body. These golden lights were akin to streaks of awe-inspiring golden sword energy, shooting outwards continuously amidst chi-chi sounds. At the same time, those densely packed gold-devouring beetles emitted sharp angry roars in unison and attacked in Yiyun's direction one after another. Boom, boom. Boom, a series of loud noises reverberated in the mysterious and vast space. The majestic heavenspan nest also seemed to be overshadowed by the boundless golden light at this moment. All those gold-devouring beetles that were struck by the golden light were all sent flying out backward, all suffering injuries at the same time. This mirror, the golden-eyed old man's gaze sharpened, seemingly seeing through some tricks. Patriarch, could it be that this mirror can reflect attacks? First Elder also saw through some clues at this time and hurriedly said. That's right, this mirror's divine ability is a rebound type, the golden-eyed old man said. At this moment, his gaze became heated. Once it possessed a rebound-type divine ability, this divine rank mirror would be an incredible treasure. In his ancient memories, even over at the Divine Land side, divine rank treasure mirrors that possessed a rebound-type divine ability were pitifully rare. Immediately send out Divine Lord Realm clansmen and use magic attacks to probe this person's background, the golden-eyed old man issued an order. Yes. First Elder hurriedly agreed and then let out a resounding cry. Buzz buzz, in the depths of some nests, those Divine Lord Realm gold-devouring beetles immediately flew out after receiving the order. These Divine Lord Realm gold-devouring beetles were only several hundred in number. They released rays of golden light attacks from extremely far away. The aura of these golden lights was terrifying. They formed numerous golden swords in the void. There were more than 100 million of them. They were majestic, like a flood that could destroy the world. They almost covered the entire space of the heaven-reaching nest. Chi-chi, one ray of golden sword light after another surged over. Looking at the golden sword light, the corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a mocking expression. Oh my, a bunch of Divine Lord Realm actually came, and even used such a powerful attack, isn't this courting death? After saying that, the Chaos Millennium Gold Mirror in his hand released a golden pillar of light, protecting his entire person. This golden pillar of light was abnormally thick, with a diameter of no less than 30 feet. The golden light was incomparably resplendent, enveloping Yi Yun, making him look extremely sacred. Bang bang, the dense sword light landed on the surface of the golden pillar of light and was rebounded by a mysterious and powerful force. The speed of the rebounding was actually faster than the speed of shooting over, at least doubling. Those Divine Lord Realm gold-devouring beetles did not have time to react and were pierced by these golden swords one after another, falling down from midair one by one. Even magic attacks can be reflected? The golden-eyed old man looked at the astonishing scene below, perilous waves surging in his heart. This treasure was also too powerful, right? Not only could it reflect strength attacks, but it could also reflect magic attacks. This kind of treasure belonged to the legendary grade existence even in the Divine Land. The so-called legendary grade, it was that such a treasure had once appeared in the history of the Divine Land, but it had long become a legend. The real Divine Land did not have this treasure at all. This guy is indeed very strong, Head Elder looked at that young girl in white below, his eyes revealing a look of alarm and fear. A wave of true God realms, a wave of Divine Lord realms, 2 waves of clansmen in a row went up, but in front of that divine grade treasure, they were actually all defeated. Swoosh, the golden-eyed old man moved one hand, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in his palm. This was a golden greatsword, the quality already reaching divine grade. Patriarch, are we going to use the dragon-slaying 7 swords? The Grand Elder looked at the golden sword and asked excitedly. That's right. The situation is special now. We have to use the dragon-slaying 7 swords to deal with that divine rank treasure mirror. The golden-eyed elder said in a deep voice. All right. The Grand Elder nodded and beckoned with his hand. A golden sword appeared in his hand. This was one of the dragon-slaying 7 swords. The dragon-slaying 7 swords had a total of 7 swords, all of which were divine rank. The Patriarch's dragon-slaying sword was a mid-grade divine rank. And the dragon-slaying swords in the hands of the 6 elders were low-grade divine rank. Back then, these 7 dragon-slaying swords had killed countless divine dragons. Although the gold-devouring beetles had always been good at group battles and had astonishing innate abilities, some divine dragons were also extremely difficult to deal with. At this time, they could only rely on the dragon-slaying 7 swords to kill those despicable divine dragons. Patriarch, there's no need for you to do it yourself. I'll go down and meet this black abyss divine spider first. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and prepared to land from midair. Forget it, that treasure of hers is extremely strange. If it reflects your attack, you'll be easily injured. The golden-eyed elder's eyes flickered as he said indifferently. I understand, Patriarch. Looks like we can only use the sword formation now. The Grand Elder said in a deep voice. The other 5 elders also drew their dragon-slaying swords at this moment. These dragon-slaying swords were all golden. The swords were wide and extremely sharp. A layer of killing intent lingered around the swords. Dragon-slaying 7 swords? A soft male voice echoed in the ears of the 7 people. In the dark golden fog, a ghost-like figure slowly appeared. Yi Yun looked at the 7 golden dragon-slaying swords and frowned slightly. His eyes became cold at this moment. these 7 dragon-slaying swords were all of divine rank. The killing intent lingering around the swords was extremely heavy. In these millions of years, there must have been at least tens of thousands of divine dragons killed. This Black Abyss divine spider is so fast. How did it suddenly arrive here? The Grand Elder jumped in fright and exclaimed. The golden-eyed elder held his sword horizontally in front of him and looked coldly at Yi Yun's feet. Your Excellency, your boots are also a divine artifact. The golden-eyed elder said in a deep voice. Yi Yun glanced over and said indifferently, your eyesight is still not bad. It seems that as the patriarch, you seem to know a lot of things. Set up the formation. Before Yi Yun could finish his words, the great elder suddenly shouted angrily. The 6 elders wielded their dragon-slaying swords and instantly disappeared into the dark golden mist. In the next moment, they stood in 6 different positions, facing the golden-eyed elder from afar. 7 stars? Yi Yun glanced at where the 7 of them were standing and suddenly laughed. This was a set of 7-star sword formation. It was completely different from the 7-star formations he had seen before. It looks like this should have been secretly passed down by the mastermind. The Buddha Flame Root was one of the 3 forces in charge of exterminating the dragon clan in the sea, land, and air. They didn't have the 7 stars formation, but the gold-devouring insect clan had the 7-star sword formation. It looks like the strongest gold-devouring soul bug was favored by the mastermind. Thinking of this, Yi Yun looked meaningfully at the depths of the Tong Tian nest. The place that was originally close to the starry sky was cut off. But in Yi Yun's eyes, the Tong Tian nest and the deep starry sky did not seem to be completely cut off. There was still a faint connection between the two. The power of the entire Tong Tian nest was like a lotus stem that connected directly to one of the gray stars. That big star was perhaps the most important goal of Yi Yun's trip. Do it, kill her, take her boots of immortality and the mirror. The golden-eyed elder roared and waved his dragon-slaying sword, taking the lead to activate the sword formation. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 7 dragon-slaying swords, arranged according to the mysterious Big Dipper, erupted with golden sword light that soared into the sky, forming a peerless sword formation. The sword light surged like a wave that could destroy the world, surging over wave after wave. In the endless sword light, the figures of the 7 people could no longer be seen. Vaguely visible was. In this ocean-like sword light, from time to time, 7 large golden stars flashed and disappeared. The 7-star sword formation is only SOSO. Watch how I break it. Yi Yun's expression was indifferent. He still held the chaos mirror in his hand and did not make any movements. Against these little fellows, using the chaos mirror was enough. The more ruthless the attack of the 7-star sword formation, the more powerful the rebound. Whoosh, a golden beam of light shot out from the Chaos Millennial Gold Mirror. This time, the golden pillar of light was a full 10 feet in size, completely enveloping Yi Yun. What? The power of this divine-level treasure mirror has increased again? The golden-eyed elder exclaimed, the corners of his eyes twitching. He was suddenly a little worried about whether this 7-star formation could defeat this Black Abyss divine spider. Although they had the dragon-slaying 7 swords and could borrow the power of the 7-star sword formation to erupt with even more powerful battle strength. But in reality, their gold-devouring amber insect race had already existed in the Sungnan continent for millions of years. When it came to their generation, they were already far from being able to continue the glory of their ancestors. It turned out that those ancestors who wielded the dragon-slaying 7 swords were all at the divine venerable realm. With this kind of cultivation, once they unleashed the 7-star sword formation, even a divine dragon at the divine king realm would similarly hold a grudge. Boom boom boom, endless sword light poured down on the golden pillar of light, emitting a series of earth-shaking loud noises. Amidst the loud noises, the heaven-piercing nest trembled slightly. Whoosh, at this moment, the golden pillar of light erupted with terrifying divine might, causing the endless sword light to reverse extremely violently. The 7-star sword formation shattered with a loud bang. Puff puff, the 7 people wielding the dragon-slaying 7 swords all spat out blood. The terrifying power of the sword formation was used on them without any fanciful moves. This terrifying power drove straight in like a great river, shattering the hard bodies of the gold-devouring amber insects. 5 elders died on the spot. In just an instant. Only the patriarch and the first elder were left. What? This divine rank treasure mirror is actually so terrifying, even the power of the 7-star sword formation can be reflected back? Separated by the dark golden fog, the first elder looked at Yi Yun in horror. At this moment, he only felt his entire body turn ice cold, unable to move anymore. He was originally seriously injured, plus his emotions were agitated, hot blood rushing to his brain. After saying those words, the first elder's body tilted and he immediately fainted. This battle came quickly and ended quickly as well. When those gold-devouring amber insects in the heaven-piercing nest saw this scene, all of them were frightened until they trembled all over. This Chaos Millennial Gold Mirror, in my hands, who cares about your 7-star sword formation, it will still reflect back. Looking at the unconscious first elder, Yi Yun smiled without batting an eyelid. His cultivation was high, so he could naturally unleash the power of this mirror. This person finally came. The golden-eyed elder looked at the young girl in white, a trace of surprise and joy flashing across the depths of his eyes. Following that, he turned into a streak of golden light without any warning, passing through the dark golden fog, following the heaven-piercing nest and heading straight for the starry sky. A little interesting, looking at the golden light shooting towards the direction of the fracture in the distance of the heaven-piercing nest, Yi Yun's eyes flickered, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a trace of a mysterious smile. Standing in the dark golden mist, Yi Yun's face was as calm as an ancient well, his body still and unmoving. He just looked indifferently at the golden light as it rapidly shot into the starry sky. It was obvious. The old patriarch of the gold-devouring insects wanted to lead him to a place. Now, Yi Yun wanted to see if he would be led to that great gray star. Although the great gray star was extremely far away, Yi Yun could reach it with a thought. So he was in no hurry. He would let the patriarch lead the way first. Oh no, that guy, why didn't he follow? Flying into the starry sky, the golden-eyed old man looked in the direction of the throughput nest and found that Yi Yun did not pursue. He could not help but feel a little discouraged. The dark abyss divine spider's strength was indeed very terrifying, surpassing their gold-devouring insects. In the battle just now, they had suffered heavy casualties and lost 5 elders. 100,000 years ago, a lord from the divine land came here. Before he fell asleep, he told me that if I encountered an opponent that even the gold-devouring insects could not deal with, I should lead them to that great gray star. Here, the golden-eyed old man turned his head to look at the great gray star in the depths of the starry sky, a trace of pride in his eyes. This great gray star was covered with dragon skeletons. For millions of years, all the dragon skeletons killed by the gold-devouring insects were placed on this great star. Therefore, this great gray star was also called the Dragon Death Star among the gold-devouring insects. Ever since that lord came, a part of the top of the throughput nest, from real to illusory, combined with the Dragon Death Star. Later on, layers of mist suddenly appeared on the Dragon Death Star, blocking all spiritual senses. If I'm not wrong, there must be a peerless formation on this star. The golden-eyed old man thought. As he flew backwards, he looked down at the throughput tower. Without a doubt, the dark abyss divine spider today was unparalleled in strength, and was definitely the person that Lord was waiting for. His priority now was to follow the Lord's instructions and lead the dark abyss divine spider to the Dragon Death Star. Black abyss divine spider, do you dare fight me? Seeing that Yi Yun did not take the bait, the golden-eyed old man felt helpless in his heart. He could only roar loudly and issue a challenge. The 7 of you are no match for me even after setting up the 7-star sword formation. Now that you're all alone, how are you going to fight me? Yi Yun looked up at the starry sky, his voice resounding like a great bell, filling the entire space. Some of the weaker true God realm gold-devouring soul bugs far away were shocked until they directly fainted. Damn it! Hearing Yi Yun's words and seeing that his clansmen had fainted, the golden-eyed elder was angry and helpless. Pondering for a few seconds, he turned around and flew straight to the Dragon Death Star. This person is too scary, even the patriarch has run away. What should we do? Could it be that our gold-devouring beetles are going to fall this time? Around the heaven-piercing nest, all the gold-devouring beetles floated in the air in fear. Looking at the white-robed figure, they trembled in fear. Hearing these voices, Yi Yun smiled faintly, his eyes cold and indifferent. These gold-devouring beetles had killed countless divine dragons millions of years ago. It could be said that every clansman of this race was stained with the blood of divine dragons. The anger in Yi Yun's heart erupted like a tsunami at this moment. His pupils shrank. Countless tiny purple runes, the size of stars, appeared in the depths of his eyes in an instant. A powerful force of change and destruction descended upon all the gold-devouring soul bugs like a surging tide. These gold-devouring beetles had no power to resist. At first, they were stunned. Then, before they could even cry out, they turned into countless particles and completely disappeared into the void. The golden-eyed old man, who was flying, suddenly felt something and turned back to see this shocking scene. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. No! The golden-eyed old man let out a heart-wrenching roar. The gold-devouring beetles had lived in the Xianxia continent for millions of years. Who would have thought that on this day, the entire race would be wiped out except for him? These dragon-slaying swords. Yi Yun smiled faintly and suddenly reached out to grab the 6 dragon-slaying swords floating in the dark golden mist. All of a sudden, these 6 swords seemed to be summoned by something and turned into a beam of golden light, shooting into the depths of the starry sky. Their speed was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, they plunged into the misty gray planet and completely disappeared. My sword. The golden-eyed old man also let out a cry of surprise. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand was also dragged into the dragon Death Star by a powerful force. Has that lord awakened? The golden-eyed old man looked at the dragon Death Star with a fanatical gaze. The hatred of the extermination of his clan. Perhaps only this lord would be able to avenge the gold-devouring beetles. Excited, the golden-eyed old man sped up and rushed into the gray mist of the dragon Death Star. This was his first time entering the gray mist. The faint gray mist was filled with a corrosive energy that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Floating in the mist, the golden-eyed old man looked around and was surprised to find that the dragon skeletons that were originally everywhere on this huge dragon Death Star had disappeared. Where did it all go? The golden-eyed old man was shocked. He suddenly raised his head and flew forward for a distance. He was surprised to find 7 gray stone pillars standing in the gray mist. Hiss! Seeing these 7 gray stone pillars, the golden-eyed old man's face twitched and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. All the divine dragon skeletons on the dragon Death Star had been made into 7 stone pillars. On these 7 stone pillars, there were all kinds of complicated divine runes, filled with an ancient and fierce aura. 7 golden dragon-slaying swords floated above the 7 stone pillars, blooming with golden light, penetrating the gray mist and illuminating the dark dragon Death Star. An ancient, gray temple stood behind the 7 stone pillars in the air. A figure with a terrifying aura was sitting cross-legged in the temple. It's that lord. The golden-eyed old man was overjoyed when he saw this and hurriedly flew over. He flew into the temple and knelt down with a plop. My lord, that person is here. The golden-eyed old man said in a low voice. As he spoke, he remembered the tragic death of his clansman and his body could not help but tremble. Inside the temple, the terrifying black figure sitting cross-legged on the ground was shrouded in black mist. He opened his eyes, and 2 sharp sword-like eyes pierced through the mist and fell below the dragon Death Star. Eh? The Onyx Divine Spider? That person, how could he be a remnant of the Shenlong sect? The terrifying black figure let out a surprised sound. He did not expect that the Onyx Divine Spider, who was of the same origin, would be the person he was waiting for. My lord, it is indeed the Onyx Divine Spider. It's too powerful, unbelievably powerful. The golden-eyed old man was terrified and said in a trembling voice. Oh. 100,000 years ago, my lord had a feeling when he was cultivating that a dangerous person would appear in the Xianxia continent. Now, it has come true. The black figure murmured to himself. His sword-like eyes pierced through the mist and landed on the white figure outside the heavens-piercing nest. My lord's first backup plan did not kill this person and instead allowed him to grow to this level. It's time for the second backup plan to be activated. The black figure murmured to himself. Get up. The black figure retracted his gaze and smiled. The mission of your gold-devouring bugs is basically completed. Although all your clansmen have been destroyed, as long as you are alive, you can still continue your clan. Don't panic, at this point. The black figure threw out a storage ring. In the ring, I once sealed tens of thousands of eggs of your gold-devouring bugs. With these eggs, you can still make a comeback in the future, the black figure said faintly. Thank you, Lord. The golden-eyed old man reached out to grab the storage ring, his expression excited. He did not expect that this lord actually had such a backup plan. As long as they had these tens of thousands of eggs, their gold-devouring bugs clan would not be difficult to reproduce again. The black figure explained, these are the eggs that I collected when you were sleeping in the Tong Tian nest. I did not inform you of this matter before. Lord's eyes are like torches, you have long predicted the future changes, this lowly one admires you. The golden-eyed old man said gratefully. A cold voice suddenly resounded in the grey fog. It seems that I have not killed all of them, you actually still have some eggs, this is really unexpected? The fog rolled. Yi Yin slowly descended above the dragon Death Star. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at the moment of his arrival, Yi Zichen was stunned. Suddenly, the 7 enormous stone pillars burst forth with resplendent light. The 7 dragon-slaying swords on top of the pillar suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the hidden peerless formation on the dragon Death Star was also completely activated. Buzz buzz, the void inexplicably trembled, and a powerful force of formation instantly sealed the entire dragon Death Star. Seeing the formation activated, Yi Yan's eyes flashed slightly, as if he thought of something. This formation was 70 to 80% similar to the formation in the eye of the ancient void dragon. However, the pillars of the formation were all pitch black in color. And the pillars of the formation on this grey star were gloomy grey, made of countless divine dragon bones. Black abyss divine spider, you have really become a foreign species. A man's cold voice echoed in the grey fog. Foreign species? Yi Yin smiled faintly. He stepped into the void and slowly walked towards the ancient temple. You were originally a remnant of the Shenlong sect and evolved into a black abyss divine spider. You should have forgotten everything, but now you're here to kill the gold-devouring beetles. Could it be that you've awakened something? The black figure was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice. Awaken what? What the hell are you talking about? I just don't like the gold-devouring beetles and want to kill them. Yi Yin said indifferently. Onyx divine spider, you're just a clone. Your original body is an extraordinary figure in the divine land. What you're doing right now is equivalent to betraying your original body. The black figure said bitterly. What betrayal? Everything that I've done was ordered by this honorable one. Yi Yin said with a smile. The reason why he said this was because he wanted to get information from the black figure. Although the person in the ancient temple was not the same person as the one in the ancient void dragon's eyes, he gave off a familiar feeling. He should also be a subordinate of that mysterious lord. That's absolutely impossible. The black figure snorted coldly and said indifferently, as a clone, you should be able to obtain some information from the original body. Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to betray me, but what you're doing right now is unorthodox and inexplicable. You're considered a traitor of the Black Abyss Divine Spider clan. Why would your original body give you instructions? If my guess is right, during your evolution process, the divine dragon bloodline in your body interfered with you. That's why you would retain your original memories and not be under the control of your original body. Your Excellency, this divine dragon remnant had such an unexpected change. The consequences are very serious. Your elderly self must exterminate her. The golden-eyed old man's expression was alarmed as he hurriedly said. Don't worry. The peerless killing formation has already been activated. As long as one isn't at the Divine King realm, there's no way to escape. The black figure said with a smile. That's really great, Your Excellency. When the golden-eyed old man heard that, he immediately felt his entire body relax considerably. He took 2 steps back and stood behind the black figure. At this moment, Yi Yin had already arrived in the sky above the temple. In the eyeball of the ancient void dragon, I once met someone similar to you. He also set up a formation to ambush me. I guess all of you are subordinates of that person, right? Yi Yin asked calmly. You really killed him and broke that formation. You do have some skills. The black figure's eyes were cold as he stared fixedly at Yi Yin. He said, "My Excellency will not allow any accidents to happen to you. Therefore, he set up a second formation here long ago to completely exterminate a dangerous person like you." Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, "Who is your Excellency? Is it a woman? How do you know? Could it be that you obtained some memories from my original body?" The black figure exclaimed. "You can say that." The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up, revealing a mysterious smile. The figure of the Phoenix clan had once appeared in the fairy pond. Could this so-called excellency be from the Phoenix clan? It seemed like the Phoenix clan was indeed a formidable force in the Divine Land. It seemed that all the secret schemes were related to this woman from the Wind clan. "This is troublesome," if one of the dark underworld spiders muttered. "There might be others," the black figure murmured to himself. He was initially shrouded in a cloud of black mist, which began to ripple as he was distracted. A pair of ferocious eyes could be vaguely seen sitting in the temple like a peerless beast. "Hee, so you're just a puppet inside the body of a beast. You must be having a hard time." Yi Yun saw through the clues and could not help but chuckle. The black figure was obviously not his actual body, but a wisp of his soul inside the body of a beast. "How did you know?" The black figure was astounded. He looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. The layer of black mist around him was able to isolate his divine sense. How did the man see through his disguise when he did not have any godly eyes? All of a sudden, he became even more wary of Yi Yun. The dark underworld spiders had undergone a terrifying evolution that was far beyond his knowledge. "What's so difficult about that?" Yi Yun chuckled, then lowered his head and sighed. The ancestral dragon's curse covered every corner of the Xianxia continent. It was like an impenetrable fortress, silently protecting this world. Therefore, no matter how powerful the gods in the Divine Land were, they did not dare send their true bodies here for fear of ruining their cultivation. This also prevented the Xianxia continent from being disturbed by the gods. Although the spirit qi in the Xianxia continent did not have any divinity, it developed very peacefully and was not disturbed by external forces. Or else, once the gods of the Divine Land entered, the billions of creatures in the Xianxia continent would become prisoners. I remember the formation in the ancient void dragon's eye is called the seven-star illusionary formation. Does the formation on this planet have a name? Yi Yun asked indifferently as he looked up at the fog above and finally landed on the 7 stone pillars. "This is the 7 stars of dragon and phoenix ultimate formation, one of the 4 most powerful killing formations in the Divine Land. It can kill a divine king expert," the black figure said proudly. 7 stars of dragon phoenix ultimate formation? Hearing this name, Yi Yun's expression froze, and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Dragons and phoenixes were also involved in the 7 stars ultimate formation. It was really rare. Along the way, Yi Yun had seen various variations of the 7 stars ultimate formation, but now, it was the first time he had heard of the 7 stars of dragon phoenix ultimate formation. Dark magic spider. This 7 stars of dragon phoenix ultimate formation has a total of 2 variations. Next, I want to see if you can survive the first variation. The black figure sneered. His hands trembled constantly, and a series of seals floated out, quickly sinking into the ground. Boom, the dragon Death Star suddenly emitted a loud noise. The entire planet was trembling. Strong winds blew, sand and pebbles flew, and the gray fog became violent at this moment. Swish swish, 7 gray stone pillars, their height skyrocketed, and their entire bodies bloomed with gray light like a tide. There was a faint golden color in the gray light. It seemed that every wisp of needle-like golden light was all biting cold sword chi. The 7 stars of dragon phoenix ultimate formation was completely activated at this moment. Boom boom, amidst a series of loud noises. The powerful formation attack came from all directions, as if the entire starry sky had fallen into doomsday at this moment. The golden-eyed old man who stood behind the black figure witnessed everything and was so excited that his entire body trembled. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "What a powerful formation. Compared to our 7-star sword formation, it's countless times stronger. Your 7 stars ultimate formation is just a simplified version. This is the real peerless killing formation. This 7 stars of dragon phoenix ultimate formation is a supreme formation jointly deduced by the 2 lords," the black figure said faintly. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the white figure outside the temple. He also wanted to see if this evolved dark divine spider would be able to survive the first wave of attacks from this formation. A layer of silver light flashed. On the surface of Gu Amren's body, a silver comet battle armor appeared. This god-tier armor flowed with a mysterious silver light, and the mysterious runes on its surface all lit up. Under Yi Yan's feet, the pair of red quickstep boots shone brightly. And in his hand, the chaotic 1,000 gold mirror suddenly appeared. Whoosh, a layer of golden light instantly whizzed out from the surface of the mirror and enveloped him. At this moment, Yi Yan also unleashed the power of these three great divine artifacts to the limit. Although Gu Amren's body came from the dark abyss divine spider and belonged to the divine land, it was still not strong enough. In the face of this killing formation, it was still somewhat insufficient. Therefore, Yi Yan immediately activated the three divine grade treasures. His right hand suddenly flashed, and a silver sword appeared in his hand. This sword was only at the emperor level. However, if Yi Yan wanted to use it to attack, it would be enough. So, you have 3 celestial artifacts on you. No wonder you are so arrogant, the black figure clicked his tongue. His hands didn't stop moving as he continued to cast one spell after another. The 7 stars of Dragon Phoenix Isolation formation that enveloped the entire Dragon Death Star launched wave after wave of powerful attacks amidst rumbles. Yi Yan activated the quickstep boots and disappeared in an instant. Rays of golden light pillars constantly gushed out under the tide-like attacks of the formation, and all of them were reflected back. Yi Yan held the chaotic 1,000 gold mirror in his hand, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, dealing with this formation extremely calmly. This guy is really strong. Seeing Yi Yan evading the various attacks of the formation so easily, and even many of the attacks were reflected back, the black figure's expression changed at this moment. Display the second transformation. A disdainful laugh came from the array into the ancient temple. Hearing this, the black figure's expression changed. Once the 7 stars of Dragon Phoenix Isolation formation was activated, with his current strength, he would not be able to completely control this formation. When the time comes, the Dragon Death Star would be destroyed. Outside the starry sky, the heaven-piercing nest of the gold-devouring beetle clan would naturally be destroyed under the impact of the formation. Sir, hurry up and make a move, this guy is really too strong. The golden-eyed old man saw through the clues and hurriedly urged. As long as he could kill Yi Yan, even if he lost the heaven-piercing nest, he would not hesitate. Okay. Taking a deep breath, the black figure's gaze was firm, making up his mind at this moment. He fumbled around on his body and took out a golden phoenix hairpin. This golden phoenix hairpin emitted a mysterious luster all over, noble and gorgeous, and was also a divine rank treasure. Go! The black figure roared angrily and threw out the golden phoenix hairpin in his hand. Once the golden phoenix hairpin left the temple, it instantly disappeared in the formation. Whoosh, at this moment, a huge golden phoenix phantom suddenly appeared above the formation. This golden phoenix phantom blotted out the sky and covered the earth, incomparably massive, emitting the powerful aura of the divine king realm. At this moment, even in the temple, the golden-eyed old man felt suffocated. Go! The black figure took out another golden dragon sword and threw it out again. In the end, the golden dragon sword transformed into a huge golden dragon in the sky above the formation. This huge golden dragon was extremely large, almost the same size as the golden phoenix. The most peculiar thing was that this huge golden dragon had 9 tails. 9-tailed divine dragon? Seeing this scene, Yi Yan's eyes suddenly became gloomy. It turned out that the so-called second transformation of the 7 stars of Dragon and Phoenix Ultimate Array was to add the treasures refined by the 9-tailed divine dragon and the woman from the Phoenix clan. It seems that you don't only have Master Phoenix, but also Master Long, right? Yi Yan said coldly. In the center of the rumbling formation, his voice was so clear that it was transmitted into the temple without missing a word. Haha, before you die, just be a ghost who knows the truth. This is not a secret. Master Long is naturally the 9-tailed divine dragon of the Tsangnan continent, one of the original 10 super divine dragons. The black figure sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from above the formation, which sounded like apocalyptic heavenly thunder. The dragon and phoenix phantoms intertwined and circled above the formation like a Taiji diagram. Whoosh, waves of destructive power spiraled in the air from the illusory figures of the dragon and phoenix, descending on a large area. Very well. This pair of bitches seems to have colluded. At this moment, Yin stood straight like a sword. His eyes were cold as he watched the destructive power of the dragon and phoenix phantoms descend. Outside the dragon Death Star, the void suddenly exploded, and a white figure walked out. The white figure was expressionless. Facing the destructive 7 stars of dragon and phoenix ultimate array, he stretched out his hands. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion instantly reverberated throughout the entire starry sky. The barrier formed by the formation was forcibly penetrated by the pair of large hands. This pair of enormous hands directly reached into the formation and grabbed the illusory figures of the dragon and phoenix in their hands. The dragons and phoenixes wailed and let out miserable cries. The phantoms disappeared instantly. The destructive 7 stars of dragon and phoenix ultimate array collapsed in an instant. The newcomer was Yi Yun's original body. Yi Yun held the dragon's sword in his left hand and the phoenix hairpin in his right. His face was extremely gloomy. In the ancient temple, suddenly, the 7 stars of dragon and phoenix ultimate array collapsed, and a strange man suddenly appeared above the dragon Death Star. The black figure and the golden-eyed old man felt cold all over. They looked at the sky in disbelief and trembled. Who is this person? Both of them roared in their hearts. The second transformation of the 7 stars of Dragon Phoenix Ultimate Array was enough to kill a Divine King expert. It could be seen how powerful this array was. However, the young man in white who had suddenly appeared above the Dragon Death Star was able to pierce through such a powerful formation with brute force. The treasures that the Dragon and Phoenix Lords had refined were also held in the young man's hands. They could not move at all. It was too terrifying. The golden-eyed old man was so scared that his legs had turned to jelly. Even though the black figure came from the divine land and had seen a lot, he was still trembling in fear. How could this be? The black figure muttered to himself, his eyes filled with terror. Only the Dragon and Phoenix Lords could break the 7 stars of Dragon Phoenix Ultimate Formation, one of the 4 great killing formations of the divine land. No, the black figure suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the young man in white. He said in disbelief, "So, the dangerous person is not the dark divine spider, but the young man in white. My previous judgment was completely wrong. My lord, what should we do now?" The golden-eyed old man asked in a trembling voice. "The only thing I can rely on is this formation. In terms of strength, I can't even defeat the dark divine spider." The black figure sighed and said dejectedly, "We can only wait for death." Wait for death. The golden-eyed old man's face turned as white as a sheet when he heard his lord's words. He rolled his eyes and fainted. "Luckily, I'm just a spirit clone. I've already cut off the connection with my original body. It doesn't matter if I die," the black figure mumbled to himself. He closed his eyes and waited for death to come. The gray mist on the Dragon Death Star gathered again and flowed slowly. Yi Yun's eyes were cold. He stood upright in the void like a javelin. He held the dragon sword and the phoenix hairpin in his hands. Although the 2 god-level treasures were in his hands, they were still struggling as if they were unwilling to give up. Bang! There was a huge explosion. The dragon sword and the phoenix hairpin struggled for a while and then exploded at the same time. An enormous and berserk power erupted from his palm as if it was going to shatter the heavens and the earth. Yi Yun remained indifferent. At this moment, he merely raised his hands gently and pushed this violent force into the starry sky. After the explosion, the dragon sword and the phoenix hairpin turned into countless particles and fell on the Dragon Death Star like a raging storm. Whoosh! The originally silent 7 gray stone pillars simultaneously emitted resplendent beams of light that soared into the sky and intertwined with each other in midair. The entire formation was activated once again. Its power was even greater than before. The formation was actually repaired. It seems that the dragon sword and phoenix hairpin contained some kind of power. Yi Yun looked at all of this indifferently, his face expressionless. Haha. Unbelievable. The 2 of you actually left something behind in those 2 treasures? Sensing the abnormality of the formation, the black figure suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with surprise. Wang, at this moment, the heaven-reaching nest in the starry sky suddenly trembled. The section that was originally hidden at the top of the nest became real again and connected to the dragon Death Star. Whoosh whoosh, at the bottom of the heaven-reaching nest was a huge black hole. At this moment, an indescribably vast power was generated. This power was directed at the Xianxia continent below the void. Countless violent spirit chi gathered from all directions and was transmitted upward through the black hole of the heaven-reaching nest before finally landing on the dragon Death Star. Rumble, the aura of the formation became stronger and fiercer. The 7 beams of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, piercing through the starry sky. It was as if they had formed a prison, sealing everything within. Ha ha ha. The two of you are indeed clever. I didn't expect the 7 stars of Dragon and Phoenix Ultimate Formation to have a third transformation. The black figure laughed loudly. However, the next moment, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. His body suddenly flew out of the ancient temple uncontrollably and landed in the center of the 7 stone pillars like a bolt of lightning. A strange thought had just occurred to him. Boom, there was a loud explosion. The black figure's body was suddenly blasted into pieces by a powerful force that came from within his body. His shattered body strangely turned into a black ocean current that spread out in all directions. The mighty black ocean current was absorbed by the 7 stone pillars in an extremely bizarre manner. The originally gray stone pillar had become as black as ink at this moment. There was not a trace of luster to be seen. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Rumble, the 7 stars of Dragon and Phoenix Ultimate Formation made muffled sounds. At this moment, the formation was completely black and covered the starlight in the sky. There was not a trace of light around Yiyun. The third formation can absorb the spirit chi of the Xianxia continent. Yiyun raised his eyebrows and sneered. At this moment, the spirit chi in the Xianxia continent was madly gathering in a certain direction, which immediately frightened all the experts on the continent. Yiyun shook his head. The heaven-reaching nest was absorbing the spirit chi at a very high rate. If it was allowed to continue, the foundation of the Xianxia continent would be damaged. Yiyun drew out a sword and slashed at the heaven-reaching nest. A ray of sword light was extremely sharp. The sword light suddenly appeared in the darkness and pierced through the layers of fog. It broke a corner of the formation and flew out. The sword light was like lightning. It flashed through the void of the heaven-reaching nest. A crack suddenly appeared in a certain position of the huge heaven-reaching nest. The crack grew bigger and bigger until it covered the entire heaven-reaching nest. Crack, with a muffled sound, the heaven-connecting nest was cut in half, falling down in 2 different directions. The heaven-reaching nest that was cut in half no longer absorbed the spirit chi of the Xianxia continent. Many experts of the Xianxia continent looked at a certain spot in the void with puzzled expressions. What happened? Just now, why did all the spirit chi gather in one place and then suddenly disappear? After the heaven-reaching nest was cut in half, the 7 stars of Dragon and Phoenix Ultimate Formation on the Dragon Death Star lost its supply of energy and stopped increasing its power. Whoosh, immediately after, Yiyun slashed out with his sword. This slash broke the 7 stars of Dragon and Phoenix Ultimate Formation and cut the 7 black stone pillars into 2. The formation was broken, the endless darkness retreated and starlight fell from the sky again. 7 golden dragon-slaying swords reappeared in the black light and floated in the gray fog, motionless. Whoosh, Yiyun waved his hand and all the gray fog disappeared. 7 dragon-slaying swords. Yiyun looked at the 7 swords with a fierce gaze and suddenly reached out to grab them. Crack crack crack, Yiyun's terrifying Zhu-Long strength was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. He suddenly exerted force in his palm and crushed the 7 dragon-slaying swords into a pile of scrap iron. After doing all this, Yiyun used his other hand to grab the golden-eyed old man from the ancient temple and brought him in front of him. Then, he threw the pile of scrap iron in his right hand at the ancient temple. Boom, the ancient temple was blown to smithereens. Swoosh, Yiyun flicked his finger. An imperceptible ray of light left his finger and shot into the golden-eyed elder's body. The next moment, the chief of the golden devouring insects sighed and slowly woke up. Where am I? The golden-eyed elder looked around and found that the gray mist that had shrouded the Dragon Death Star had disappeared. The 7 stars of Dragon and Phoenix Formation had also disappeared without a trace. On the Dragon Death Star. The 7 gray stone pillars made of dragon bones were also sliced in half. The mysterious lord he had always believed in had also disappeared along with the ancient temple. The golden-eyed elder was dumbfounded. What had happened? Did that lord run away with the ancient temple in advance? He looked around and found the terrifying white-clothed youth not far away. I'm not dreaming, am I? The golden-eyed old man's eyes widened as he stared at Yi Yun in disbelief, rubbing his eyes repeatedly. He had thought. He had been dreaming. How could there be such a powerful body in the world? He had broken the 7 stars of dragon and phoenix formation with just a wave of his hand. It was like a dream. As the chief of the golden devouring insects, you should know about the 3 saints' temple on the sea, right? Yi Yun asked faintly. 3 saints' temple? The golden-eyed elder's expression froze. He did not expect the terrifying young man to know about the 3 saints' temple. That was the ancestral temple of their 3 clans. I know, the golden-eyed elder did not dare to hesitate and nodded quickly at the thought of the white-clothed youth's terrifying means. Do you know where the tribulation blood crocodile is? Yi Yun asked. I don't know. The Buddha flame root and the tribulation blood crocodile have always been extremely mysterious. I don't know. The golden-eyed elder shook his head. He looked at Yi Yun's cold eyes and did not seem to believe him. He quickly explained, the 3 clans have their own missions and usually do not contact each other. We only meet occasionally when we go to the ancestral temple to pay our respects. Yi Yun frowned slightly. Do you know what force sent the 3 clans to the Tsangnan continent? Sir, I don't know. There are no records of this in the clan, the golden-eyed old man replied fearfully. What do you know? Yi Yun closed in. Sir, I don't know much about the divine land. If you don't believe me, you can search my memories, the golden-eyed old man said with a trembling voice. All right. Yi Yun thought for a while, then nodded and made his decision. Actually, he had always been worried that there would be some sort of 7 stars formation in the clan chief's mind. Once touched, one would explode and die. However, now that the gold-devouring insect clan's momentum was gone, there seemed to be no use in keeping this old patriarch. Even if Xianxia were to lose his life while searching through his memories, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's pupils shrank. The power of life and death surged into the golden-eyed elder's mind. There was no 7 stars formation in his mind. However, the golden-eyed old man had very little information. For Yi Yun, there was not much reference value. Seal! Yi Yun shouted softly. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the golden-eyed old man and put him away. Before he found the power behind the scenes, he had to keep this guy alive. Maybe he would be useful in the future. After doing all this, Yi Yun looked at the 7 broken stone pillars in the distance, his face lonely, and then sighed softly. In another direction, Gu Anren, who was controlled by a wisp of Yi Yun's spirit clone, also flew to his side at this moment. Let's go. Yi Yun withdrew his gaze, broke through the void, and walked straight in. Gu Anren followed closely behind. After leaving the mysterious space of the gold-devouring insects, Yi Yun also conveniently sealed this space. The void fluctuated. The 2 appeared in the sky above the Golden Hun mountain range. This was the nest of the gold-devouring insects. Yi Yun took a step and came to the backyard of the ancestral temple. As for Gu Anren's body, it flew towards the direction of the misty peak. Come. Yi Yun gently grasped with his hand. The soil churned and a sparkling source stone drilled out of the soil. Brother Zhong, you're back? Inside the origin stone, the golden-robed woman with her eyes closed suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw that the person who came was not her Dao partner, but a young man in white with an extraordinary temperament, she was dumbfounded on the spot. The expression on her face froze like ice. Sect. Sect master? The golden-robed woman looked at Yi Yun in disbelief and stammered. The sect master of the Shenlong sect from 100,000 years ago had long been deeply engraved in her mind. It's me. Yi Yun nodded, a smile appearing on his calm face. Sect master, it was 10,000 years ago. Didn't you die? The golden-robed woman still asked in shock. Actually, I didn't really die. Otherwise, how could you see me again? Yi Yun smiled softly. Crack, the sparkling and translucent origin stones suddenly cracked open. A ray of golden light suddenly landed at Yi Yun's feet. Xianlong sect's Insect Valley Flame Golden Beetle greets the sect master. The golden-robed woman knelt at Yi Yun's feet. Her emotions were surging and she could not help but cry bitterly. She had never expected that. 100,000 years later, right before she was about to die, she could still see the sect master of the past. Get up. Yi Yun smiled softly. With a wave of his sleeve, a ray of dermic power swept out and lifted the golden-robed woman up. I basically know everything about you. You don't have to explain. Looking at the sobbing golden-robed woman, Yi Yun felt emotional and sighed softly. 100,000 years ago. When the catastrophe descended, the sect's disciples suffered heavy casualties. Most of them died. Unexpectedly, in the insect valley beside the 100-bird forest in the back mountain of the Xianlong sect, a small beetle tenaciously survived. The Tao of fate was mysterious. Of course. For this flame golden beetle to be able to survive, it naturally could not be separated from that true god realm gold-devouring soul bug. Sect Master, our Xianlong sect was destroyed. Now that you're back, there's hope for our Xianlong sect again. The golden-robed woman wiped her tears, crying and laughing at the same time. She was in a state of madness. You've already become Tao companions with the gold-devouring soul bug. From now on, you can cultivate here. Peacefully. I'll make arrangements for the Xianlong sect, Yi Yun said lightly. Sect Master, my husband is probably dead now. I don't have many years left to live. Before I die, can you let me return to the Xianlong sect? The golden-robed woman said with a pleading face, tears gushing out again. The two of you won't die, Yi Yun smiled and a small bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. Whoosh, a stream of green water of life flowed towards the golden-robed woman. Drink it. Yi Yun ordered lightly. Yes, sect master. Feeling the surging aura of life, the golden-robed woman was pleasantly surprised. She knew that the sect master had taken out a supreme panacea to heal her body. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. How could she miss it? The golden-robed woman opened her mouth and allowed the stream to flow into it. As the water of life flowed in, a layer of green luster emerged from the golden-robed woman's body. Her face, which was originally in a state of decline, became lively again. The body tissues in her body were reborn again. Feeling all these astonishing changes, the golden-robed woman could not hide the stormy waves in her heart at this moment. She had lived for so long and had never heard that there would be such a supreme panacea in the world. In a short time, a dying person like her was reborn again. I'm afraid it won't be long before I'll be as good as new. Using her hand to touch her face that was gradually becoming smooth, the golden-robed woman's emotions surged, and tears of excitement fell again. In a few breaths, the golden-robed woman looked completely new. Her body exuded vitality, and there was no longer any sign of decay. Seeing this, Yi Yun put away the small bottle. The next moment, he waved his hand, and two bloody halves of a corpse suddenly appeared in the void. Brother Zhong. When the golden-robed woman saw the familiar corpse, her spirit suddenly collapsed. She rushed over, hugged half of the corpse, and burst into tears. Inside the carriage. Mu Qing stared at the young man and woman in front of her. A trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. The little girl in green, who was the master's younger sister, Xiaoqi, now had an extremely strong aura fluctuation. It seemed that she was about to break through to the Nirvana realm from the peak of the 10th floor of Shenzhenjing. Beside Xiaoqi sat a young man in white robe. When the master brought Xiaoqi back from outside, he also brought the young man in white robe into the carriage. Mu Qing clearly remembered that the master did not introduce the young man beside Xiaoqi outside. But after entering the carriage, he said to Mu Qing, "This is Xiaoqi's little follower. Let him cultivate in the carriage." Since Xiaoqi started cultivating, the lackey also sat down meticulously and began to cultivate seriously without saying a word. Therefore, Mu Qing and the young man in white robe did not communicate much. Wow, Miss is about to break through. The young man in white robe opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoqi beside him with surprise. However, the strong aura fluctuation from the thin and delicate body suddenly calmed down. Xiaoqi suddenly opened her eyes. Miss, why don't you continue cultivating? You're just one step away from breaking through to the Nirvana realm, the young man in white robe asked in surprise. I don't want to break through. Xiaoqi suddenly stood up and pouted. She walked around in the carriage gloomily. Miss, the master should be back soon, Muqing said with a smile. I don't know why, but I really want to see my brother at this moment. Xiaoqi stopped and looked in a certain direction. There was an indescribable sadness on her face. Muqing's heart trembled. This faint sorrowful expression didn't seem like an expression that a little girl of about 10 years old should have on her face. What was going on? Could it be that this little girl was worried about something? Just when Muqing was thinking. The young man in white robe suddenly stood up and took 2 steps forward. He said respectfully, Miss, the master should be back soon. You're just a little bit away from the Nirvana realm. If you suddenly stop, it will be difficult for you to break through the next time. Really? If I forcibly interrupt the breakthrough, it will be difficult for me to break through the next time? Little Seven tilted her head and asked curiously. Yes, any cultivator has to do it in one go when breaking through. If they suddenly stop when it's time to break through, then the next time they want to break through will be many times more difficult, the white-robed young man said solemnly. Hearing this, Little Seven lowered her head and fell silent. In the car. After the white-robed young man finished speaking, he did not say another word. Instead, he silently waited for the young lady's decision. Muqing thought about it and felt that it was necessary to persuade Little Seven. Young miss, it's actually not that serious. Even if you were forcefully interrupted this time and your next breakthrough becomes more difficult, Old Master is extremely resourceful. He'll find a way to help you solve it, Muqing said softly. You want Big Brother to solve it for me? In that case, wouldn't he be wasting resources again? Xiaoqi raised his head, and a determined expression suddenly appeared on his face. I've made up my mind. I'll break through in one go. I won't delay any longer. After saying that, Xiaoqi sat down cross-legged again and continued to break through to the Nirvana realm. The white-robed young man sat by the side, silently guarding her. Although the interruption just now didn't last long, it will still hinder the young lady's next breakthrough. I'm afraid she'll need more time, the white-robed young man thought in his heart. Outside the carriage, a red kitten lazily pulled its furry head out of its stomach and turned its head to look in the direction of the carriage. Senior Divine Silkworm, I don't know when that crystal elemental dragon will come out. I really want to communicate with it. The red kitten said with a smile. This crystal elemental dragon is the young lady's follower. Naturally, it will be treated differently. If the young lady doesn't come out, it won't come out either. A silver-white little silkworm blinked its eyes and said indifferently. Crystal elemental dragon, I've never heard of it in the divine land. A blue kitten said. In my ancient memories, I've indeed seen a crystal elemental dragon before. It was also strengthened during a battle. Hee, that feeling was really good. It was really exciting. The red kitten looked up at the depths of the void and kept recalling. In the end, it couldn't help but laugh. I wonder what the crystal elemental dragon's body looks like. If there's a chance in the future, let's have it show us? A green kitten at the side said with a smile. After all, I've seen it before. Next time, when it comes out, I'll tell it, the undead divine silkworm said. The other kittens nodded. The big black cat opened its eyes. Its black eyes rolled as if it had thought of something. Seniors, it's been a long time since we've had a new member in our cat clan, the big black cat sighed. Little Black, you really have a lot of bad intentions. Do you want to turn the young lady's follower into a kitten? The undead divine silkworm laughed. I didn't say anything. How would I dare to have such thoughts? The big black cat's expression turned serious as it spoke with conviction. The young lady needs a follower, not a kitten. Little Black, you should be more careful in the future, the big black horse's voice sounded. Whoosh, a ponytail fell and slapped the big black cat onto the carriage. The big black cat's body was getting stronger and stronger. The power of the ponytail didn't flatten it. Uncle Ma, I'm just saying. Please don't take it to heart, the big black cat bared its teeth and crawled up. Its furry paws hugged each other as it begged the big black horse for mercy. The big black horse laughed and no longer paid attention to it. The other demonic beasts also laughed along. After all, everyone knew what kind of person the nine-tailed cat was. The inside and outside of this black divine carriage were two completely different worlds. Therefore, none of the great demons outside knew that Xianxia was about to break through. At the periphery of a mountain range shrouded in fog, 5 figures with powerful auras stood quietly in the air. It was Emperor Haimong and the others. Why isn't the master here yet? We've waited for so long. The fiend god-crazed emperor rubbed his chin and looked at the 1,000-withered ridge in the distance with an anxious expression. Don't worry. I've been in the Gué abyss for so long, but I've never seen you anxious. Emperor Haimong teased. Haha, you're right. The fiend god-crazed emperor laughed loudly, and his eyes became calm. Gulp, gulp, the sound of spring water came from the fog of the 1,000-withered ridge in the distance and reached the ears of the 5 emperors. What's that smell? The green moon demon emperor twitched his nose with a surprised expression. An indescribable fragrance came from the direction of the 1,000-withered ridge. When this fragrance entered their bodies, it made them feel happy, as if they were a few years younger. Look, there's a pool of spring water gushing out from the mountain stream. Emperor Kuzhu pointed with his finger and said loudly. Everyone looked over. There was an ancient stone pool at the bottom of the mountain stream. It was 30 feet wide and there was no water in the pool. Now, there was spring water flowing out from the bottom of the pool. It was clear and pure. And the strange fragrance that they smelled came from this pool of spring water. Immortal spring? Emperor Haimong was shocked. Did the sun rise from the west? Why would the immortal spring appear in the 1,000-withered ridge? Immortal spring? Hearing Emperor Haimong's words, the other 4 emperors were stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The immortal spring was a legendary immortal spring. Generally, after a true god realm powerhouse fell, they would experience the torment of time before the immortal spring could be born in their body. The immortal spring was also divided by quality. The higher the cultivation of the expert who died, the higher the quality of the immortal spring that was born. However, the probability of the immortal spring being born was pitifully low. Millions of years ago, unimaginable battles had taken place in the Xianxia continent. On this vast land, who knew how many true god realm and above god realm cultivators and dragon race cultivators had died here? Even though countless experts had died, the immortal spring that was born in the following millions of years was extremely rare. The immortal spring was a legend. Even the other 4 emperors had only heard of the immortal spring but had never seen it. Therefore, the Blue Moon Demon Emperor and the others did not recognize it at first. Emperor Haimong, you've lived longer than us. Did the immortal spring appear in your era? Emperor Kuzhu's eyes flickered as he asked in a low voice. You've asked the right person. Emperor Haimong laughed. The era I lived in was too lucky. There was an immortal spring that appeared and I was lucky enough to drink a mouthful. However, the quality of the immortal spring was not high. It should have been born from a true god's corpse by chance. How many years can a mouthful of the immortal spring extend one's lifespan? The Blue Moon Demon Emperor laughed. If it's a large mouthful of the immortal spring, it can extend one's lifespan by about 1,000 years. Emperor Haimong shrugged and slowly recalled. I remember an earlier time, there was a divine lord realm expert's corpse that was born from the immortal spring. Rumor has it that drinking a mouthful can extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. Wow, the immortal spring has such a miraculous effect? It's far better than all kinds of immortal herbs. Back then, you all must have fought over it. The Blue Moon Demon Emperor exclaimed. That's right. Back then, experts came out in large numbers and cultivators fought with each other. There were heavy casualties and it was no less than a catastrophe. Great Emperor Haimong smiled bitterly. Demon Emperor Kuzhu looked at the immortal spring with burning eyes and said with excitement, Grand Emperor Haimong, can you tell the quality of this immortal spring? It's a little far away. Perhaps I'll be able to tell if it's closer. The Black Nightmare Emperor looked into the distance with a hint of joy in his eyes. He chuckled and said, my initial judgment is that it's at least a lot stronger than the true god fountain of youth I encountered in my era. That's great. According to what you said, this immortal spring is at least at the Divine Lord realm. The Green Moon Demon Emperor clapped and laughed. The other martial monarchs rubbed their palms in excitement. However, the 5 emperors stood in the void without moving an inch. It was as if both of them had a tacit understanding. The 5 thearchs stood there quietly for a moment. Yi Yun hadn't arrived yet. I say, guys, shouldn't we go and take the immortal spring first, lest someone else beat us to it? The Green Moon Demon Emperor licked his lips and said unwillingly. The 5 of us are already at the true God realm. Who in the Xianxia continent would be so blind as to snatch the immortal spring under the nose of the 5 of us? The fiend god-crazed emperor grunted with killing intent in his eyes. The Green Moon Demon Emperor glanced sideways and said with a frown, there are indeed no experts in the Xianxia continent who are worthy of us taking action. However, the Thousand-Withered Ridge doesn't seem to be as strange as it used to be. If a few Nirvana realm cultivators accidentally enter the stone pool and take the immortal spring away, what should the 5 of us do? Do you still need to ask? We can kill them with a slap. The fiend god-crazed emperor sneered. No matter what, we 5 great emperors are experts who suppressed an era. Now, we are already ranked as true gods. If you really want to kill those Nirvana realm ants, can you do it? The Green Moon Demon Emperor shrugged and smiled helplessly. Why can't I do it? The fiend god-crazed emperor said nonchalantly. If the old master knew that you killed the innocent and didn't even spare those Nirvana realm cultivators, I wonder if he would be angry. Great Emperor Haimong seemed to have heard something and couldn't help but laugh. When he heard this, the fiend god-crazed emperor was suddenly enlightened and came to his senses. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so arrogant and used my superior cultivation to casually slaughter those weak cultivators in the Xianxia continent. The fiend god-crazed emperor slapped his forehead and looked vexed. Alright, you don't have to blame yourselves. Since no one is here yet, let's take advantage of this time to hurry over and take the immortal spring. Great Emperor Haimong walked over and patted the fiend god-crazed emperor's shoulder with a smile. Alright. The fiend god-crazed emperor quickly nodded. Even though the 5 of us were the ones who discovered the immortal spring, in truth, even if we were to take it, we would still have to hand it over to the master, Great Emperor Haimong said. Alright, we are now members of the Shenlong sect. Naturally, we can't keep it to ourselves. The fiend god-crazed emperor nodded. The other martial monarchs expressed their agreement too. After witnessing the old master's methods, the 5 great emperors knew very well that no matter how precious the immortal spring was, it couldn't be compared to the old master's foundation. The 5 figures instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the 5 great emperors passed through the mist and entered the mountain stream. Strange, this Thousand-Withered Ridge is really different from before. Sensing that there were no strange changes in the surroundings, the fiend god-crazed emperor was shocked. It's been so long. The strange power of the Thousand-Withered Ridge should have disappeared long ago, the Green Moon Demon Emperor said disapprovingly. As he spoke, the 5 great emperors descended beside the stone pool. Whoosh, the 5 of them took a deep breath in unison. A strange fragrance assailed their noses and entered their internal organs and meridians. Their bodies were filled with an indescribable sense of comfort. It seemed that their lifespans had also increased at this moment. It's still that familiar smell. After taking a whiff of the strange fragrance, the fiend god-crazed emperor said emotionally. Gurgle gurgle. Crystal clear spring water continuously flowed from the bottom of the stone pool. In a short while, the spring water in the stone pool was already 1/3 full. The 5 great emperors waited quietly. After all, they were the first cultivators to reach the immortal spring. Even if others came, they wouldn't kill them, but they would at least chase them away. Actually, the 5 of us have been reconstructed by the old master. When we head to the divine land in the future, as long as our realms keep up, we don't have to worry about the length of our lifespans, the Crimson Heaven Great Emperor said slowly. That's right. If the 5 of us reach the divine land, I'm sure we can break through to the divine lord realm, the demon emperor Kuzhu chuckled. The 5 great emperors were all outstanding monsters. Even if they reached the divine land, they were confident that they could keep up with the cultivation progress of the divine land's divine spirits. As they spoke, the spring water in the stone pool continued to flow and was about to fill the entire stone pool. At this moment, In the center of the spring, a pure white finger bone overflowed with the gurgling water. Phalanx, they stared at the crystal-clear phalanx that suddenly emerged from the spring. Even the 5 great emperors were dumbstruck at this moment. It was hard to imagine. In such a clear and clean fountain of youth, there was actually a piece of finger bone that made people want to vomit. This spring, even if they obtained it, how could they swallow it? Damn it, this phalanx, where did it come from? The Green Moon Demon Emperor licked his lips, his voice dry. Could it be that the dead god is under the spring? The Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor muttered. How is that possible? A god's body is so huge. This small phalanx is obviously the phalanx of an ordinary human. The evil god Mad Emperor denied. Whoosh, a white light flashed in the water. Demon Emperor Ku Zhu waved his hand, and the crystal-clear phalanx fell into his hand. This phalanx is so thin. It should be the phalanx of a woman. Demon Emperor Ku Zhu looked at it seriously and said softly. A woman's phalanx? The Green Moon Demon Emperor blinked with a strange expression. Then, his pupils constricted, and he sent a wisp of his divine sense into the spring. What made him feel regretful was that there was a powerful force inside the eye of the spring that prevented his spiritual energy from passing through. The immortal spring is tied to the corpse of a dead god. If one's cultivation isn't high enough, they won't be able to see it. Demon Emperor Haimong saw the mystery and explained. The Green Moon Demon Emperor sighed and retracted his divine sense. Since there's a phalanx, does that mean there's a skeleton below? He frowned and asked. Logically speaking, that should be the case. Demon Emperor Haimong looked at the immortal spring with a deep gaze and said softly. Even though Demon Emperor Haimong had a deep understanding of the immortal spring, he had never seen such a situation. The immortal spring was born from the corpse of a god, and even divine sense couldn't penetrate it. Then how did this phalanx get in? If there really was such a skeleton in the depths of the immortal spring, it would be even more frightening. What kind of cultivation did this person have? How did she die in the spring of the Thousand Wither Ridge with such a cultivation? Gurgle gurgle, the immortal spring continued to flow out, and it was about to reach the edge of the stone pool. Although it's unlucky to have a phalanx in the water, the immortal spring is real. Let's keep it first. The Green Moon Demon Emperor said to himself. He took out a small bottle and pointed the mouth of the bottle downwards. Suddenly, a suction force gushed out and sucked in all the spring water. Gurgle, a large chunk of white bone appeared abruptly, gushing out along with the spring water. The pupils of the 5 emperors shrank, and their expressions changed slightly. Each of them felt a chill run down their spines. This piece of bone should be the bone of a small arm. This hand bone was still pure white and translucent, as if it was made of fine jade. It looks like the entire skeleton will flow out from the inside. Demon Emperor Haimong sighed. Faced with such a strange situation, he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, it was just a skeleton. If a powerful strange life form suddenly emerged from the spring eye, comparable to a true god realm, then the 5 of them would be very busy. Demon the Demon Great Emperor. She's been dead for so many years. Can she be revived? The Green Moon Demon Emperor said disapprovingly. It's impossible. Look at this phalanx of the phalanx. How can she be revived? Demon Emperor Ku Zhu raised the phalanx of the phalanx and laughed. Haha. The other demon emperors also laughed heartily. In an instant, the stone pool at the bottom of the deep mountain stream was filled with laughter. The atmosphere was not as tense as before. Gurgle gurgle, spring water continued to flow out of the spring. The phalanx of the phalanx floated to the edge of the stone pool with the spring water and spun with the force of the water. No one paid attention to the phalanx. Only Demon Emperor Ku Zhu's eyes flickered. He touched the phalanx of the phalanx and hesitated whether to keep it. The spring water that was flowing quickly suddenly stopped. It was as if something was blocking the spring. The 5 demon emperors were surprised. Suddenly, with a gulp sound, a pure white and translucent skeleton suddenly drilled out of the mouth of the spring. This skeleton was relatively complete. It was only missing a phalanx and a phalanx. Such a slender skeleton. It's indeed a woman. Demon Emperor Ku Zhu's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. After this skeleton emerges, the spring will no longer be blocked. I believe it won't be long before we can collect all the spring water. The Green Moon Demon Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. He raised the small bottle in his hand and began to absorb the spring water again. The phalanx of the stone pool suddenly went against the flow of the water and floated toward the skeleton. What's going on? Why is the phalanx of its own accord? The Green Moon Demon Emperor widened his eyes in disbelief. It's a little strange. Demon Emperor Haiming's eyes darkened again. He had entered the Thousand Withered Ridge once before. At that time it was extremely strange and dangerous. Therefore, he had always been brooding over this place. However, what he did not expect was that after 1,000,000 years, the Thousand Withered Ridge no longer had the strange power to absorb chi and dermic powers. However, Demon Emperor Haimong still did not completely let down his guard against the Thousand Withered Ridge. Under the shocked gazes of the 5 Demon Emperors, the phalanx of the phalanx returned to the skeleton and connected perfectly. Kacha, a horrifying sound rang out from the spring water. The pure white skeleton suddenly turned over and half-knelt in the spring water. F***ck, she's alive. The Green Moon Demon Emperor exclaimed. The bottle in his hand trembled and almost slipped out of his hand. The expressions of the other 4 Demon Emperors changed drastically. At this moment, they were also on guard. Demon Emperor Ku Zhu even took out his chaos-withered bamboo and looked at the skeleton warily. This skeleton did not give off any aura of cultivation. There were no signs of life. However, this skeleton started to move. It was as if someone was controlling it. Even though the 5 Demon Emperors were experienced and knowledgeable, they had never seen such a strange skeleton. My hand. At this moment, the skeleton slowly stood up and looked at Demon Emperor Ku Zhu with its empty eye sockets. A sinister female voice came from its leaky chin. Here, Demon Emperor Ku Zhu shuddered. At this moment, he felt as if there was a knife on his back. He hurriedly threw the phalanx over. A ray of light flashed. This small phalanx landed on the skeleton and accurately landed on the missing hand. Who am I? The pair of empty eye sockets on the skeleton looked around. It opened its mouth and let out intermittent cries. The voice sounded like it was weeping and complaining. It was hair-raising. Demon Emperor Haimong, what kind of strange creature is this? Demon Emperor Guangdi held his sword to his chest and looked at the skeleton with a frown. He lowered his voice and asked. I don't know either. The last time I entered the Thousand Withered Ridge, there was no such strange creature. Demon Emperor Haimong sighed. The 2 of them had just finished talking. With a flash of white light, the skeleton in the stone pool suddenly disappeared. Ah! Demon Emperor Ku Zhu screamed. The other 4 Demon Emperors hurriedly turned their heads and saw that the skeleton had appeared behind Demon Emperor Ku Zhu. The skeleton's 4 limbs were all open and tightly hugged Demon Emperor Ku Zhu's body. Demon Emperor Ku Zhu did not expect the skeleton to be so fast. Although he was frightened, he still raised the chaos-withered bamboo in his hand and pointed it at the skeleton's head. Pfft! A muffled sound was accompanied by Demon Emperor Ku Zhu's shocking scream. Blood dripped. The white bone hand reached into Demon Emperor Ku Zhu's chest and grabbed his heart. It stuffed it into its mouth and chewed. In the blink of an eye, the powerful Demon Emperor Ku Zhu's heart was dug out and eaten by the mysterious skeleton. The chaos-withered bamboo tore through the air. Bang! The skeleton stretched out its finger, and a silver light bloomed from its fingertip as it sent the chaos-withered bamboo flying. Crack! Crack! The skeleton continued to chew on the heart, making a terrifying sound. Just like that, a fresh heart was swallowed. A red tongue grew out of the skeleton's mouth like a spirit snake and pierced into the back of Demon Emperor Ku Zhu's head at lightning speed. Demon Emperor Ku Zhu screamed and his head immediately drooped down. In this short moment, Demon Emperor Ku Zhu's brain became empty. The flesh, blood, and primordial spirit in his head did not escape. They were all swallowed by the skeleton in an instant. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the remaining 4 emperors felt as if they had fallen into 10,000-year-old ice. Their bodies were cold and stiff, and they could not move. They naturally knew Demon Emperor Ku Zhu's strength very well. Even if they launched a sneak attack, it was impossible for them to subdue Demon Emperor Ku Zhu in an instant. Moreover, Demon Emperor Ku Zhu now had the chaos-withered bamboo, which made him even more powerful. If they did not experience a battle, even if the four emperors joined forces, they would not be able to subdue Demon Emperor Kuzhu. Puff, Demon Emperor Kuzhu, who had lost his heart and brain, tilted his body and suddenly fell to the side of the pool. There was no sound. At this moment, he had completely fallen. The skeleton floated in the air. Due to devouring the flesh and blood and Demon Emperor Kuzhu's spiritual power, the skeleton had undergone a shocking change. A blood-red tongue grew out of the heart that it had just eaten. Next, the internal organs of the skeleton also grew out at this moment. As there was no skin or flesh, only a tongue in the mouth, this skeleton looked even more terrifying. The four emperors' faces were gloomy, as if they were facing a great enemy. Although they had trampled on countless paragons in their respective eras, killing their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and were used to all kinds of deaths, the sudden death of Demon Emperor Kuzhu still caused the four of them to fall into a huge shock. They were very clear. At this moment, they could only survive for a short while. If the master did not come today, the five of them would all die in the Thousand Withered Ridge. Whoosh, the bottle in the Blue Moon Demon Emperor's hand suddenly flew out and landed in the hands of the skeleton. You! The Blue Moon Demon Emperor was taken aback. Kiki, there's no fountain of youth. It's all a lie, the skeleton said eerily. Then, it turned the bottle down and poured out the spring water. The spring water, which was originally filled with a strange fragrance, had lost all its flavor. The clear spring water had also turned into black decaying water, emitting a foul stench. This isn't the fountain of youth? The Blue Moon Demon Emperor was shocked. By the side, Great Emperor Black Mane hurriedly looked at the stone pool and discovered that the originally crystalline spring water had turned black. Oh no, the other party is proficient in mental attacks. I'm afraid we've been caught in an illusion for a long time. Great Emperor Haimeng exclaimed. From the very beginning, they had fallen into the trap set by the skeleton. Every step was careful and cautious. Until Demon Emperor Kuzhu was the first to fall. There is no good man in this world. The skeleton said coldly. In the next moment, her white and translucent skeletal body suddenly disappeared. The Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor felt a chill on his back. Before he could react, he only felt a pain in his chest as his heart was pulled out. Poof, a red tongue pierced into the back of the Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor's head. At this moment, the Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor also fell. Kacha kacha, the skeleton swallowed the Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor's heart, and flesh began to grow on its body. Die. The remaining Great Emperor Haimeng, the Blue Moon Demon Emperor, and the evil god Mad Emperor all roared and attacked the skeleton. The skeleton instantly disappeared again. Only the kacha kacha sound of chewing hearts echoed mercilessly in the surroundings. Ah! The Blue Moon Demon Emperor screamed. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and before he knew it, his heart had been dug out. Then, two more screams sounded. The hearts of Great Emperor Haimeng and the evil god Mad Emperor were dug out at almost the same time. However, their heads, were still intact. The skeleton held the three fresh, bloody hearts in its hands and began to chew on them with gusto. A pair of ferocious eyes emitted a faint blood-red light as they stared intently at the three people whose bodies were constantly swaying. Although they had lost their hearts, the remaining three great emperors were not completely dead. But at this moment, the confidence of the three great emperors had collapsed and they no longer had any will to live. This battle was completely a one-sided massacre. They were no match for it at all. Divine Lord Realm. Haha, how can there be such a terrifying and strange creature in the Thousand Withered Ridge? The great Emperor Haimeng's eyes were lifeless as he looked at the skeleton with its mouth full of blood and laughed miserably. Ha ha ha. The skeleton that was chewing the hearts suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed crazily. In the next moment, the skeleton disappeared again. The terrifying white light swept past the three great emperors and the blood-red tongue accurately pierced their brains, absorbing all the essence in an instant. Plop, the three corpses fell to the ground one after another. 5 great emperors of the true god realm died so tragically in the Thousand Withered Ridge. In the air, there was a strong smell of blood. After devouring the 5 hearts and brains, the skeleton finally grew a complete body. Her skin was as white as snow and her facial features were extremely exquisite. She was like a woman in a painting. However, her long black hair was messily draped over her body. Coupled with her crazy expression, she did not look like a human at all. Instead, she looked like a beast-like lunatic. At this moment, the woman wiped her body and a wave of dermic power swept out, condensing into a blood-red robe that she put on. There was a fluctuation in the void. A white silhouette walked out from inside. "Did you do this?" Looking at the corpses on the ground, Yiyan frowned and asked indifferently. At this moment, due to the space, he only left the woman in red with a white back view. Ah. Seeing a man in white appear, the woman in red suddenly became deranged and roared crazily, mumbling something in her mouth. Yiyan turned around and his eyes were like two sharp swords that pierced the woman in red. The woman in red's cultivation had reached the peak of true God realm level 10 and could be considered a half-step divine lord. With such a cultivation, it was not something that the 5 great emperors could deal with. This woman is deranged. Perhaps the will of the dead god has transformed into a strange creature, Yiyan said indifferently. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the woman in red. The woman in red struggled with all her might and made a woo-woo sound. However, how could she break free from Yiyan's grasp with her strength? Yiyan grabbed the woman in red with one hand and pulled her in front of him, sizing her up. The woman in red was less than a meter away from him. In her bloodthirsty eyes, the originally chaotic gaze suddenly sobered up for a rare moment. 13th ancestor? The woman in red said loudly. At this moment, the ferocious expression on her face froze. Yiyan was slightly shocked. What did the woman in red just call him, 13th ancestor? The 13th ancestor. Although there were only 4 words, they set off a storm in Yiyan's heart. The number 13 naturally corresponded to Yiyan, the 13th sect master of the Xianxia sect. The woman in red called Yiyan 13th ancestor. There was no doubt that she must be a disciple of the Xianxia sect. 100,000 years ago, a terrible catastrophe befell the Xianxia sect. Countless disciples died on the spot. A small number of them survived. Of course. In that one-sided massacre, all the disciples who survived were poisoned by the black hellish spider. After years of suffering, they finally became the black hellish spider's doppelganger. Like 9th junior sister Guanren. But there was one thing. In the era when Yiyan was in charge of the Xianxia sect, the disciples in the sect had only been passed down to the 14th generation. There was no 15th generation. The woman in red in front of him called him the 13th ancestor, so in terms of seniority, she was at least 3 generations away. At least the 16th generation. How could a disciple after the 16th generation recognize him? What was the identity of the woman in red? At this moment, Yiyan's mind was full of complicated thoughts. Which generation of disciples are you, from the Xianxia sect? Yiyan took a deep breath, looked at the woman's ferocious face, and asked calmly. The woman in red had disheveled hair and a ferocious expression. She didn't look like a normal cultivator. Haha. The woman in red suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Her expression became crazy again, and she muttered some vague words. Yiyan frowned. Based on her current behavior, the woman in red had already lost her mind. Can you understand human language? Yiyan was very patient and asked calmly again. The woman in red continued to laugh strangely. If her body wasn't held in Yiyan's hand and couldn't move, no one knew how she would laugh. Suddenly, Yiyan loosened his hand. Whoosh, the woman in red immediately turned into a red light and floated away. Smack, she stuck out her blood-red tongue and licked the blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Yiyan with a sinister gaze. Kikik. The woman in red laughed strangely again. Then, she suddenly disappeared. The next moment, she appeared behind Yiyan and stretched out her soft snake-like limbs, coiling around him like lightning. You've really gone mad. You just called me the 13th generation ancestor, and now you're attacking me. Are you trying to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? Yiyan frowned. No matter how fast the red-clothed woman was, she was also merely a half-step divine lord realm. The difference between him and Yiyan was like the difference between clouds and mud. Yiyan's body didn't move. However, a mysterious power descended behind him. The woman in red was suddenly frozen in midair. She opened her arms and legs and hung in the air like an octopus, giving off an extremely comical feeling. However, the red-clothed woman's hair was messy and her face was ferocious. Her actions made her look even more sinister and terrifying. Yi Yun turned around and slowly walked in front of the woman. The two were less than a foot apart. "Do you really know me?" Yi Yun calmly asked. "Kakik." The red-clothed woman's eyes were chaotic. She laughed strangely, her voice as unpleasant as an owl's. As if she didn't respond to Yi Yun's words at all. Yi Yun was about to take action and investigate the red-clothed woman's brain when her laughter suddenly stopped. 13th generation ancestor, you are the dead 13th generation ancestor. The red-clothed woman's expression froze as she muttered to herself. Hearing the red-clothed woman's murmur again, Yi Yun's expression instantly became dignified. The red-clothed woman's words revealed a lot of information. Without a doubt, she must be a disciple of the Xianxia sect. Perhaps she had seen his portrait through some means, so she recognized him. In the records of the Xianxia sect, the disciples of the later generations naturally knew that he, the 13th generation sect master, had already fallen before the catastrophe of the sect. "Yes, I am Yi Yun." Yi Yun raised his eyebrows slightly and responded indifferently. 13th generation ancestor, you have been dead for so many years. How can I still see you alive? Am I dead, too? The red-clothed woman stared at Yi Yun's handsome face. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face and she burst into tears. "Kiki, haven't I died once? Why didn't I see you last time?" The red-clothed woman cried and laughed at the same time. She was absent-minded and said in a strange voice. Yi Yun's brows furrowed as he listened to her confusing words. This disciple of the divine dragon sect's later generation must have suffered a huge mental blow. That was why he had such a reaction. The 5 emperors had their hearts and brains dug out by her just now and died miserably. It could be seen that her mind was not inferior to that of a crazy wild dog. Thinking of this, Yi Yun took out the glazed 8 treasures vase. Although the 5 emperors had died, they had just died. They could still be saved. Of course, Yi Yun would not let the 5 emperors die completely. After all, the 5 emperors were now disciples of the Xianxia sect. 5 drops of triple brilliant sacred water whizzed out and fell in 5 different directions. In less than a second, the triple brilliant sacred water entered the bloody corpses. The 5 corpses underwent earth-shaking changes. Their injuries were healing, their hearts and brains were being rebuilt, even their primordial spirits were being summoned back by some strange force. This was the triple brilliant sacred water. In the ancient untainted world, only the leader of the 3 pure ones, the primeval Lord of Heaven, had the best healing medicine. In a few breaths, the 5 emperors were completely healed. Everyone opened their eyes and jumped up from the ground. "How, am I alive?" Demon Emperor Ku Zhu touched the back of his head with his hand and said in confusion. He clearly remembered that his brain had suffered a heavy blow. In just a moment, his entire brain and primordial spirit had been eaten by the skeleton. "Haha, so it's Master. No wonder we were resurrected." After the Green Moon Demon Emperor opened his eyes, he looked up and saw the familiar white figure. He immediately grinned and was extremely happy. "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." The Black Mane Great Emperor bowed and said. His eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. "Thank you, Master." The other 4 emperors also walked over and bowed. "I didn't expect that the 5 of you would die tragically in the 1,000 Withered Ridge," Yi Yun said with a smile. When the 5 emperors heard this, they immediately looked embarrassed. "Master, we can only blame this demoness in red for being too powerful. She used a mental attack to lure us into the mountain stream, and then she killed Demon Emperor Ku Zhu by surprise." The Black Mane Great Emperor slowly recounted the entire process. "I see." Yi Yun nodded silently. However, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes as he looked at the red-clothed woman. There was no doubt. Based on the means that the red-clothed woman had used just now, she did not come from the Xianxia sect. "Master, since you've already subdued the red-clothed demoness, hurry up and kill her. She's just too terrifying," Demon Emperor Ku Zhu said with lingering fear. It's indeed terrifying. When I think about how she held our hearts and chewed them until they were dripping with blood, I feel an indescribable fear in my heart, the Green Moon Demon Emperor sighed. Master, this demoness is probably a strange creature formed by the will of the dead deity. We can't let her live. The Black Mane Great Emperor said in a low voice. I know what to do. After hearing the 5 emperors' words, Yi Yun's expression was very calm. He said indifferently, she can't die, can't die. Hearing their master's words, the 5 emperors were shocked and speechless. Master, this demoness in red crawled out from the bottom of Thousand Withered Ridge. She devoured flesh and blood as a skeleton and turned into her current appearance. She's delirious and crazy. If we don't kill her, what's the point of keeping her alive? Great Emperor Haimong licked his lips and asked carefully. What's the point of keeping her alive? Yi Yun chuckled. There was a complicated look in his eyes. He lowered his gaze and ordered, all of you, go back first. Yes, master. Great Emperor Haimong was stunned for a moment before he immediately agreed. He gave the other 4 emperors a look, and the 5 of them hurriedly left Thousand Withered Ridge. After flying for a while, the Green Moon Demon Emperor could not suppress the impulse in his heart. He frowned and asked, what happened? Why didn't Master kill that demoness in red first? You're asking me, but how would I know? Demon Emperor Kuzhu shrugged and smiled bitterly. Let's not make wild guesses. Master must have found some clues and needs to investigate Thousand Withered Ridge. Let's hurry back to the carriage, Great Emperor Haimong said solemnly. Okay. The other 4 emperors' expressions froze. They immediately understood and shut their mouths and hurried back. In Thousand Withered Ridge, Yi Yun had his hands behind his back as he looked calmly at the ferocious-looking woman in red. After sighing, he gently reached out a hand and brushed aside her messy black hair. Do you really not remember how many generations of Xianxia sect disciples you are? Yi Yun asked softly. Without the cover of her black hair, her delicate little face appeared completely in front of Yi Yun. There was no denying it. If this woman in red did not enter that crazy state, she would definitely be a beauty who could cause the downfall of a city. There's actually such a beauty among the disciples of Xianxia sect, Yi Yun chuckled softly in his heart. 100,000 years ago, there were also many beautiful disciples in Xianxia sect. There were also many who had a crush on him, the sect master. Unfortunately, the falling flowers were willing, but the heartless flowing water was merciless. Yi Yun had always disliked rabbits that only ate the grass around their burrows, so he also turned a blind eye to the feelings of those female disciples in the sect. 249th generation. After a few seconds of silence, the woman in red suddenly opened her mouth and spoke with difficulty. What? The 249th generation? When Yi Yun heard the woman in red's words, he was slightly startled and his expression changed. The reason why he was so sensitive to the number 249th was because the 250th leader of the Xianxia sect was Long Xian, who had ulterior motives. This was a person who had committed a heinous crime. There was no disciple of the Xianxia sect who didn't hate him. Even Yi Yun did not have any positive feelings towards Long Xian. What was unexpected was that the red-clothed woman in front of them was actually a disciple of the 249th generation. According to common sense, didn't that mean that she had seen Long Xian before? Yi Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. What else do you remember? He asked quickly. I don't remember, the red-clothed woman said anxiously. After saying that, her expression suddenly changed. Her face became ferocious, and she began to laugh strangely. There is no good man in the world, she said hatefully. Seeing the woman in red's hysterical behavior, Yi Yun frowned. Obviously, she had been seriously stimulated. According to the standards of his previous life, she had been stimulated into a severe psychopath. Was she trapped by love, or was there some other reason? Yi Yun ignored the strange laughter of the woman in red. After a while of silence, he finally made up his mind to search her memory. The reason why he was cautious. Yi Yun was also afraid that there was a mastermind behind the scenes in the mind of the woman in red. However, the woman in red had already gone crazy. Even if her mind exploded, it would not be a big deal for Yi Yun. He would be reborn. It was just that after being reborn, the little bit of memory left would also disappear. His entire being would become dull and stupid, and he would become a walking corpse. Whoosh, purple runes flashed in his eyes. A force of change of life and death instantly descended into the mind of the woman in red. In that illusory world, all of his memories had become fragmented and blurry, as if someone had forcefully destroyed them. In her mind, only a little memory was left. It was very clear and bright. In a square, a large group of disciples knelt on the ground and kowtowed to an ancient painting. A middle-aged man in a black robe stood majestically beside the ancient painting with his hands behind his back. "You are the 249th generation of disciples of the Xianxia sect. You must remember that our Xianxia sect was the most powerful eternal sect in the Xianxia continent tens of thousands of years ago." When the middle-aged man said this, a bright light flashed in his eyes. This kind of light was extremely dazzling. It was as if at this moment, he had turned into an eternal realm expert and stood at the peak of the Xianxia continent. Not only his eyes, but his whole body exuded an indescribable arrogance. After a few breaths, the middle-aged man looked at the ancient painting with a fiery gaze as he said in a loud voice, "The person in the ancient painting that all of you are kneeling to is our divine dragon sect's 13th sect master, Patriarch Yun." Some of the disciples in the square looked at the person in the ancient painting. Most of them had a blank look in their eyes. They were all new disciples and did not know much about this ancestor. Ancestor Yun is the 13th ancestor of the Xianxia sect. He once suppressed an era and was invincible in the world. He is known as the #1 eternal realm expert in the Xianxia continent. He is the most powerful sect master in the history of the Xianxia sect. You must observe this ancient painting and keep the image of the ancestor in your mind," the middle-aged man said loudly with a sacred look. Bang bang bang, the disciples in the square were overwhelmed with emotions and their blood was boiling. They kept kowtowing to the ancient painting. The memory fragments in the mind of the woman in red came to an abrupt end. As for the other memories, they had long been shattered. Yun searched carefully and finally found a familiar figure in a small memory fragment. Long Xian, the 250th sect master, appeared in the memory of the woman in red. Although Yun was prepared, he was still a little surprised. Although it was only the back of Long Xian, he could feel the hatred of the woman in red for him from the small memory fragment. This is a little strange. What is the relationship between the woman in red and Long Xian? There is a gap of 1 generation between them, but she hates him so much. Yun's eyes flickered and jumped like fire as he said lightly. He suddenly remembered. The woman in red had said, "There is no good man in the world." It seems that the relationship between Long Xian and her is not ordinary, Yun said in his heart. Thinking of this, Yun began to look around and size up. Logically speaking, the woman in red had lived for tens of thousands of years and appeared as a skeleton in the Thousand Withered Ridge. There were many suspicious points. Yun walked to the stone pool. Whoosh, the black water in the stone pond surged out in 2 directions, revealing the mouth of the black spring. Yun drew a sword and slashed at the spring. Chi, the stone pool split from the middle and the crack extended. Even the huge mountain stream was split into 2. A huge black crack appeared in front of Yun. In the depths of the crack, there was a ball of dark red light that was spinning non-stop. The light was very dim and the power it emitted was extremely weak. It seemed that the light would disappear after spinning for a while. What is this? In a flash, Yun appeared in front of the dark red ball of light. His eyes flickered as he looked it up and down. He realized that the dark red ball of light was constantly producing a mysterious suction force as it spun. This suction force was relatively weak and its area of effect was extremely limited. It was only limited to a space of a few hundred feet. This is not an ordinary suction force. If it were an ordinary person, their essence, blood and dermic powers would have been sucked dry. Understanding this suction force, Yun's eyes revealed a look of realization. Thousand Withered Ridge was known as one of the 4 perilous lands. The reason why it was so terrifying in the legends was because anyone who entered the Thousand Withered Ridge would be instantly turned into a dried corpse. Many people did not know where this strange force came from. After all, it was extremely difficult for the cultivators in Xianxia continent to resist this suction force, even if they had reached the Eternal Realm. Most of the powerful cultivators who entered Thousand Withered Ridge had died. Looking at it now, the source of this suction force should be this dark red ball of light. Whoosh whoosh, the faint sound of air currents could be heard. The dark red ball of light was still spinning by itself, constantly producing a suction force that persistently acted on his body. Such a suction force, to Yi Yun, was as insignificant as air. A thought appeared in his mind. Yi Yun suddenly reached out and pressed his hand on the dark red ball of light. The red ball of light immediately stopped spinning. At the same time, the suction force also disappeared. Interesting. These dark red balls of light. What are they? Yi Yun smiled faintly and a look of inquiry appeared on his face. The next moment, countless tiny purple runes that looked like stars flashed in his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, they constantly changed positions. Waves of power continuously descended on the red ball of light. Yi Yun began to deconstruct it. After a few breaths, Yi Yun withdrew his gaze. If Yi Yun's guess was correct, these dark red balls of light should be formed from some kind of cultivation technique in Hierarch Thousand Withered's body. This kind of cultivation method walked the path of life and death. It could absorb flesh and dermic powers to strengthen oneself. This kind of cultivation method could be considered a fast way to cultivate. In Yi Yun's opinion, although it was powerful, it also had many hidden dangers. After Hierarch Thousand Withered died, he turned into a mountain range. Although Hierarch Thousand Withers was dead, the dark red ball of light formed by the cultivation method in his body did not disappear. Instead, it was still operating on its own. It was constantly absorbing the flesh, blood, magic, and other energies of all living beings. Thinking of this, Yi Yun took out the dragon-subduing cauldron. Golden light flashed, and a golden dragon soul emerged. It was none other than the 8-division stupid dragon. Greetings, Lord Zulong. When the 8-division stupid dragon saw Yi Yun, it immediately prostrated itself on the ground in excitement. Get up. Yi Yun said faintly. He pointed at the dark red ball of light and asked, is this formed by Divine Sovereign Thousand Withered's cultivation method? The 8-division stupid dragon was stunned for a moment. It stared at the dark red ball of light and thought for a moment. Its eyes suddenly lit up and it quickly answered, my lord, this is the Thousand Withers Divine Sovereign Thousand Withered's cultivation method, the Thousand Withers Divine Sovereign Thousand Withered's 10,000 transformations wheel, so it's the 1,000 transformations wheel. Yi Yun nodded. Although he had read the 8-division stupid dragon's memories before, he had only read the memories of the battle between the 10 supreme divine dragons in ancient times. He had only skimmed over some of the details. Therefore, he had no impression of the 1,000 transformations wheel in Hierarch Thousand Withered's body. Now that he heard the 8-division stupid dragon's explanation, Yi Yun basically understood. Lord Zulong, if I remember correctly, there were a total of 9,000 transformations wheels in Hierarch Thousand Withered's body. The 8-division stupid dragon said. There are 8 more? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows. His powerful divine consciousness spread out like a tide. Although the 1,000 withered ridge formed by Hierarch Thousand Withered's corpse blocked out divine consciousness detection, it was only effective against certain practitioners. For Yi Yun, it existed in name only. Yi Yun soon found some clues in the other 8 places. The 8 spaces were located in different places in the 1,000 withered ridge. But what was strange was that there was nothing in these spaces. These 8 spaces were almost the same as the space Yi Yun was in. It seemed like they were the places where the 1,000 transformations wheel was stored. However, there was no 1,000 transformations wheel now. Not a single one. Only the space Yi Yun was in had a 1,000 transformations wheel. Yi Yun told the 8-division stupid dragon about this discovery. Lord Zulong, the 1,000 transformations wheel contains an extremely abundant amount of flesh and blood energy and dermic power. It far surpasses any treasure of heaven and earth. Could it be that someone has taken it away? The 8-division stupid dragon analyzed. What you said makes some sense, Yi Yun said in a low voice. He reached out his hand. A red light flashed and the lady in red suddenly appeared in front of the dark red 1,000 transformations wheel. As Yi Yun had just retracted his hand, the 1,000 transformations wheel started to spin again. Hee, looking at the 10,000 transformations wheel, the lady in red started to laugh crazily again. Lord Zulong, this lady also has a very faint divine dragon bloodline in her body. The 8th-division stupid dragon stared at the lady in red and said in surprise. Yes. Yi Yin nodded. He hadn't noticed this before. Now that the 8th-division stupid dragon had mentioned it, Yi Yin checked it out and found that it was true. The divine dragon bloodline in the lady in red was hidden in her bones, so the aura of the bloodline was almost non-existent. If one did not take the initiative to check, it would be difficult to discover this. However, the next moment, Yi Yin stared at the lady in red and was shocked. This is the nine-tailed divine dragon bloodline? Yi Yin said with a frown. He had been to the small world of the deity pond and seen the 7 Stars clan members. He had sensed the aura of the 9-tailed divine dragon bloodline. The aura of the dragon clan bloodline in the lady in red's bones was exactly the same as the bloodline in the 7 Stars clan members. From this, Yi Yin could determine that this was the bloodline of the 9-tailed divine dragon. After hearing Yi Yin's words, the 8th-division stupid dragon was shocked. Lord Zulong, are you saying that this lady's divine dragon bloodline comes from the 9-tailed divine dragon? The 8th-division stupid dragon asked with difficulty. Yes, the 9-tailed divine dragon bloodline in her body is not pure and is mixed, Yi Yin said softly. At this moment, his heart gradually calmed down. As for the Long Xian and the lady in red, Yi Yin seemed to have found some clues, but these clues were hidden in his heart and did not completely surface. The Long Xian and the 9-tailed divine dragon had an inexplicable relationship. The lady in red was the 249th generation disciple of the Xianxia sect, but she had the rare 9-tailed divine dragon bloodline. It was because of this bloodline that she had a certain connection with the Long Xian. Lord Zulong, this 10,000 transformations essence wheel is extremely dim. It seems to have been completely absorbed by this lady. The 8th-division stupid dragon looked at the lady in red and then at the dark red ball of light and suddenly said. And? Yi Yin asked with a smile. Reporting to Lord Zulong, the 1,000 transformations wheel is a divine ability formed by cultivating the 1,000 withering divine skill. Each of the 9,000 transformations wheels in the body of an ancient hierarch has its own unique abilities. The 8th-division Buddha dragon hesitated for a moment before continuing in a low voice. Now that the remaining 1,000 transformations wheel has dimmed, it means that most of its energy has been absorbed by the young lady. At the same time, the divine ability within the 1,000 transformations wheel has also been inherited. Yi Yin nodded. Great Emperor Haimong had once said that they had suffered from a mental attack that caused them to hallucinate. The disciples of the Xianxia sect were not good at this kind of divine ability. The mental attack must have come from the 1,000 transformations wheel. After the lady in red had inherited it, she had gained this special ability. Lord Zulong, the 1,000 transformations wheel is the product of an ultimate god expert. It's extremely powerful. I don't know how the young lady merged with it and successfully absorbed it. It's really strange, the 8th-division Buddha dragon blinked and said doubtfully. It's really strange, Yi Yin frowned slightly and said, she's a disciple of the Xianxia sect. In terms of cultivation, she's at most in the eternal realm. However, she was able to survive in the 1,000 transformations wheel and absorb its energy to finally break through to the peak of true God realm level 10. This is really strange. Lord Zulong, if that's the case, I have some guesses, the 8th-division Buddha dragon said hesitantly. Go ahead. Yi Yin smiled gently. The young lady's cultivation wasn't high in the past. She should be able to reach the peak of true God realm level 10 after absorbing 1,000 transformations wheel. As for the other 8,000 transformations wheels, if I'm not wrong, they were taken away by someone else. The 8th-division Buddha dragon said slowly. Taken away by someone else? Yi Yin's heart skipped a beat when he heard the 8th-division Buddha dragon's words. An image suddenly appeared in his mind. It was Long Xian. In the Cangnan continent, there were not many experts who had surpassed the eternal realm. Almost no one could take away the 8,000 transformations wheels of Supreme Hierarch 1,000 Withers. Only someone with unfathomable strength like Long Xian could possibly take it away. That should be the case. Lord Zulong, this person took away 10,000 transformations wheel. Once he successfully absorbs them, I'm afraid his cultivation will reach the high level of the Divine Monarch realm. The 8th-division Stupid Dragon said solemnly. I understand. Yi Yin nodded calmly. It did not matter whether Long Xian had taken the 8 10,000 transformations wheels or not. Yi Yan was more concerned about the 249th generation disciple of the Shenlong sect in front of him. Just who was it that had caused this disciple of his to end up in such a state? I don't know why this lady left the 10,000 transformations wheel in advance, resulting in incomplete absorption. Sir Zhu Long, since there are still remnants of the 10,000 transformations wheel, why don't we let this lady absorb all of it? The 8-division stupid dragon suggested. Alright, by absorbing the remaining part of the 10,000 transformations refined wheel, her cultivation should be able to break through to the Sir God realm. Yi Yan nodded his head gladly. No matter what, the lady in red was a disciple of the Shenlong sect and his junior. Yi Yan naturally wanted her to gain more benefits and improve her cultivation. Hee hee. The lady in red suddenly struggled and laughed strangely. Yi Yan ignored her and gave her a gentle push, pushing her into the dark red ball of light. After entering the 10,000 transformations wheel, the lady in red began to struggle violently as if she was going through unimaginable torture. Eventually, she let out shrill cries like a ghost from hell. It's not easy to absorb the 10,000 transformations wheel of Hierarch Thousand Desolation. Without experiencing pain, it's really difficult to succeed, the 8-division stupid dragon said. I see, Yi Yan sighed softly. When he saw the lady in red screaming and struggling to break out of the 10,000 transformations wheel, Yi Yan understood. The remaining 10,000 transformations will still contain spiritual attack superpowers. If the lady in red wanted to absorb it completely, she naturally had to endure the attack. The strength of the attack was at the ultimate god realm. The mental pain caused by it was unimaginable. Fine, I'll give you a hand. Yi Yan sighed softly. He could not bear to see the lady in red suffer, so he activated the heavenly disillusionment eye. Whoosh, a powerful force instantly descended into the 10,000 transformations wheel. The terrifying spiritual attack was blocked by the heavenly disillusionment eye. After some filtering, it entered the lady in red's body. The lady in red's shrill cries suddenly stopped. Her eyes were blank as she stood in the 10,000 transformations wheel in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. At the same time, her aura rose steadily. She was constantly approaching the Sir God realm. In another direction. In a black carriage, the fluctuation of aura caused by someone who was about to break through to the next realm was also soaring. Miss, is about to break through to the Nirvana realm. Looking at Xiaoqi, Mu Qing's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. The white-robed young man beside her could not help but stand up and guard nervously. At this moment, Xiaoqi. Her eyes were tightly shut as she sat cross-legged on the floor of the carriage. The aura on her body burned like a flame, and the temperature in the carriage suddenly rose. However, this carriage was a god realm after all, so the temperature did not affect it much. I'm about to break through. Brother, where are you? Xiaoqi, who had her eyes closed, suddenly murmured as if she was in a dream. The white-robed young man beside her was shocked when he heard this. Young mistress, you must concentrate and not be distracted at this moment, he hurriedly whispered. Xiaoqi did not speak anymore. She seemed to have understood the crystal vital energy dragon's words. Mu Qing, who was beside her, was so nervous that cold sweat appeared on her hands. She had an indescribable feeling. At this moment, in her heart, Xiaoqi, who was breaking through, seemed to be different from ordinary practitioners breaking through to the Nirvana realm. However, she could not tell what exactly was different. Pop, a crisp sound was emitted from Xiaoqi's body, reverberating in the space of the carriage. Xiaoqi's delicate body trembled, and her aura suddenly rose sharply. This is the aura of the Nirvana realm. Miss has broken through. The white-robed young man exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoqi, who had broken through to the Nirvana realm, still had her eyes closed. Her brows were tightly knitted, as if she was enduring great pain. What's going on? Mu Qing, who had been staring at Xiaoqi, noticed this change and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. In the next moment, while the two of them were dumbfounded, a strange scene suddenly occurred. Xiaoqi's body, from bottom to top, suddenly became bright. Countless bright little particles floated up from her body. The particles floated up, and after floating a distance of 3 feet, they mysteriously disappeared into the air. How could this be? What's wrong with Miss? The silver-robed young man was shocked. The mist in front of him had actually turned into bright particles and quickly dissipated. This was too terrifying. Only a breath or two had passed. Mrs. Delicate body had already disappeared by a fifth. Mu Qing's eyes and mouth were wide open. She was so shocked that she was like a clay statue, forgetting what she wanted to do. Miss had broken through to the Nirvana realm. Why did she suddenly turn into particles and dissipate? What kind of cultivation technique was this? No. No, what the hell is going on? What happened to young Miss? This is definitely not a cultivation technique. The crystal Xianxia dragon waved its arms and roared crazily. After hesitating for only a second. Without any hesitation, the crystal dragon released a huge amount of Xianxia and surrounded Xiaoqi. The Xianxia was very abundant. But it was useless. Xiaoqi's body was still turning into bright light particles, quickly dissipating in the process of ascending. 1/3 of Xiaoqi's body had already disappeared. This is not right, Mu Qing suddenly reacted, turned around and ran out. The young Mrs. situation was very strange. Perhaps only Senior Undying Celestial Silkworm could solve it. Just as she ran out of the carriage, Mu Qing hurriedly shouted, "Senior Undying Celestial Silkworm, quickly come in and take a look. Something happened to young Miss." Something happened to young Miss. Hearing this, all the demonic beasts who were in the midst of cultivation were shocked. In a hurry. The Undying Celestial Silkworm, Jade Wishful Spider, and Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon all entered the carriage. When they saw the young Miss's body turning into particles and quickly dissipating, the three demonic beasts all sucked in a breath of cold air. What is going on? The Undying Celestial Silkworm's eyes were filled with incomparable horror. Young Miss just broke through to the Nirvana realm and became like this. I can't stop it. The crystal Xianxia dragon said anxiously. Breaking through to the Nirvana realm would cause such a strange change in the body. What is going on? Looking at the constantly dissipating bright particles, the three demonic beasts all had an indescribable feeling of horror in their hearts. The situation in front of them was completely beyond their understanding. Whoosh, the Undying Celestial Silkworm took action. A silver light rushed over, trying to stop the particles from dissipating. However, it failed. The young Miss's body had already turned into countless particles. Even if they were not allowed to fly, they would disappear on the spot. This strange power was completely beyond their understanding. In the blink of an eye, only 1/3 of the young Miss's body was left. Only the upper part of her chest was left. I'm going to find Master. The undead celestial silkworm roared and instantly turned into a silver light, breaking through the void and disappearing. Miss. The jade arachnid's body turned cold as it watched the particles disappear. Tears streamed down its face. The young Miss's life was quickly slipping away. Once all the particles completely dissipated, the young lady would also completely disappear. It was truly the end of life and death. What should we do? What should we do? The Jade Sea's heavenly dragon's body was cold as well. He stared blankly at everything, not knowing what to do. You. Don't tell me you don't have a solution either? The crystal dragon asked loudly as it looked at the Jade Wishful Spider and Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon. There's nothing we can do. This kind of change is too strange. It's not something we can stop with our strength, the Jade Rui Spider cried out. Miss. The crystal energy dragon looked at little Seven, who was gradually disappearing, and couldn't help but cry. Mu Qing, who was at the side, couldn't help but burst into tears. Right at this moment, the curtains of the carriage flew up. The big black cat, the blood chief demonic dragon, and even the big black horse and the other demon beasts gathered their courage and entered the carriage. After all, the carriage had always been the master's place to cultivate. They usually didn't dare to enter. However, now that the young miss was in such a situation, they were anxious, so they gathered their courage and barged in. When they saw the young miss's body turning into particles and dissipating to less than a third, all the demon beasts were stunned. What's going on? The big black cat was dumbfounded. A storm raged in its heart. I don't know. The young miss seems to be disappearing. The blood chief demonic dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Its body was extremely cold. Thousand withered ridge. A ray of silver light suddenly appeared in the space of the underground crack. Master, bad news. Something happened to the young miss. The undead celestial silkworm exclaimed as soon as it appeared. Something happened to little Seven? How is this possible? Who in the Tsangnan continent dares to attack her? Yi Yin frowned. Master, the young miss had just broken through to the Nirvana realm. Suddenly, her body turned into particles and disappeared. The undead celestial silkworm said anxiously. What? The body would turn into particles and disappear after breaking through to the Nirvana realm? Yi Yin was shocked. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The next moment. Without any hesitation, Yi Yin broke through the void and disappeared. The undead celestial silkworm was worried about the young miss's safety and also left. Only the dragon subduing cauldron was left in this dark space. Master rushed back in a hurry. What happened? The 8th Division stupid dragon was shocked and confused. At this moment, it was at a loss. It turned around and glanced at the red-clothed girl in the 10,000 transformations wheel. Its gaze became firm as it said in a deep voice, I have to help Master Zhu Long guard this girl until she breaks through to the Divine Lord realm. After that, the 8th Division stupid dragon's golden dragon soul returned to the dragon subduing cauldron. The golden dragon subduing cauldron floated in the dark space, releasing a faint golden light that illuminated a small area. Inside the carriage, the void suddenly fluctuated and a white-clothed figure suddenly appeared. Xianxia. Yi Yin felt a chill in his heart when he saw the golden particles disappear in the process of ascending and only the tip of Xiaoqi's nose was left. He felt that the situation was not good. This kind of disappearance was too strange. Yi Yin stretched out his hand without hesitation and used a powerful force to suppress the movement of the particles. However, to his surprise, although the particles were no longer moving, they strangely disappeared on the spot. In other words, no matter what force he used, he could not stop the particles from disappearing. Yi Yin's pupils constricted and countless small runes flashed in an instant. He realized that the particles had already become illusory. Therefore, no matter what force he used, he could not stop the particles from disappearing. What is going on? Yi Yin looked at Xiaoqi. He was shocked and angry. For a moment, he lost control of his emotions. At this moment, Xiaoqi, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were gentle and beautiful. They gave Yi Yin a very familiar feeling. It was as if at this moment, it was not Xiaoqi in front of him, but Yun Xiao from 100,000 years ago who was quietly looking at him. Yi Yin was stunned. What was going on? While he was in a daze, the pair of beautiful and familiar eyes completely turned into particles and disappeared. Yi Yin was dazed. He did not try to stop Xiaoqi from disappearing. He watched as the particles completely turned into nothingness. All the demonic beasts in the carriage looked at this scene in a daze. They were shocked and did not know what to do for a moment. Could it be that even the master could not do anything about the disappearance of the young miss? The particles were still disappearing. When it dissipated to the top of his head, a faint illusory figure of a woman appeared above his head without any warning. This is? The demonic beasts looked at the illusory figure of the woman and were stunned for a moment. This was not Xiaoqi. Instead, it was another young woman with a beautiful face. Yun Xiao? Yi Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw the familiar phantom of a peerless beauty. His eyes turned moist. Why did Yun Xiao's essence spirit phantom appear after Xiaoqi disappeared? Big brother Yun, am I dreaming? Have we met in hell? Yun Xiao looked at the familiar man before her and was so emotional that her eyes were brimming with tears. All of you, get out. Yi Yin waved his hand and everyone in the carriage disappeared, leaving only him and Yun Xiao. He took a step forward. Yi Yin walked to the opposite side of Yun Xiao's phantom. He reached out and touched that illusory peerless face gently. Yun Xiao, you're not dreaming. We have indeed met after 100,000 years. Yi Yin smiled. However, there were tears in the corners of his eyes. He now had a flash of understanding in his heart. Xiaoqi had disappeared. However, the real Yun Xiao had suddenly appeared. The mysterious dragon transformation art must have been the cause of such a situation. His dragon transformation art was imparted to Xianxia by the black dragon back then. The origin of that cultivation technique was unknown. From a certain perspective, that cultivation technique was indeed mystical. It could allow Xianxia, who possessed the bloodline of the dragon race, to live one life after another. Although the cultivation technique seemed mystical, it was gradually destroying the bloodline of the dragon race through the process of reincarnation. At the end of the day, his dragon transformation art was a vicious cultivation technique that destroyed the bloodline of the dragon race. Brother Yun, I'm truly overjoyed to be able to meet you like this. However, my essence spirit is about to dissipate as well. Xianxia said sorrowfully with tears streaming down her face. Xianxia, did all of this come from his dragon transformation art? Yi Yun asked softly. I'm not too sure either. Perhaps. After cultivating his dragon transformation art, my memories began to dissipate. However, in reality, my hidden essence spirit still retained its memories. When my body broke through to the nirvana realm in my 7th life, I began to die. My body disappeared first before a complete essence spirit appeared and disappeared as well. Xianxia spoke slowly with a sorrowful expression. She finally met Brother Yun, but it was at the moment of her death. This time, she was truly dead. She could no longer live through her 8th or 9th life. Thinking of this, Yunjiao's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. However, the only thing that comforted her was that Big Brother Yun wasn't really dead. Her intuition was right. Yunxiao, don't worry. I won't let this strand of your soul vanish, Yi Yun said softly. Just now, he silently observed and discovered that this wisp of primordial spirit was different from the corporeal body. The disappearance of the physical body was because the physical body had completely turned into nothingness. However, his primordial spirit did not. Yunjiao's essence soul was disturbed by a force and began to disintegrate and dissipate. Yi Yun was no stranger to this power. The power of the laws of heaven and earth. The one who controlled this power was naturally the high and mighty heavenly Tao. In the past, when Qinyao's soul dissipated, she was also attracted by this power. Back then, for Qinyao, Yi Yun could defeat the heavenly Tao. Now, for Yun Xiao, he could naturally do it again. The heavenly Tao was nothing more than a defeated opponent. Yi Yun drew his heaven-cleaving sword and held Yun Zhao's hand as they walked out of the carriage. Rumble, a large number of black clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Bright lightning constantly danced in the clouds like huge dragons, emitting a series of loud rumbling sounds. An indescribably terrifying aura brewed in the clouds. Some of the demon beasts in the carriage felt this aura and their expressions all changed. This lightning tribulation is different. Looking up into the depths of the void, the undead celestial silkworm said in surprise. It's indeed different. There seems to be another great terror, the heaven-reaching jade dragon said with a serious expression. At this moment, all the demon beasts saw Yi Yun holding the illusory woman's hand and walking out of the carriage. Most of the demon beasts understood at this moment. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. At this moment, no one dared to open their mouths. This was because they saw that their master's face was gloomy and he was holding a terrifying silver sword. This sword made one's heart palpitate. Yi Yun's expression was calm. Divine power surged out of his hand and completely protected Yun Zhao's essence soul. He raised his heaven-cleaving sword and pointed it at the sky. The ink-black clouds rolled and the number of lightning constantly shuttling in the clouds suddenly increased. The momentum in the sky became more and more shocking. Rumble, a huge illusory face with sinister eyes slowly revealed its true appearance in the black clouds where lightning intertwined. It's the heavenly Tao again. The big black horse stared with a pair of bell-like eyes. It was surprised and happy. Last time, the master had chased the heavenly Tao away. The scene at that time was extremely exciting and made one's blood boil. Unexpectedly, in less than a year, the master was going to fight with the heavenly Tao again. This time, the heavenly Tao's eyes were extremely resentful. It seemed to want to fight the master head-on. The master had just become a true god and could beat the crap out of the heavenly Tao. Now, he was a supreme god. It would be easier to deal with the heavenly Tao. Rumble, rumble, countless thunder sounds appeared together as if the heavenly Tao was roaring crazily. The huge illusory face underwent some changes. A black demon-like figure, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, held a black sword and stood at the top of the dark clouds. A terrifying aura fell from the sky. All the monsters felt that it was difficult to breathe at this moment, as if they would die in the next moment. Even the strong undead celestial silkworm felt suffocated. After all, no matter how strong it was, it could not challenge the heavenly Tao. The dark clouds in the sky rolled like a tide. Although it looked extremely frightening, this time it only covered a large area above the carriage. The terrifying aura of the heavenly Tao was also extremely restrained this time. It only covered a radius of more than 1,000,000 miles and did not spread throughout the entire Xangnan continent. Yi Yin turned a blind eye to this. It seemed that the heavenly Tao also felt embarrassed and did not want this battle to be seen by more people. So this time, the heavenly Tao took isolation measures. Haha, this time it showed its human form. Is it going to fight with me? Yi Yin pointed his sword at the sky and sneered. Do you dare to go to the 9 heavens and fight with me? The black figure shook the black sword in his hand and said mechanically and coldly. Why not? A faint smile appeared on Yi Yin's face. The heavenly Tao was indeed terrified. It actually wanted to challenge him to the 9 heavens. This was really interesting. It seemed that after the previous failure, the heavenly Tao had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. Now, finally, there was a chance. Brother Yun, are you really going to fight with the heavenly Tao? Yun Xiao asked with trepidation. Don't worry, the heavenly Tao is no match for me. Yi Yin chuckled. Brother Yun, this is the heavenly Tao. It's not something that can be defeated by human strength. Yun Xiao said sadly. Yi Yin reached out and caressed Yun Xiao's beautiful face. He smiled and said, Your brother Yun has never tasted defeat in his life. It's the same when facing the heavenly Tao. Alright, brother Yun, I support you. Take me with you. Yun Xiao said firmly. Alright. Yi Yin chuckled and held Yun Xiao's hand. He took a step into the sky and arrived beside the heavenly Tao instantly. Follow me. The heavenly Tao glared at the two of them fiercely before turning and disappearing into the thick dark clouds. Yi Yin held Yun Xiao's hand and followed closely behind the heavenly Tao. The sky was filled with dark clouds. The thunder was muted and the lightning was sparse. Within Thousand Withered Ridge. Boom, in the underground space of a mountain stream, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. Rumble, a towering mountain range crumbled instantly. A shocking red figure shot up into the sky from the depths of the Thousand Withered Ridge. Following the complete absorption of the 10,000 transformations wheel, the woman in red officially advanced from the peak True God realm to the Divine Lord realm. Kiki. The woman in red seemed to have gone mad. Her face was ferocious as she waved her arms and laughed continuously. Whoosh, with a flash of golden light, the dragon-subduing cauldron rose into the air. Oh no, Lord Zhu Long isn't here. Even with the dragon-subduing cauldron, I'm no match for this woman. The 8-division stupid dragon revealed its head from the cauldron and looked at the woman in red with a complicated expression. Dragon-subduing cauldron. The woman in red's eyes lit up when she saw the small golden cauldron. A hoarse voice came from her throat. In the next moment, she disappeared from her original spot. Oh no! The 8-division stupid dragon was shocked. It immediately drove the dragon-subduing cauldron and fled to the side. However, it was still one step too late. A translucent and fair hand broke through the air and grabbed the dragon-subduing cauldron. You and I are fated. Come with me. The woman in red laughed. She wrapped the dragon-subduing cauldron with her magic power and broke through the void, flying in a certain direction. After all, she was in the Divine Lord realm. She broke through the void at an unimaginable speed. Soon, she arrived above a blue ocean. The woman in red did not stop. She broke through the void continuously and finally arrived outside the ancient path to heaven. What, you want to leave this place? The 8-division stupid dragon said in shock. That's right. The spirit chi here has no divinity. It's not suitable for cultivation. You can only go there, the woman in red laughed coldly. Her eyes were extremely cold and emitted waves of madness. The 8-division stupid dragon fell silent after hearing the woman in red's words. The woman in red was a descendant of Lord Zulong's sect. Although she was extremely crazy, she was not an outsider behind closed doors. It was obvious. Lord Zulong also took great care of this descendant. Lord Zulong had left in a hurry. Now that this red-clothed woman had broken through to the Divine Lord realm, her strength had greatly increased. It was not her match, nor could it escape. The only thing it could do now was follow the red-clothed woman to the Holy Land and help Master Zulong guard this crazy woman. The 8-step stupid dragon believed that Lord Zulong would enter the Holy Land and find him and the woman in red. Alright, then I'll accompany you to the Divine Land. The 8-sec stupid dragon said after thinking it through. Go. The woman in red shouted in a low voice, and a rare look of surprise appeared on her face. Whoosh, she turned into a streak of red light and plunged into the ancient heavenly path. Although she was very strong now, if she wanted to cross the ancient path to heavens unarmed, it would still be very troublesome. Now that she had the help of the dragon subduing cauldron, she could easily pass through. Deep in the void. 9 days. Yi Yun, who had just arrived, let out a soft cry of surprise. His expression changed slightly as he discovered some clues about the Thousand-Withered Ridge. When he saw the red-clothed woman leave the Tsangnan continent with the dragon subduing cauldron and head straight for the ancient heavenly path, a smile appeared on his face. After Shaoqi's physical body disappeared in Yun Zhao's primordial spirit appeared, Yi Yun also wanted to go to the Holy Land to take a look. Yun Zhao's primordial spirit had complete memories, while the Yun Xiao of the Grand Forgotten Palace had lost all her memories. Perhaps this was an opportunity. An opportunity for the real Yun Xiao to be completely reborn. Yun Xiao and Qin Yao were different. Qin Yao was just a remnant soul. She was currently in the reincarnation lightning pool, constantly recovering and strengthening. However, Yun Zhao's primordial spirit did not need it. Yi Yun could use his current strength to protect Yun Zhao's primordial spirit. Above the 9 heavens, vast and obscure. All kinds of terrifying auras filled the vast clouds, emitting different lights. Yi Yun held Yun Zhao's hand and stood in the clouds. His body emitted a bright light, and all the terrifying auras stayed far away from him, not daring to come close. Brother Yun, I didn't expect the 9 heavens to be so terrifying. Yun Xiao looked around, her eyes revealing a trace of horror. Don't be afraid. With me around, no one in this world can hurt you. Yi Yun smiled slightly. Across from the two of them, a black figure stood towering tens of thousands of feet away. This black figure was none other than Heavenly Dao. Yi Yun, my main body is severely injured and is currently in a deep sleep. Today, I'll create a clone and have a fair fight with you. If you win, then I won't interfere with this wisp of primordial spirit from now on. Heavenly Dao said coldly. Do you still need to fight? If we fight again, you'll definitely be a defeated opponent too. Yi Yun raised the heaven-slaying sword and blew gently. Looking at this mysterious silver sword, Heavenly Dao shuddered all over. This sword gave him an extremely terrifying feeling. It was as if the young man opposite relied on this silver sword to have the strength to fight with him. Heavenly Dao. What kind of sword is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Heavenly Dao stared at the heaven-slaying sword with bright eyes and asked in a deep voice. This sword is called heaven-slaying. Yi Yun smiled indifferently. What? It's called heaven-slaying sword? Heavenly Dao's face was filled with shock as black lines floated across his entire face. What the F***ck, this sword, was used to slay the heavens. This was too much of a coincidence. Looking at Heavenly Dao's shocked expression, like a child who had never seen the world, Yi Yun sneered. That's right. There's a certain number of Heavenly Dao who died to this sword, don't scare me. It's useless. You have to know that I'm Heavenly Dao and will never die unless you're willing to destroy this world. Heavenly Dao was shocked at first. Then, he felt that something was amiss and immediately stomped his foot and threatened fiercely. If you don't believe me, then I can prove it to you. Yi Yun said softly. The next moment, a terrifying sword light pierced through the layers of clouds. The sword of death was unstoppable in the world. This sword was so fast that even Heavenly Dao could not dodge it. In a hurry, Heavenly Dao, who was terrified in his heart, could only hold the sword horizontally in front of his chest. Boom, the black sword in Heavenly Dao's hand was instantly shattered. His body was also split into two from the middle. Yi Yan only used one sword. Even the dignified heavenly Tao could not dodge it and was defeated just like that. Whoosh, whoosh. The two halves of the body did not die. After a series of distortions, they turned into two black figures again. However, the auras of these two black figures were extremely weak at this moment. Compared to before, it was less than 10%. How is this sword so powerful? Heavenly Tao looked at Yi Yan in disbelief as a look of shock shot out of his eyes. It's called Heaven Slaying Sword. It's specially used to kill Heavenly Tao. If it doesn't have any ability, why would it be called such a name? Yi Yan looked at Heavenly Tao in amusement. Brother Yan, I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying sword in this world. It specializes in slaying Heavenly Tao. This is simply unbelievable. Where did you get this sword? Yun Zhao's heart was in turmoil as he asked in surprise. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you in the future, Yi Yan chuckled. He was just casually finding an excuse to dodge Yun Zhao's words. He would not tell anyone about signing in. You can't even withstand a single sword strike. It seems that this clone is pitifully weak. Yi Yan held Yun Zhao's hand and walked in front of Heavenly Tao with his sword in hand as he said casually. He was already at the divine venerable realm. The second time he fought Heavenly Tao was much easier than the first time. I lost, Heavenly Tao said dejectedly. Actually, when he invited Yi Yan to the battle above the 9 heavens, he was already prepared for failure. After all, they had fought once. He had never been able to figure out Yi Yan's strength. Brother Yun, this Heavenly Tao has some self-awareness. Yun Xiao pursed her lips and could not help but chuckle. Is that so? This means that this Heavenly Tao is also a sentimental person, haha. Yi Yan laughed. The Heavenly Tao had always been high and mighty. Although it appeared to be extremely heartless and cold in front of all living beings, and even domineering and arrogant, that was just an act. The real situation. No one knew what it was like. Hearing the ear-piercing laughter, the Heavenly Tao clenched its fists and said unhappily, "Humph. Don't be too smug. One day, I will find your weakness and defeat you. Alright, I'll wait for your third challenge." Yi Yan said with a smile. Seeing Yi Yan laughing non-stop, the Heavenly Tao was extremely indignant and said hatefully, "How despicable. If you didn't have that sword, how could you be my match? Looks like you think that I relied on this sword to defeat you." Yi Yan's eyelids drooped as he asked indifferently. That's right. If you didn't have this sword, you would definitely lose. The Heavenly Tao said hatefully. How dare you? Heavenly Tao, how dare you speak to my master like that? I think you're really tired of living. Suddenly, a childish boy's voice came from Heaven Cleaving Sword. The Heavenly Tao snorted and said, I'm talking to your master. You're just a mere weapon spirit. Don't interrupt. Humph. My master doesn't want to bully you. Otherwise, not only you, but even your original body would have knelt in front of him and begged for mercy. Heaven Cleaving Sword said coldly. You mean to say that your master still has a treasure that can threaten this Heavenly Tao? Seeming to have heard something, the Heavenly Tao raised an eyebrow and asked in a deep voice. He did not believe that Yi Yan would have a second treasure like Heaven Cleaving Sword even if he was beaten to death. It was already unbelievable to have one treasure that could kill a Heavenly Tao. How could there be a second one? Master, let's teach him a lesson. Heaven Cleaving Sword trembled as if it was extremely angry. Yi Yan smiled. He naturally understood the meaning behind Heaven Slaying Sword's words. There were many treasures in his warehouse that were comparable to the Heaven Cleaving Sword, and there were even more that surpassed it. Just taking out a few of them would be enough to scare the Heavenly Tao. If he really scared the Heavenly Tao, this guy would not challenge him next time. It seemed like he would lose a lot of fun. After weighing the benefits, Yi Yan was still prepared to take out a treasure to scare the Heavenly Tao. However, this treasure didn't have any offensive properties. When Yin Xiao saw Yi Yan in a daze, she said with a gentle smile, Brother Yun, don't tell me you really have something even scarier? No, it's just a rag. Yi Yan chuckled. With a shake of his hand, a black rag appeared in his hand. My goodness, Master actually took out this piece of cloth. Sky Chopping Sword was shocked. This piece of rag had a mysterious origin. Normally, it would keep a low profile, but once it was hidden in the warehouse, it would become a mystery. Within the master's storehouse, among the many powerful treasures, there were very few that had the ability to find this piece of cloth. Many Dharma treasures did not know much about this piece of rag. But they did not dare to underestimate it. Yi Yun, why did you use a piece of rag to humiliate me? Looking at the black rag in Yi Yun's hand, Heavenly Tao could not help but raise his chin and let out a mocking laugh. A piece of rag? What kind of look is that? Yi Yun laughed. Isn't this a piece of rag? There's no aura of any Dharma treasure, not a trace of terror. Compared to your heaven-cleaving sword, it's far inferior. Heavenly Tao snorted coldly. You, Heavenly Tao, are really a frog at the bottom of a well. I'm afraid you haven't seen much of the world in your life, right? Sky-chopping sword could not bear to watch any longer and could not help but sigh. Humph. I haven't seen much of the world? Although my world is not big and is much smaller than Divine Earth, my level is not much different from Divine Earth's Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao said angrily. Divine Earth's Heavenly Tao. After listening to Heavenly Tao's words, Yi Yun was thoughtful. The world of Divine Earth contained divinity and the space was far more solid than the small world of Sungnon continent. If the Heavenly Tao there was stronger than the Heavenly Tao here, it made sense. However, after all, Yi Yun had only cultivated to the eternal realm in his previous life and had never touched the supreme level of Heavenly Tao. Therefore, he did not know that Divine Earth and Sungnon continent were controlled by different Heavenly Tao. As for Heavenly Tao, Yi Yun was not very interested. After all, Heavenly Tao had been high and mighty for a long time. All kinds of rules operated automatically and had never interfered with the birth and death of all living beings. Hee, don't argue with me. You can't even recognize this piece of rag. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Sky-chopping sword sneered. Show me this piece of rag. Heavenly Tao was furious. One of the bodies suddenly rushed over, came in front of Yi Yun, and directly stretched out his hand to ask for the treasure. I can't give you this piece of rag. What if you take it for yourself? Yi Yun retracted his hand and said with a smile. It was normal that Heavenly Tao did not recognize this piece of rag. Because this piece of rag had a name. It was called Sky Shrouding Cloth. Once it was activated, it could cover the entire world. Even the high and mighty Heavenly Tao would not be able to discover it with all his strength. Sky Shrouding Cloth also had a strong defensive ability. It was said that even Heavenly Tao could not break it. I am the dignified Heavenly Tao. How can I take your treasure for myself? Heavenly Tao put his hands on his hips, like a shrew without any grace, and complained in a bad mood. That's not necessarily true. Yi Yun smiled mysteriously and injected a stream of magic power into the Sky Shrouding Cloth. This rag suddenly became bigger and instantly covered Yi Yun and Yun Xiao. In the eyes of Heavenly Tao, Yi Yun and Yun Xiao did not do anything and suddenly disappeared. Where did they go? Heavenly Tao looked left and right but did not find any clues. He was surprised. They suddenly disappeared under the eyes of Heavenly Tao, but there were no spatial fluctuations. Could this be the credit of that rag? Heavenly Tao punched in the direction where Yi Yun was originally standing. Boom, the might of his punch was unstoppable. It was as if he had struck an extremely hard treasure, causing the treasure to produce a powerful rebounding force, which actually sent him flying. Heavenly Tao flew for hundreds of thousands of feet in the air before he stopped. F***ck, I don't believe it. The other wielder of the heavens will cursed and suddenly launched another attack at the same place. However, to his surprise, the attack hit the void without any sound. That invisible treasure had disappeared at some point in time. Heavenly Tao's face was livid. At this time, if he still did not understand, then he would not be called Heavenly Tao. This rag was black and did not look shocking, but it was very useful. Not only was its defensive power shocking, but it could also block the prying eyes of Heavenly Tao. Once it was covered. With his Heavenly Tao's strength, he could not find it at all. This black cloth, to a certain extent, even surpassed the heaven-slaying sword that had powerful attack power. How is it? Isn't this rag beyond your understanding? A faint laughter came from behind Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao turned his head to look. he discovered that the black rag in Yi Yun's hand was standing right behind him. And that heaven-slaying sword was less than an inch away from his back. Just another inch and it would pierce his heart. Hiss, Heavenly Dao sucked in a breath of cold air, his face revealing a horrified expression. What's the name of this treasure? Tiandao's eyes dimmed as he asked with difficulty. Sky shrouding cloth, Yi Yun replied with a chuckle. Sky shrouding cloth? Tiandao was stunned for a moment, and his expression became even more dejected. He said in a resentful tone, Do you have a grudge against me? Why are they all treasures that target Tiandao? Also, the level of these two treasures is so high that it's shocking. You. How did you get them? Heroes don't ask where they come from. Aren't you a little too curious? Yi Yun laughed. Two small treasures had scared Tiandao to such a state. Fortunately, he didn't let Tiandao enter his warehouse. Otherwise, wouldn't he be scared to death? I've completely lost, Tiandao lowered his head and said dejectedly. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up with a smile as he instructed indifferently, In the future, when I do things, don't interfere anymore, understand? I understand. Tiandao sighed dejectedly. His body gradually became transparent and then completely disappeared. In the distance, his other body also disappeared. All right, let's go back. Yi Yun looked at Yunxiao gently and said. Brother Yun, with these two treasures, even Tiandao isn't your match. Then, wouldn't you be invincible in the world? Yunxiao said with a smile. What's so good about being invincible? Once you're invincible, you'll be very lonely, and life will lose a lot of fun. Yi Yun put away the sky-cleaving sword and sky-shrouding cloth, and a lonely smile appeared on his face. Signing in for 100,000 years. Due to obtaining too many treasures, Yi Yun couldn't remember how many times he had a mental breakdown. If the system hadn't forcefully healed him time and time again, he would probably have become a lunatic like that woman in red. The moment he collapsed. Yi Yun knew that with so many resources, he was already invincible. No one could kill him. And he could kill anyone, including Tiandao of different dimensions. In the past 10,000 years. In the lonely space, Yi Yun had thought countless times about how he should live once he got out. In the end, only 4 words formed in his mind. Return to nature. Living in this way would not be so tiring. Just as Yi Yun was pondering, Yun Zhao's eyes turned red as she sighed. Brother Yun, unfortunately, I don't have a body. This essence soul body really can't make you happy, Yun Xiao. Speaking of the physical body, I have something to tell you. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and smiled. What is it, big brother Yun? Yun Xiao said in surprise. Didn't you split into 2 bodies before you practiced the great unruffled Tao in the Cangnan continent? Yi Yun said slowly. Yes, big brother Yun, Yun Xiao nodded. Her beautiful eyes fell on Yi Yun, and the shock in her eyes grew. She had already guessed something. Brother Yun, don't tell me you're saying that my avatar is still alive? Yun Xiao asked in shock. That's right. Your body is still alive. It's in the divine land now, and it has already cultivated to the ultimate God realm. Yi Yun said softly. What? It has already cultivated to the ultimate God realm? Yun Xiao was shocked. Although she did not know which realm the ultimate God realm was above the true God realm, she knew that it was an extremely high realm. Her cultivation of the great unruffled Tao was extremely successful. Now, she has completely forgotten everything. It's the opposite of your essence soul, Yi Yun said with a sigh. Big brother Yun, is there any way for my essence soul to enter her body? Yun Xiao asked. It should be possible, Yi Yun thought for a while and nodded solemnly. It was not difficult for Yi Yun to let Yun Zhao's essence soul return to the avatar's body. Although Yun Xiao of the great unruffled palace had forgotten everything, she was still Yun Xiao. If he sealed Yun Xiao, Yi Yun felt that this method was a little inappropriate. Although he thought that, Yi Yun still planned to leave the decision to Yun Xiao, the essence soul in front of him. Big brother Yun, when are we going to the divine land? Yun Xiao asked happily. Yi Yun said, go back and settle down. We'll set off immediately. There was a fluctuation in the void, and the 2 of them disappeared above the 9 heavens. The next moment, Yi Yun held Yun Zhao's hand and appeared in the carriage. Old Master, how was the battle with the Heavenly Tao? The big black cat stretched its neck and asked in a gossipy manner. What do you think? Yi Yin smiled faintly. Hee hee, Old Master is invincible and invincible. How can a mere Heavenly Tao be Old Master's match? The big black cat smiled proudly and began to bootlick crazily. Haha. Yi Yin laughed loudly. Smiles appeared on the faces of the other demon beasts. They naturally knew that their Old Master had won the battle. Yi Yin looked at the carriage thoughtfully. With a wave of his hand, 3 people appeared in front of him. They were Luo Li, Jun Ma Xiao, and Su Wani. Greetings, Old Master. After the 3 of them appeared, they hurriedly bowed to Yi Yin. The 3 of you have been cultivating diligently recently. Although your progress is fast, you still lack experience in battles and relationships, Yi Yin said faintly. Old Master, do you want us to go out and train? Jun Ma Xiao asked. That's right. The 3 of you can split up and train on your own. The shortest is 3 months and the longest is a year. Yi Yin nodded and said. Yes, Old Master. Jun Ma Xiao, Luo Li, and Su Wani hurriedly agreed. Yi Yin put away the green beads on the carriage. This time, he was going to the Divine Land and naturally had to make arrangements for the 5 emperors and the rest. Old Master, are you going to the Divine Land? The undead silkworm asked. That's right. During this period of time, apart from cultivating, you have to take care of Luo Li and the rest. Don't let them be in any danger. Yi Yin instructed. The undead silkworm hurriedly said, Understood, Old Master. We will definitely not let the sect leader and the rest be in any danger. Yi Yin nodded silently. The undead silkworm had countless clones. It was easy to protect the 3 of them secretly. After that, Yi Yin gave a few more instructions and left the Cangnan continent with Yun Xiao. The Divine Land. The 10th Ocean. There was a fluctuation in the void and 2 figures appeared. Brother Yun, the spirit energy in the Divine Land is really wonderful. If the cultivators in the Cangnan continent were to cultivate here, they would not be any worse than the cultivators in the Divine Land. Yun Xiao felt the strangeness in the spirit energy and said in surprise. Yes, that's true. Yi Yin nodded. Let's go. The Supreme Emotion Palace is still some distance from here. Let's go take a look at your clone first. Yi Yin smiled gently and tore the void again to leave the 10th Ocean. The Supreme Region. The Supreme Emotion Palace. Thousands of miles away, a figure walked out of the void. At that moment, Yi Yin used the myriad manifestation following heart technique and turned into the Supreme Ultimate God. Along the way, Yi Yin also told Yun Xiao about some of the matters regarding the Supreme Forgotten Emotion Palace. At the same time, in order not to attract the attention of the disciples of the Supreme Emotion Palace, Yi Yin pulled Yun Xiao's primordial spirit into his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Outside a loft, Yi Yin appeared silently. He looked through the crack in the door and found that there was no one in the room. Yun Xiao was not there. Where did this little girl go instead of incubating the egg in the room? Yi Yin frowned slightly. In his impression, Yun Xiao had a cold personality and would not go out easily. Why was she not in the loft now? It seemed that Yun Xiao had something to do. As for where she went, he had to ask his eldest disciple, Emperor Ju. Although he did not see Yun Xiao immediately, Yi Yin did not mind. He just smiled gently, walked out of the pavilion, broke through the void, and entered the sect master's hall. Yi Yin sent out a divine thought. In an instant, a white-robed man with a cold look appeared in the center of the hall like a ghost and knelt at Yi Yin's feet. Master, you're back. Heavenly Venerate Ju said respectfully. Where's your junior sister, Heavenly Venerate Ju? Why isn't she in the Supreme Emotion Palace? Yi Yin asked faintly. Master, junior sister went to the Ancient Sun region, Heavenly Venerate Ju replied. That girl, why did she go to the Ancient Sun region for no reason? Yi Yin frowned slightly. The Ancient Sun region. It was a very ancient territory, even older than the Grand Exalted region he was in. That place was filled with blazing flames and was unbearably hot. The environment was harsh, and ordinary cultivators could not survive for long. Only some fire elemental living beings would treat that place as a paradise. Master, Junior sister said she was going to look for the Sun Essence Fire Stone. Heavenly Venerate Ju said softly with a puzzled look in his eyes. Yi Yin nodded, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. He knew why Xianxia, that little girl, wanted to go to the ancient Sun region. He had once given Xianxia a bird egg. This bird egg was pregnant with the sky-burning ancient phoenix. Back then, he had given Xianxia the task of hatching it. Xianxia was naturally looking for the Sun Essence Fire Stone to quickly hatch this bird egg. It seems that the little guy in the bird egg already has intelligence and communicated with Xianxia. That's why she had the idea of going out. Thinking of this, Yi Yin smiled faintly and walked outside. Master, are you going to the ancient Sun region to look for Junior sister? Heavenly Venerate Ju stood up and asked hesitantly. Yi Yin paused and nodded slightly. Yes, is there anything else? Master, the ancient Sun region is not very peaceful now. It would be best if you went, Heavenly Venerate Ju said worriedly. What happened? Yi Yin turned around and stared at Empyrean Ju with a burning gaze. Master, a sunbird has appeared in the ancient Sun domain. Many people say that the Sun true furnace left behind by the Sun God King is about to appear, Ju Tianzuan explained. The true Sun furnace, Yi Yin smiled disapprovingly when he heard Heavenly Venerate Ju's words. Master, the true Sun furnace is a high-grade god-tier treasure. It's extremely powerful, and it's said that the true Sun furnace contains the legacy of the Sun God King. That's why it's been coveted by so many forces. The current ancient Sun region is already in a state of chaos. Celestial Venerable Ju's face was solemn. He bowed slightly and said in a low voice, I was afraid that something would happen to little Junior sister, so I didn't ask for Master's permission. I sent Celestial Venerable Yu and Celestial Venerable Qing to the ancient Sun region to help her. You've done well. Yi Yin walked over and praised. At the same time, he patted Heavenly Venerable Ju's shoulder. Master, this is what I should do as the eldest senior brother. Celestial Venerable Ju was flattered. In his heart, his master, the Grand Supreme Divine Master, had always been cold and heartless. Unexpectedly. Today, his master actually patted his shoulder and gave him encouragement. It was really too rare. Celestial Venerable Ju felt like he was dreaming. He was in a daze. When his master disappeared, he didn't come back to his senses for a while. Yi Yin walked out of the sect master's hall, broke through the void, and went straight to the ancient Sun region. The ancient Sun region was extremely far away from the Grand Supreme region. Even if Yi Yin tore through the void, it would still take some time. Whoosh, somewhere in the ancient Sun region. A bright pillar of light descended from the sky and landed in a sea of fire. The sea of fire surged violently. A stalwart red-clothed man with a pair of demonic eyes slowly rose from the flames. Whoosh whoosh, the raging flames in the surroundings seemed to be burning crazily because of the arrival of the man in red. For a moment, the flames in this vast stretch of volcanoes became even more intense. However, if someone was here, they would naturally be able to see that these flames seemed to have shown subservience to the man in red. This divine land is really a good place. The man in red stood in the flames and felt the changes in the spirit energy. A trace of intoxication appeared on his face. During this period of time, I've searched the entire demon realm but couldn't find the chaos bell. Perhaps the guy who stole my chaos bell isn't from the demon realm, the man in red muttered to himself. Bright flames flickered like lightning in the depths of his demonic eyes from time to time. The demon realm and the divine land are two different worlds. It's really not easy to come down. I can only pay a huge price to send a clone to the divine land. The man in red sighed. He began to walk slowly in the flames. His eyes constantly looked around, trying to find something. Suddenly, a beautiful green figure flew over from a very distant place. There's someone here. I'll ask this person where this is in the divine land. The red-robed man chuckled. With a shake of his body, he flew toward the green-robed figure. Sun Essence Fire Stone. Xianxia, who was flying, spread out her spiritual consciousness. Suddenly, she saw a fist-sized stone hidden in the raging flames. A faint smile flashed across her beautiful little face. It made her, who was originally cold, look a little warmer. Xianxia fell into the sea of flames. She took out a sword and gently gouged out the sun essence firestone from the mountain rocks. Little bird, I found another sun essence firestone. Xianxia smiled gently and soared into the air. The sword in her right hand suddenly disappeared and a fiery red bird egg appeared. All right, master, thank you. A pleasant child's voice came from the bird egg. The voice was very clear and tender. It was impossible to tell if it was a boy or a girl. Xianxia handed the sun essence firestone that was emitting surging flames to the side of the red bird egg. Swoosh, a red light shot out from the bird egg impatiently and landed on the sun essence firestone. Then, the sun essence firestone disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the sun essence firestone had completely disappeared. A red figure quietly flew over from afar. Greetings, Mississippi. I am Dong Huangtai. May I know where this volcano is in the Divine Land? Dong Huangtai came closer and faced the beautiful and cold Xianxia. He cupped his fists and asked politely. Dong Huangtai, where did this person come from? He didn't even know about the ancient sun domain of the Divine Land. Xianxia was slightly surprised. She raised her head and glanced at the red-clothed man in front of her. The red-clothed man's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the hierarch realm. He was extremely burly and emitted a shocking fire intent. Under his thick eyebrows were a pair of bewitching eyes that emitted a soul-sucking golden light. What surprised Xianxia was that this red-clothed man called Dong Huangtai emitted the aura of an emperor with every move he made. This is the ancient sun domain. Xianxia said coldly. So it's the ancient sun domain. It sounds like a very warm name, Dong Huangtai smiled. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something. Thinking back to the past. He and his brother, Dijun, were born in the sun star. Now that he had entered the Divine Land, the first place he entered was called the ancient sun domain. This was truly an indescribable fate. Looks like my luck is not bad. I will definitely find the Bell of Chaos this time. Dong Huangtai thought to himself. Xianxia glanced at Dong Huangtai with a strange expression in her cold eyes. Why is this guy acting so strangely? Where did he come from? Although her personality had become extremely cold because she cultivated the great oblivion Tao, Xianxia was still a woman and her curiosity had not disappeared. Dong Huangtai, aren't you a cultivator of the Divine Land? Where are you from? Xianxia asked coldly. I'm from the demon world, Dong Huangtai smiled. He did not hide anything from the beauty in green. So, you're from the demon world. A look of realization flashed through Xianxia's silver eyes. There had been cultivators from the demon world who came to the Divine Land in the ancient history of the Divine Land. However, it was extremely rare. After all, the resources used to teleport between the demon world and the Divine Land were unimaginable. Under normal circumstances, cultivators from both worlds would not covet each other's worlds. After all, cultivators from the Divine Land were useless in the demon world. That place was filled with demonic chi and was not suitable for cultivators from the Divine Land to cultivate. On the other hand, cultivators from the demon world were not used to entering the Divine Land. Unless there was a war between the two worlds, they would not be able to lead one world to invade the other world at all costs. Miss, what's your name? Dong Huangtai asked with a smile. Xianxia. Xianxia replied coldly. She was one of the 7 heavenly venerables of the Great Oblivion Palace and was famous. Naturally, there was no need to hide her name. Miss Xianxia, I've just arrived in the Divine Land and have nowhere to go. Why don't I follow you for a while? Dong Huangtai asked with a smile. No need. I'm used to being alone. Xianxia rejected him bluntly. Dong Huangtai reached out to touch his nose and smiled nonchalantly. Miss Xianxia, the divine beast in the red egg in your hand is extremely shocking. Xianxia pursed her lips and looked at Dong Huangtai cautiously. This cultivator from the demon world was 2 small realms higher than her. If he wanted to snatch her egg, she would probably have to face a fierce battle. Miss Xianxia, don't be nervous. As for your red egg, cough. I don't covet it at all. Dong Huangtai waved his hands. As he spoke, he coughed violently twice. Dong Huangtai's expression was somewhat unnatural. As the primordial demonic emperor of the ancient heavenly court of the great desolate world, he was used to calling himself emperor. It was hard for him to change it in such a short time. Even when he was in the Devil Realm, when he faced those people from the Star Demon clan, he had always addressed himself as this emperor. Those members of the Star Demon clan had long been taken under his command. Xianxia heard the hidden meaning in Dong Huangtai's words and asked, with a frown, "This emperor? Are you the Devil Emperor of the Devil Realm?" No, it was just a slip of the tongue. If I were the Demon Emperor, I would have snatched it long ago. Dong Huangtai smiled and waved his hand. Xianxia still frowned, and his expression was extremely cold. Although this Dong Huangtai appeared to be very gentle, which was very different from the legendary ferocious Devil Realm cultivators, who knew what his intentions were in coming to the Divine Land, thinking of this. Xianxia did not say a word, turned around, and flew in a direction. Dong Huangtai smiled bitterly, his face filled with regret. Although this lady seems to have an extremely cold personality, she's not a bad person, Dong Huangtai muttered to himself. He looked around at the jumping mountain fires. For a moment, his heart suddenly felt unbearably lonely. He had just arrived. He did not even have a guide. Where should he go to find the Chaos Bell in this vast divine land, after thinking about it? Dong Huangtai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He turned into a red light and chased in the direction of Xianxia. Based on his senses, Dong Huangtai felt that this Miss Xianxia would bring him good luck when he first entered the divine land. Why is this fellow following me again? Xianxia, who was flying, suddenly frowned and turned around with a cold expression. Don't misunderstand. I don't have any ill intentions, Dong Huangtai waved his hands. Are all the cultivators of the Devil Realm so shameless? Xianxia sneered. There are indeed some people who are shameless, but I'm definitely not that kind of person. To think that I'm a dignified heavenly. At this point, Dong Huangtai suddenly felt that he had misspoken and hurriedly shut his mouth. This was not the primordial world. It was another world. There was no need for him to mention the glorious past. Xianxia snorted coldly and continued flying forward. Sigh, how difficult. Dong Huangtai stood on the spot and sighed. His face was filled with regret. After a while. This Miss Xianxia seems to be looking for that kind of stone, Dong Huangtai's eyes lit up. He suddenly knew what he had to do. He silently closed his eyes. His huge divine consciousness swept out like a tide and instantly covered a large area of the mountain fire. There are quite a few of those stones. Dong Huangtai's face was filled with joy. He suddenly opened his arms and a faint layer of fire surrounded his body. Rumble, countless mountains shook. The sun essence flaming stones hidden in the depths of the mountains broke through the mountain rocks and flew toward Dong Huangtai. This is, Xianxia, who was flying, stared at everything with her mouth agape. She could not believe it. Hundreds of sun essence flaming stones fell into Dong Huangtai's hands. Miss Xianxia, this is a little token of my sincerity. It proves that I have no ill intentions. I just came to the Divine Land and don't have any friends. I want to follow you for a while and understand this place. Dong Huangtai quickly rushed over with a large pile of sun essence flaming stones and said sincerely. No need. I'll find it myself. Yunjiao's face was cold. She turned and left. Sigh, Dong Huangtai's face was filled with regret when he saw that his trick of borrowing flowers had failed. In his previous life, he was obsessed with cultivation and was not good at interpersonal relationships, especially with women. Dong Huangtai's lifelong pursuit was to prove his Tao through strength. However, this long-cherished wish was not fulfilled until his death. Before his death, he was only a half-saint and was still very far away from becoming a sage. After dying once, he was inexplicably reborn, appeared outside the demon realm, and then inexplicably entered the demon realm. These complicated experiences made Dong Huangtai, the ancient heavenly emperor, different from before. Xianxia flew tens of thousands of miles in one breath. When she saw that Dong Huangtai did not chase after her, she could not help but feel relieved. Master, I don't think that Dong Huangtai is a bad person. Also, I found out that he is not of the demon race, but of the demon race, the red bird egg in her hand suddenly said. Demon race? Xianxia was stunned. He should also be of the fire demon race. We are of the same origin. His bloodline grade is extremely high. He gives me an indescribable sense of closeness, the red bird egg said. This Dong Huangtai's origin is unknown. I suspect that he wants to snatch you away. We should stay away from him. Yunxiao said coldly. Yes, master. This Dong Huangtai gives me a dangerous feeling. If we really fight, you might not be his match. The red bird egg suddenly said. I'm not his match? Yunxiao was stunned. She did not expect the red bird egg to say that. Dong Huangtai was 2 realms higher than her. If they were both of the demon race and had extremely high bloodlines, Yunxiao admitted that she might not be able to defeat Dong Huangtai. Just now, she felt an indescribable sense of danger from Dong Huangtai. That feeling was very strange. Dong Huangtai's actions had always been very gentle, and his attitude was also very polite. But for some reason, Yunxiao felt an indescribably vast power from every single one of his subtle movements. This power was very terrifying. A red shadow flashed, and Dong Huangtai suddenly appeared again. Miss Yunxiao, meeting is fate. These sun essence fire stones, since I have no use for them, why don't I give them to you? Dong Huangtai threw the sun essence fire stones in his hand over, then cupped his fists, smiled regretfully, turned around, and flew away. Before Yunxiao could react, Dong Huangtai had disappeared. This guy seems to be a good person. The red egg muttered. Who knows? Yunxiao shook her head, not commenting on Dong Huangtai. Master, with so many sun essence fire stones, it can let me take another step closer to the real incubation, the red egg laughed. A red ray of light shot out from the egg and landed on the sun essence firestone. One by one, the sun essence fire stones began to shrink and disappear. The red egg's aura also became more and more intense. Yunxiao waited silently. After a while, the hundreds of sun essence fire stones were completely absorbed by the red egg. After doing all this, Yunxiao was about to put away the red egg and leave when she suddenly saw a red flame breaking through the sky from afar. This is? Looking at the red flame, it was a small golden bird burning with flames. Yunxiao was stunned. Could this be the sun bird? In the ancient sun region, there had always been an extremely ancient legend. Once the sun bird appeared, then it was possible to find the true sun furnace. The true sun furnace was a divine artifact used by the sun god king when he was alive. It possessed incomparably powerful might. It was said that once the true sun furnace was opened, it would emit an unimaginably high-temperature true sun flame that could burn dozens of ancient regions in an instant. However, the sun god king had fallen for so long, but the true sun furnace had never appeared. For millions of years, this sun bird would occasionally appear, but no one had ever found the true sun furnace, nor had they obtained the inheritance of the sun god king. Master, do you know that fire bird? The red egg burped and asked with a smile. That sunbird has a great origin. It is said that it was formed from the flames of the true sun furnace. Yunxiao explained the origin of the true sun furnace in detail. TSK. What sunbird? I've never heard of him. He looks much weaker than me. The red egg said disdainfully. Cloud Sky said in surprise, you actually don't know about the sunbird? I definitely don't know. My master, the red egg said proudly. Halfway through its words, it seemed to have realized something and its voice stopped abruptly. It was one of the divine pets in the old master's warehouse. It definitely could not reveal any information about the old master. Otherwise, it would not be able to bear the old master's anger. Perhaps old master would be angry. After breaking its eggshell, it would be fed to the other divine pets. In this way, wouldn't it die an unjust death? The master you're talking about is my master, right? When Yunxiao heard half of the conversation, he was curious and asked. Yes. The red egg said obediently. In order to make up for his mistake, the red egg said with a smile, Master, I come from a small place and know very little. I'm a little ignorant, all right. Yunxiao nodded helplessly. She could also tell that the red egg had a great origin, but he deliberately hid his origin. Oh right, you still haven't told me what kind of divine bird you are? Yunxiao asked. Since Master is so interested, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I'm a heaven-burning ancient phoenix, the red egg said. Heaven-burning ancient phoenix? Xiao quickly searched for this divine bird in her mind. However, after searching through her memories, she could not find any clues. Master, have you never heard of this name of mine? The red egg chuckled. That's right, I've never heard of the heaven-burning ancient phoenix. Xiao sighed. Like I said, I came from a small place. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, the red egg chuckled. The awkwardness in his heart had finally disappeared. Swish, a red light flashed and suddenly stopped in the air above Xiao's head. It was a golden sunbird that was burning with flames. It was only the size of a millstone and it flapped its wings with a buzzing sound as it stared at the red egg with bright eyes. Stupid bird, stop looking. Be careful that I don't eat you. The red egg laughed strangely. A trace of fear flashed in the sunbird's eyes as it flapped its wings and flew away. You're so fierce. Xiao shook her head with a smile. She did not know what to do with this strange red egg. Master, since you said that you found the sunbird, there's a chance of finding the true sun furnace. Why don't we change our strategy and look for the true sun furnace? The red egg suggested. Why should we look for the true sun furnace? I cultivate the great oblivion Tao and I can't control this treasure. Xiao shook her head. Only fire element cultivators could cultivate the inheritance of the sun god king. The entire Great Oblivion Palace cultivated the Great Oblivion Tao. After cultivating this cultivation technique, one would not be able to cultivate any other cultivation techniques. Therefore, Xiao did not have any thoughts about the inheritance of the Great Oblivion Tao and the true sun furnace. She only wanted to hatch this red egg as soon as possible and complete the mission that her master had given her. Master, you don't know. If you can obtain the true sun furnace and put me inside, I'll hatch even faster. The red egg said excitedly. Is that so? Xiao was shocked. How powerful was the flame in the true sun furnace? The sky-burning ancient phoenix could actually hatch inside completely unharmed. Master, don't hesitate. Let's chase after it quickly. The red egg urged. All right. Xiao gritted her teeth and chased after it. She naturally did not want to miss anything that was beneficial to the red egg's incubation. The sunbird flew extremely fast. Xiao chased with all her might but she still could not close the distance. However, Xiao did not give up and continued to chase after it. What's that? The bored Dong Huangtai was sitting on a rock at the top of the mountain when he suddenly looked up and saw a flame flying over. There was actually a golden bird in the flame. However, the strange thing was that this golden bird actually had 3 legs. 3-legged golden crow? Dong Huangtai was shocked and suddenly stood up. That's not right. This golden bird is not a 3-legged golden crow. It just looks a little similar. Dong Huangtai's eyes narrowed. He still found something different. Although the golden bird also had 3 legs and was very similar to his body, the aura of its bloodline was actually different. Dong Huangtai's interest was immediately piqued. He wanted to capture this golden bird and study it. The sunbird that was flying seemed to have discovered Dong Huangtai at this moment and suddenly felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. Clang, the extremely excited sunbird suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out a long cry, scaring the flames below into retreating. In the next moment, the sunbird flapped its wings and turned into a ball of flame, heading straight for Dong Huangtai. Eh? It's flying over. Dong Huangtai raised his eyebrows as he watched the little golden bird fly over. A look of joy appeared on his face. He originally wanted to catch it and study it, but he didn't expect the little bird to take the initiative to throw itself into his arms, saving him the trouble. The sunbird flew closer and stopped in midair. It looked at Dong Huangtai carefully, its fiery eyes filled with intense joy. Does your little bird have a name? Dong Huangtai asked with a smile. Although this little golden bird wasn't a 3-legged golden crow, it gave him an indescribable sense of comfort. It was like a close relative. Dong Huangtai was also a little curious. There was a bloodline similar to the 3-legged golden crow in the world of the divine land. My name is Sunbird. What kind of demon are you? Why do you give me such a feeling of familiarity? Sunbird also laughed, its tone was filled with surprise. Sunbird, Dong Huangtai carefully savored the name, his demonic eyes becoming brighter and brighter. He was born on the sun star of the Eldritch world. After entering the Godland, he had entered the ancient Sun realm, and then encountered the Sunbird. It was a series of events that seemed to be very interesting. Not bad, the divine land is indeed my blessed land. It seems that I will definitely be able to find the Bell of Chaos this time, Dong Huangtai thought to himself. My original form is a three-legged golden crow, similar to your image. Dong Huangtai looked at Sunbird and smiled extremely gently. He waved his hand gently, and a phantom formed by dermic powers appeared in front of Sunbird. It was the three-legged golden crow. Good fellow, you seem to be my long-lost brother, Sunbird said in surprise. Ha ha ha. Dong Huangtai heard this and laughed loudly. He also had the same feeling, but this little Sunbird wasn't qualified to call him brother. Brother, you are the person I am looking for. Sunbird looked around and suddenly said with a vigilant expression. What are you talking about? Dong Huangtai was slightly stunned. Sunbird smiled and said, to be honest, I am a fire elemental creature born from the true sun furnace. This time, I went out to find the successor of the Sun God King. Now, I think you are the most suitable. The successor of the Sun God King? Dong Huangtai was stunned. Was a mere Sun God King qualified for him to inherit his mantle? His original body in the Devil world was also in the God King realm. On the other hand, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi was the ancient heavenly emperor. His lifelong pursuit was to prove his Tao through strength. Why would he be interested in other inheritances? Not interested. Dong Huangtai shook his head and immediately rejected. Seeing Dong Huangtai's rejection, Sunbird became anxious. Since the fall of the Sun God King nearly 1,000,000 years ago, he had been searching everywhere for a successor, but to no avail. The requirements for the successor of the Sun God King were extremely strict. First of all, he had to have the innate sun body. Only someone with such a physique could drive the true sun furnace, and at the same time, cultivate the supreme divine abilities and techniques passed down by the Sun God King. However, the Sunbird hadn't been able to find the innate extreme yang body even after millions of years. Now that it saw Dong Huangtai, it was stunned. Although there were some differences between Dong Huangtai and the innate Tai-Yang physique, Sunbird's intuition told it that this person's physique might surpass the innate Tai-Yang physique. Wasn't this the best successor to the Sun God King? However, to Sunbird's surprise, Dong Huangtai refused. This made it extremely distressed. Others were fighting for their lives to inherit the Sun God King's legacy, but Dong Huangtai wasn't interested at all. Why aren't you interested? Be it the true sun furnace or the Sun God King's legacy, countless grand cultivators in the divine land would kill to get it. Sunbird said anxiously with a sharp voice. I'm not interested. But if we can be friends, I can, Dong Huangtai said with a smile. What friend? I'm willing to serve you as my master and control the true sun furnace, becoming an immortal existence in this world. Sunbird said with a sacred look. Don't be so serious. I'm really not interested in the Sun God King's legacy and the true sun furnace. Dong Huangtai shrugged and smiled. He had been pursuing the path of strength all his life, so he didn't need any treasures. All he needed was the Bell of Chaos. The so-called true sun furnace was useless in his eyes. Can you not reject me so quickly? How about I take you to a place and you decide after you see it? Sunbird smiled bitterly. I'm really not interested, but if you take me on a tour around the divine land, that's fine, Dong Huangtai chuckled. After being rejected again, Sunbird felt that it was in a bad mood. Any force, even a God King level force, was coveting the Sun God King's legacy and the true sun furnace. However, the person in front of it had no interest at all. It was really shocking. Someone's coming. It's that strange red bird egg. Sunbird glanced out of the corner of its eye and suddenly saw a figure rushing over. It was the beautiful woman in green that it had seen before. It wasn't afraid of the woman in green. However, Sunbird felt an indescribable fear towards the red bird egg in her hand. Why is Miss Xianxia here? Dong Huangtai was slightly stunned when he saw Xianxia flying over. Then, a joyful smile appeared on his face. Could it be, the pile of sun essence fire stones that he gave her worked? Master, Sunbird is with Dong Huangtai. The red bird egg said. I see it. Xianxia frowned and flew over with a cold expression. Miss Xianxia, we meet again. Dong Huangtai looked at Xiao with a bright smile. So they know each other. Sunbird in the air looked at the two of them, its eyes constantly moving. Dong Huangtai, don't think too much. I'm not here for you, I'm here for that sunbird. Xiao said with a cold expression. Dong Huangtai's face turned bitter. He blinked and sighed. So you're not here for me? Miss Xiao. Sunbird imitated Dong Huangtai's tone and said in a deep voice. Your cultivation technique doesn't have the qualifications to inherit the Sun God King's legacy. Don't think too much. Little bird, what nonsense are you talking about? How is my master not qualified? The red bird egg cried out. Sunbird's expression turned cold. It was extremely wary of the red bird egg. I'm right. Look at her cold body. How is she suitable to cultivate a fire attribute cultivation technique? Sunbird didn't want to be outdone. It braced itself and argued. Doesn't my master still have me? The red bird egg chuckled and said, I'm actually not interested in the Sun God King's legacy. I just want to borrow the Sun True Furnace to help me hatch earlier. Borrow the Sun True Furnace? How is that possible? The sunbird shook its head. Its eyes were cold, as if it was trying to keep everyone away. Damn it, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The red bird egg's voice was fierce as it threatened. Don't threaten me, you're just an egg that hasn't hatched yet. If I run away with all my might, you won't have the ability to catch me. Being threatened by the red egg, the sunbird felt very unhappy and even its tone became heavier. Oh, are you threatening me? The red egg was angry as it questioned in an unfriendly tone. It can't be considered a threat, I just want to protect myself. Even if you have the ability to kill me, it won't be long before I'll be born again in the true sun furnace. The sunbird rolled its eyes and coldly said. Seeing the sunbird's fearless expression, the red egg immediately lost its temper and fell silent. Xiao frowned. It seemed like using force to subdue the sunbird was not a viable method. In history, there had been people who had done this before. Even if the sunbird was not a match, it would still explode and die. Anyway, after it died, it could still be born in the true sun furnace. It was because the sunbird had such a powerful rebirth ability that no one had obtained the true sun furnace or the legacy of the Sun God King in the past million years. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Dong Huangtai blinked his eyes and suddenly smiled. I say, there's no need for the two of you to go against each other like this, right? Dong Huangtai said. I say, brother, you don't need to participate in this kind of thing. Anyway, I definitely won't give in. The sunbird coldly said. You've misunderstood me. Dong Huangtai gave a faint smile and said, if I inherit the legacy of the Sun God King and obtain the true sun furnace, can I lend this true sun furnace to others? Lend it to others? Who do you want to lend it to? The sunbird was shocked as its gaze fell onto the red egg. Lend it to the one in the egg. Dong Huangtai reached out his hand and pointed at the red egg in Yunjiao's hand. Hee, there's no need to lend it to me, Dong Huangtai, just let me enter the true sun furnace and absorb the true sun fire to help me be born as soon as possible. This way, I'll be grateful to your 8 generations of ancestors. The red egg cried out. So it's like this, Dong Huangtai nodded. He looked at the sunbird thoughtfully and asked, it just wants to absorb the sun primordial fire. You won't reject this request, right? If you inherit the mantle of the Sun God King and control the true sun furnace, you will naturally be able to do whatever you want. Sunbird said in a deep voice. All right. Dong Huangtai nodded. Although he wasn't interested in the Sun God King's magical power, he could only take expedient measures. As for the Sun God King's legacy, he only needed to take a few glances at it and wouldn't take it to heart. As for the true sun furnace, he could just put it away. At the same time, he put the red bird egg inside so that the little bird inside could hatch as soon as possible. As the primordial demonic emperor, Dong Huangtai had many powerful demonic emperors under his command. Naturally, he could tell that there was a powerful demonic emperor in the red egg. However, it was still relatively weak at the moment. The reason why he helped Cloud Sky like this was entirely a kind of intuition from the unseen world. Dong Huangtai had a feeling that if he wanted to find the Bell of Chaos, the girl in front of him might be able to surprise him. Wow, Dong Huangtai, you're such a nice guy, helping me like this. The red bird egg giggled. There's no other way. Who asked me to meet you guys the moment I entered the divine land? Dong Huangtai shrugged and smiled, looking carefree. Dong Huangtai, your wishful thinking is too good, this is good. My master didn't want you to follow him, but now it's the other way around. We have to follow you. The red bird egg didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dong Huangtai smiled and said, it's not that serious, right? I'm not a bad person. Miss Cloud Sky, you don't have to be so guarded against me. Cloud Sky, at this moment, Cloud Sky really didn't know what to say. Now, the situation had reversed. In order to hatch the red bird egg, she had to follow Dong Huangtai to find the true sun furnace. This was really fate playing tricks on people. Sunbird retracted its wings and immediately turned into a little bird, standing on Dong Huangtai's shoulder. Let's go southwest, Sunbird said. After 1,000,000 years, it had finally found a successor to the Sun God King's legacy. It was already impatient. All right. Dong Huangtai agreed and glanced at Cloud Sky. The two of them flew southeast. However, they didn't fly far. Several huge immortal boats suddenly blocked their path. Hundreds of cultivators stood on each ferry boat. The lowest cultivation base was at the Divine Lord realm, and there were quite a few hierarch realm cultivators. These were a few extremely powerful factions. I didn't expect Sunbird to make a choice. Is this guy the successor of the Sun God King? An old man stood on a ferry boat and looked at Dong Huangtai with an unfriendly expression. The true sun furnace is no small matter. We can't let it fall into the hands of an unknown faction. A middle-aged man on another ferry boat said coldly. That's right. Let's kill him. After a few more years, Sunbird will be reborn, and the opportunity will still belong to us. A white-haired old man's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said coldly. How dare you attack me with just the likes of you? Dong Huangtai took a step forward. He was tall and sturdy, and his eyes were cold as he scanned the cultivators on the ferry boats. There were about 100 hierarch realm cultivators. The highest cultivation base was at the 7th level of the hierarch realm. There were many of them, and their cultivation base was higher than his. However, in Dong Huangtai's eyes, they were nothing. His real body was at the Divine King realm. Although this doppelganger was only at the 3rd level of the hierarch realm, a mere 7th level of the hierarch realm was nothing in his eyes once he started fighting. Seeing that Dong Huangtai was about to attack, Xianxia also took a step forward. She and Dong Huangtai were in the same boat. She could not let these people kill Sunbird. Miss Xianxia, you don't have to do anything. I'll deal with them. Dong Huangtai turned his head and smiled. Xianxia was stunned. Was Dong Huangtai that powerful? He could deal with hundreds of people alone. On the ferry boat, the white-haired old man shouted angrily, what shameless boasting. Where did you come from? The primeval age. Dong Huangtai's expression was cold as he spat out 2 words. The primeval age? The cultivators on the immortal boats glanced at each other with puzzlement in their eyes. The primeval age. Where was that? Why had they not heard of it before? Sect Master, if I remember correctly, that girl in green is Heavenly Venerable You from the Grand Forgotten Palace. A middle-aged man stood beside the white-haired old man and said in a low voice. Although his voice was soft, it was still heard by the others. Heavenly Venerable You? Many people were shocked. At this moment, their faces were filled with surprise. The Grand Forgotten Palace cultivated the Grand Forgotten Tao. Why would she come to a place as popular as the ancient Sun region? Did she come to the wrong place? Celestial Venerable You. The white-haired elder raised his eyebrows and shouted, why would your Grand Forgotten Palace get involved in the true Sun Cauldron? No comment. Xianxia said coldly. Celestial Venerable You, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. Although the Grand Forgotten Palace is very strong, it can't be a match for all the forces. A middle-aged man with a sinister look snorted and warned. Is that so? Xianxia drew a sword coldly, her silver eyes emitting a cold and merciless light. Dong Huangtai was shocked to see Xianxia like this. He could feel a chill emanating from Xianxia's body. Miss Xianxia, these useless people can't even withstand a single blow. Watch how I deal with them. Dong Huangtai smiled. In the next moment, he disappeared in front of Xianxia. A beam of shocking red light suddenly landed on a ferry boat in the void. It was unbelievably fast. Boom, when Dong Huangtai's feet landed on the immortal boat, countless cracks appeared on the immortal boat. A huge rebounding force bounced all the cultivators off the boat. The Divine Lord cultivators were injured on the spot and vomited blood. As for the Divine Venerable cultivators, they rolled in the air and stabilized themselves after a few breaths. Dong Huangtai's appearance was so domineering that it frightened everyone. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This person's physical strength was so strong that it was comparable to the legendary primordial dragon clan. Sir, are you from the dragon clan? The middle-aged man drew a blood-red sword and pointed it at Dong Huangtai, his eyes cold. Dragon clan? What a joke, how can I be from the dragon clan? Dong Huangtai laughed. In the primordial era, when he was the celestial emperor, the dragon clan of the four seas also submitted to the primordial heavenly court. I say, how did you guys know that my brother is from the dragon clan? Could it be, can't he be from the sunbird clan? The sunbird standing on his shoulder shook its body and let out a strange kiki laughter. Hearing this, Dong Huangtai frowned. This sunbird really knew how to talk nonsense. He really thought of himself as a distant relative. Die. Seeing the man and bird being so arrogant, the middle-aged man was furious. He rushed over with the red sword in his hand. Swish swish swish, the red sword light fell from the sky like a rain of blood. A boundless killing intent seeped out from the bloody light. This middle-aged man was at the 7th level of the hierarch realm and was one of the few people with the highest cultivation realm among the major forces. He was skilled in sword techniques and was a true sword cultivator. In terms of true combat strength, he far surpassed his peers. Good timing. Dong Huangtai laughed loudly. Whoosh, a layer of golden flames suddenly ignited on his body. The flames burned fiercely and the temperature was astonishing. The sunbird on his shoulder sucked in a mouthful of fire and couldn't help but moan in pleasure. So comfortable. Sunbird raised its head and said with an intoxicated expression. This flame was actually somewhat similar to the flames of the true sun furnace. It was truly hard to imagine how Dong Huangtai had managed to cultivate it. Whoosh, the red robe on Dong Huangtai's body suddenly expanded as an endless amount of energy was generated from his body. His eyes were cold and indifferent, emitting a resplendent light. At this moment, as his formidable power overflowed, the surrounding space began to distort. Dong Huangtai rushed into the air and threw a punch at the sword light. What? This guy wants to take on my sword technique with his bare hands? The middle-aged man was shocked when he saw Dong Huangtai throwing a punch at him. He had a bad feeling about this. Boom, the pair of fists that were burning with flames were indestructible. They shattered the boundless sword light with a single punch before landing on the red greatsword. This was an emperor-level sword and it shattered in an instant. An indescribable force surged through his arm. Puff, the man's body shook violently as he coughed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. One punch. Dong Huangtai had sent this hierarch expert who was 4 levels higher than him flying while coughing out blood. What? How can this guy's physical body be so strong? Seeing this scene, the cultivators on the ferry boat were shocked. His physical body was comparable to a divine weapon. An emperor's sword had actually been shattered by his fist. It could be seen how terrifying the defense and power of this fist was. After sending his opponent flying with one punch, Dong Huangtai was excited. He looked up and laughed. Haha, this is so satisfying. It's a pity that there are no 12 ancestral shamans in this world. 12 ancestral shamans, Xianxia frowned, not knowing what Dong Huangtai was talking about. Dong Huangtai stood in the void, his body was covered in raging flames. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were like lightning, releasing endless majesty as if a heavenly emperor had descended. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with terror. This guy is too strong. Let's attack him together. On one of the ferry boats, an old man who was the leader said loudly. His suggestion immediately received everyone's approval. In an instant, all kinds of attacks were thrown at Dong Huangtai from all directions. A bunch of dogs and chickens. Don Huangtai laughed loudly. Boom, a pair of iron fists landed and bounced back countless attacks. His fists were strong and powerful. After a few rounds, all the cultivators were sent flying. Most of the Divine Monarch Realm cultivators were killed. Most of the Hierarch Realm cultivators were injured. None of the ferry boats were spared. All of them were cracked and could no longer be driven. All the cultivators fled in all directions in a panic. Dong Huangtai clapped his hands and smiled disapprovingly. He did not chase after them. In the eyes of the ancient heavenly emperor, beating a dog when it was down was not his style as a heavenly emperor. Dong Huangtai, you're really strong. After watching such an exciting battle, the red egg was also shocked and said sourly. It's okay. These guys are too arrogant. I'm just giving them a little punishment. Dong Huangtai said with a smile. Yun Xiao sighed, and a fierce fighting spirit rose in his eyes. Although Dong Huangtai was strong, she was not convinced. When she reached the Hierarch Realm level 3 one day, she wanted to have a good fight with Dong Huangtai. Of course. That was just Yin Zhao's thought at the moment. The two of them delayed for a while. Under the guidance of the Sunbird, they continued on their journey. At the same time, in another mountain range in the ancient Sun region, the two peerless beauties were currently surrounded by a group of cultivators. Don't you guys know that we're from the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace? A plain-clothed beauty looked at the powerful cultivators around her and said coldly. Celestial Venerable Qing, Celestial Venerable Yu, did the Grand Divine Venerable send you here to betroth the two of you to our sect master? A middle-aged man at the 5th level of the Hierarch realm said with an evil grin on his face. At this time, another young man at the Hierarch realm level 7 said coldly, Master was injured last time because of the Grand Divine Venerable in the Yaoguang Galaxy. Now, two of his disciples are alone in the ancient Sun region. It's a good chance for us to turn the tables. Senior brother, why don't we kill them? The middle-aged man frowned and shouted angrily. There's no need to kill them. They're two celestial venerables after all. Let's capture them first and hand them over to Master. The middle-aged man in the white robe waved his hand and sneered. Just as he finished speaking, there was a ripple in the void, and a man's voice was suddenly heard. Who's talking bad about me? A faint figure walked out of the void and landed beside the two women. Master, why are you here? Celestial Venerable Qing and Celestial Venerable Yu saw this person and were pleasantly surprised. Their emotions surged, and tears fell instantly. Hee hee. If I didn't come, wouldn't the two of you be taken away by the bad guys? Looking at the agitated Celestial Venerable Yu and Celestial Venerable Qing, Yi Yin smiled faintly and descended beside them. Grand Supreme Ultimate God, when all the cultivators on the immortal boat saw Yi Yin, all of their expressions changed drastically. Their faces were filled with terror. Especially the white-robed youth and the middle-aged man. Even their master wasn't a match for the Grand Supreme Ultimate God, let alone them. Senior, I was just joking with your disciple. Please be magnanimous and spare our lives. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said in horror. The white-robed youth mustered up his courage and bowed. Senior, we wouldn't dare to offend the Grand Supreme Emotion Palace. We were just joking with the two beauties. Joking? How can you joke like that? Yi Yin smiled faintly. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the two of them. The two God Venerable Realm cultivators couldn't resist at all as they were grabbed by Yi Yin and brought to him. My invincible master has to make a move. Hee hee, so powerful. Let's see how arrogant they can be. Celestial Venerable Yu was delighted and couldn't help but laugh secretly. Which sect are you from? Yi Yin looked at the two of them and asked indifferently. Senior, we are from the Great One sect. Our master is the Grand Elder of the sect. We met you once in the Yaoguang Galaxy, facing the powerful Grand Supreme Ultimate God. The white-robed youth trembled in fear. However, in order to survive, he had to put in a good word. So it's that old fellow, Yi Yin thought for a while, and the image of an old man appeared in his mind. At that time in the Yaoguang Galaxy, there was indeed an old man in the Divine King realm who wanted to snatch his god-level celestial boat. However, he was beaten back by Yi Yin with his Vajra hammer. Master, there's no good person in the Great One sect. That elder is like that, and so are their disciples. Celestial Venerable, you said angrily. Well said. Yi Yin smiled faintly. The middle-aged man and the white-robed youth didn't even have the chance to scream before they were crushed into two masses of blood mist by Yi Yin. When the other Supreme Sect cultivators saw this scene, they were all trembling in fear and even forgot to run for their lives. Most of them knelt down. Everyone knew there was no chance for them to escape from a powerful Supreme Ultimate God. Yi Yin raised his eyebrows. Looking at the cultivators kneeling on the immortal boat, he said coldly, all of you, scram. If you have the chance, inform that old man and ask him to personally apologize. Thank you for sparing my life, Senior. We will definitely pass on Senior Grand Supreme's words to Grand Supreme Elder. The cultivators on the immortal boat felt as if they had been pardoned. They stood up in a panic and controlled the immortal boat to fly away quickly. In the void. In the blink of an eye, only Yi Yin, Celestial Venerable Qing, and Celestial Venerable Yu were left. Did the two of you see Celestial Venerable Yu along the way? Yi Yin asked. Master, we were also looking for junior sister everywhere, but we couldn't find her. Celestial Venerable Yu said with a gloomy expression. Master, the ancient sun region is in chaos now. All kinds of powers are emerging, and they are all here for the true sun furnace. We searched for a long time, but we still couldn't find her, Celestial Venerable Qing said helplessly. It's okay. Now that I'm here, I believe it won't be long before I find Celestial Venerable Yu, Yi Yin said softly. Yi Yin wasn't too worried about Yun Xiao. After all the powers in the ancient sun region were here for the true sun furnace, and most of them were fire elemental cultivators. Yun Xiao cultivated the great Tao of Great Oblivion, which was completely isolated from fire elemental techniques and divine arts. She was alone and her realm wasn't high, so she shouldn't attract the attention of the powers. If there were powers that were so blind, Yi Yin wouldn't let them off. Next. Yi Yin took Celestial Venerable Qing and Celestial Venerable Yu and broke through the void, embarking on the path to find Yun Xiao. A day later. Yi Yin suddenly discovered that rays of light flashed through the void, and all the powers were flying in a certain direction on their immortal boats. Could it be the sunbird? Yi Yin said softly. Master, the sunbird must have appeared. Otherwise, all the powers wouldn't be so united. Celestial Venerable Qing said with certainty. We'll know once we find someone and ask. Yi Yin smiled faintly and broke through the void in an instant, landing above an immortal boat with the two ladies. Who are you? Facing the sudden appearance of the three people, the cultivators on the immortal boat were shocked. Especially Yi Yin, who was at the peak of the 10th level of the God Venerable realm, brought great pressure to these cultivators. So it's the Grand Ultimate God of the Great Oblivion Palace. Sorry for the disrespect. In the crowd, the leader of the group, a black-faced elder at the 10th level of the God Venerable realm, quickly cupped his hands politely. Fellow Taoist, where are you rushing to in such a hurry? Yi Yin also cupped his hands and asked softly. We found traces of the sunbird in the direction of the Fire Cloud Mountain range. We're rushing there now. The black-faced elder said politely. Fellow Taoist, your immortal boat is spacious. Why don't you bring the three of us with you to the Fire Cloud Mountain range? Yi Yin smiled. The black-faced elder was stunned. He didn't expect the Grand Ultimate God to make such a request. However, he couldn't refuse. After all, the Grand Ultimate God was notorious for his ferocity and was a veteran expert. He wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Of course. Then, please follow us to the Fire Cloud Mountain range, fellow Taoist. The dark-faced old man gave a faint smile and formally agreed. Yi Yin and the other two landed and stood beside the black-faced elder. The black-faced elder was a little nervous and kept his mouth shut. The immortal boat broke through the clouds and fog and continued flying. Yi Yin looked at the immortal boats in the distance quickly passing by. He touched his chin and asked with a smile, fellow Taoist, the fight for the true sun furnace is really intense. Fellow Taoist Grand Ultimate's insight is like a torch. We're just joining in the fun. Maybe we won't even see the sunbird, the black-faced elder sighed. Why is that? Yi Yin asked curiously. The sunbird has already recognized a man as its master. Right now, Half of the people from the various factions want to kill the sunbird and nullify this opportunity. The black-faced elder said. What about the other half? Don't tell me they want to control this man? Yiyan asked. Yes, fellow Taoist Grand Ultimate. The black-faced elder looked into the distance and smiled bitterly. This man is extremely unfamiliar and I don't know where he comes from. So, the major forces want to take him under their command. This way, it's equivalent to owning the sunbird in disguise. With the sunbird, they can obtain the true sun furnace. That's a good plan. Yiyan smiled faintly. That's right, fellow Taoist Grand Ultimate, do you have a disciple called Celestial Venerable You? The black-faced elder asked. That's right. Yiyan nodded and looked over. He asked solemnly, have you seen her before? I haven't, but Celestial Venerable You is with this man and is being dragged down by him. Now, their situation isn't too good, the black-faced elder sighed. Scoundrel. How dare you bully the disciples of my grand forgotten emotion palace? I'll kill anyone I see. Yiyan said coldly. The next moment, Yiyan took Celestial Venerable Qing and Celestial Venerable Yu and disappeared from the immortal boat. In the depths of the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. On top of a towering fiery red mountain range. The surroundings were blazing with flames and the temperature was shocking. A man and a woman stood on top of a fiery red boulder. They were Dong Huangtai and Yun Xiao. Dong Huangtai was bathed in blood and filled with murderous intent. However, there was a trace of fatigue in his fierce eyes. Yun Xiao, who was beside him, was also covered in blood. Her aura was weak and her face was pale. Both of them seemed to have suffered some minor injuries. Their breathing was a little messy. In the void around the mountain peak, there were at least 100 immortal boats. There were many powerful cultivators standing on each of the immortal boats. There were countless hierarch realm cultivators. Some of the fairy boats even had more terrifying auras on them. Those were Divine King realm cultivators. However, those Divine King realm cultivators were shrouded in a misty light, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. Although there were many fairy boats in the void, they formed into two camps, facing each other with a distance of 1,000 feet. The mountain peak where Dong Huangtai and Yun Xiao were it seemed to have become a clear dividing line. That guy, you don't have to run anymore. Join us and you'll still have a chance to live. On a ferry boat in the east, a level 8 hierarch realm cultivator stood at the bow of the boat and said loudly. Haha, brother in red, you've injured so many people along the way. You've already attracted the hatred of many forces. Join us or you'll lose your life. On a ferry boat next to him, a level 9 hierarch realm cultivator laughed and said. On the other ferry boats, there were also cultivators trying to persuade Dong Huangtai to join their camp. That bastard, if you know what's good for you, kill Sunbird quickly and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, both you and Sunbird will die without a burial place. On the west side of the camp, a level 9 hierarch realm cultivator stood on a ferry boat and said coldly. Surrender. Kill Sunbird and that'll be your proof of allegiance. Kill Sunbird. Kill, their voices reverberated through the western void like a tidal wave. On the mountain peak. Dong Huangtai looked at the densely packed immortal boats, and his tired face was once again filled with excitement. What a joke. You want me to surrender? How is that possible? Dong Huangtai placed his hands behind his back. His eyes shone brightly as his battle intent raged. Waves of powerful energy seeped out from every pore of his body, causing the surrounding space to distort once again. Although he had been fighting along the way and was mentally exhausted, Dong Huangtai would never admit defeat. Even if his opponent was stronger than him. Even if he would eventually die in battle. He would never admit defeat. If this doppelganger really died, then he would definitely think of a way to let his original body descend to the divine land. At that time, he would kill all of them. This emperor? A man on a ferry boat laughed arrogantly. Haha, you're just a hierarch, how dare you call yourself an emperor? What a joke. Haha. At the same time, all the cultivators on the immortal boats burst into laughter as if they had seen something hilarious. Dong Huangtai's face was cold as he looked at the overwhelming crowd with a frown. Miss Yun Xiao, these people are here for me. If you leave now, they won't find trouble with you, Dong Huangtai said slowly. Yun Xiao, who had a cold expression, held her sword with one hand and frowned. She did not reply. She was now in a dilemma. The complicated situation in front of her was beyond her expectations. There were too many cultivators around her. So many that it was hopeless. No matter how powerful Dong Huangtai was, he would never be a match for so many people. If she rashly got involved, she would definitely be affected. She might not be able to find the true sun furnace and even lose her life. After thinking about it, Yun Xiao finally decided to back out. She did not have any relationship with Dong Huangtai, so there was no need for her to risk her life at this moment. Dong Huangtai, take care. Yun Xiao said softly. Her face was still cold, and there was no fluctuation in her silver eyes. Let's meet again if fate allows it. Dong Huangtai smiled confidently, as if he did not feel despair because of the crisis. Yun Xiao turned around and flew towards the north. It was a long and narrow vacuum between the two camps. We can't let that woman go. Let's capture her first. She might be able to threaten that guy. A cultivator shouted loudly. A few immortal boats arrived and blocked the path of the vacuum. Everyone, your target is me and Sunbird on my shoulder. This has nothing to do with Miss Yun Xiao. Please let her go immediately. Dong Huangtai looked around and said in a deep voice. Kill Sunbird and we'll let her go. A cultivator shouted angrily. Dong Huangtai's face darkened. The arrogance of the cultivators in front of him had already made him on the verge of going berserk. Brother, you don't have to worry too much. Actually, the mystic realm left behind by the Sun God King is right above us. I can bring you in at any time. Sunbird's voice was suddenly transmitted to Dong Huangtai's mind through voice transmission. Dong Huangtai was stunned. He did not expect that there would be a mystic realm above him. This mystic realm was indeed hidden very well. Don't be fooled by their numbers. After so many years, they have never found this mystic realm, Sunbird snickered. Dong Huangtai's face stiffened. He did not know what to say. This Sunbird was quite scheming. Brother, once you enter this mystic realm, you will be my master. From then on, the true Sun Cauldron and the inheritance of the Sun God King will belong to you. Right now, those people are arguing endlessly over you. Now is the best time for me to bring you in. Sunbird said without stopping. After saying that, its body suddenly turned into a flame and completely enveloped Dong Huangtai. This flame shot into the sky like a pillar of light, hidden in the depths of the void, and suddenly disappeared. The entire process. It was unbelievably fast. By the time the cultivators on the immortal boats reacted, Dong Huangtai had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it, why did that guy suddenly disappear? Where was he teleported to? On the immortal boats, rays of light shot into the sky and flew into the depths of the void. Everyone released their divine consciousness and kept searching. There must be a mystic realm here. It must be the place where the Sun God King hid the true Sun Cauldron. An old man said with certainty. This mystic realm is strange. We can't find it. Another middle-aged man said with a gloomy face. Capture that woman and ask her. Maybe we can find some clues. A ninth-level hierarch realm cultivator's expression changed as he suddenly exclaimed. 40 to 50 figures instantly descended from the sky and completely blocked Yun Xiao's path. Everyone was at the godly venerable realm. Yun Xiao raised her sword and looked at the surrounding cultivators with a cold expression. She was only at the first level of the godly venerable realm. She would definitely lose this battle. Above her head, the void rippled. Yi Yin walked out with Celestial Venerable Qing and Celestial Venerable Yu with a cold expression. Junior sister, you are indeed here. Celestial Venerable Yu saw Yun Xiao and was pleasantly surprised. She landed from midair. Celestial Venerable Qing landed as well. You bastards dare to bully my Grand Supreme Emotion Palace's disciple. Get lost. Yi Yin shouted coldly. He waved his sleeves, and a gust of wind swept up. The surrounding God Venerable Realm cultivators were sent flying in an instant. Poof, poof. Countless people vomited blood and were severely injured. Grand Supreme Divine Venerable is here. On the surrounding immortal boats and in the void, the powerful cultivators suddenly saw Yi Yun and their pupils shrank slightly. Grand Supreme Divine Venerable was a veteran god Venerable Realm strong practitioner. He was now a half-step Divine King. It was said that he displayed his power in the Yaoguan galaxy and once injured a first-stage Divine King Realm strong practitioner with a hammer. Ever since that battle, Grand Supreme Divine Venerable's reputation became even more prominent. Hence, when Grand Supreme Divine Venerable appeared, even the God King Realm strong practitioners hidden in the misty light stood up. Grand Supreme Tao friend, why are you angry? We didn't kill your Grand Supreme Emotion Palace's disciple. A God King Realm strong practitioner looked down from above and said coldly. Yi Yun looked at the God King Realm cultivators shrouded in the misty light and said expressionlessly, if I didn't come in time, my disciple might have been harmed by you. Grand Supreme Tao friend, you misunderstood. The cultivators here can testify that we just want to capture your disciple and ask him about the guy who entered the secret realm and was recognized as the master by the sun bird. The God King Realm strong practitioner took a deep breath and explained calmly. Although there were a few God King Realm strong practitioners present, they didn't want to start a conflict with Grand Supreme Divine Venerable. After all, at their realm, once they started fighting, the power produced would be too strong and could destroy heaven and earth. The surrounding God Venerable Realm cultivators would probably die in the shockwave. That's right, we can testify that we definitely didn't have the intention to harm the Grand Supreme Emotion Palace's disciple. The other God King Realm strong practitioners also spoke. Yi Yun nodded lightly. These godly King Realm experts would not lie to him, given their high status. Yun Xiao, did they try to kill you? Although Yi Yun already had an idea, he still asked. Master, they want to capture me and interrogate me about the whereabouts of Dong Huangtai. Yun Xiao said calmly. However, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation of emotion in her silver eyes. After all, the Grand Supreme Divine Master was her teacher and had created her kindness. Therefore, Yun Xiao respected the Grand Supreme Divine Master very much. He was very cold to everyone except the Grand Supreme Ultimate God. Hearing Cloudsky's words, Yi Yun's expression froze. What did you say? Eastern Emperor Tai? Yi Yun confirmed again. It is the Eastern Emperor Tai, Master. The Sunbird recognized him as its master, and I was with him along the way. We also experienced a lot of battles. Yun Xiao replied. Hiss, hearing this, Yi Yun's expression changed slightly and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Although there were many people with the same name in this world, Yi Yun knew that Dong Huangtai's origin was probably not ordinary. When he took out the purple gold smoke pipe, Wuda somehow appeared in the Divine Land. And the last time, he had used the Bell of Chaos twice in the Demon Realm. It was hard to guarantee that the true owner of the Bell of Chaos, Dong Huangtai, would not come looking for him. Good fellow, once you use some treasures, the true owner of the treasures might come looking for you. This is really interesting, Yi Yun secretly smiled. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had used very few treasures since his rebirth, so he did not provoke a large number of experts in the myriad worlds. Master, that Dong Huangtai came from the demon realm to the ancient sun domain. I happened to be there at that time, so I got to know him, Yun Xiao sent a voice transmission. From the demon realm, Yi Yun was slightly stunned, then a look of realization appeared on his face. When he used the Bell of Chaos in the demon realm, Dong Huangtai came to the demon realm. This efficiency was too high. Now, Dong Huangtai came to the Divine Land and chased after the Bell of Chaos. This Dong Huangtai should be more powerful. How did you get injured when you were with him? Yi Yun looked at Yun Xiao and asked with a frown. Master, Dong Huangtai is only at the 3rd level of the ultimate god realm. Although he has the ability to fight above his level, he is not as strong as you think, Yun Xiao explained in a slightly embarrassed manner. I see, Yi Yun nodded silently. At this moment, he completely understood. This Dong Huangtai was definitely not Dong Huangtai's true body. It should be a clone that came, which was why it was at the 3rd level of the ultimate god realm. The price to come from the demon realm to the Divine Land was extremely high. It was not easy to send a clone of the ultimate god realm. At this moment, a godly king expert said loudly, Supreme Taoist friend, have you talked to your disciple? Do you know where that guy is? My disciple and that guy called Dong Huangtai only met by chance. How would I know his whereabouts? Yi Yan rolled his eyes and replied coldly. His words made the other divine kings fall silent. The other cultivators were silent at this moment. Supreme Brother, the secret realm left behind by the Sun God King is deep in the void. Why don't we work together to find it? A divine king expert suddenly said after a few seconds of silence. All right. Yi Yan said and nodded without hesitation. Yun Xiao was stunned. He did not know why his master would agree to this. Come with me. Later, follow me into the secret realm and explore it. Yi Yan chuckled and flew into the depths of the void. The other godly kings also rose into the sky from the ferry boat. There were 7 experts in total. 6 of them were at the first level of the Divine King realm and Yi Yan, who was at the half-step Divine King realm. They gathered together in the void. Yun Xiao, Celestial Venerable Qing, and Celestial Venerable Yu stood nearby and waited quietly. The other Divine King experts spread out their consciousness and used their treasures to deduce or search for the location of the secret realm. Yi Yan looked at the void with his hands behind his back. He wanted to enter the secret realm. Naturally, he wanted to meet Dong Huangtai from the Devil Realm. Yi Yan also wanted to know how this guy entered the Devil Realm. Thinking about it, the Devil Realm already had 2 creditors. One was Wu Da, and the other was Dong Huangtai. However, Yi Yan returned the purple gold pipe to Wu Da. As for the Bell of Chaos, Yi Yan had no plans to return it yet. The 6 divine kings were busy for a while, but they did not find the location of the secret realm. They were frustrated. Supreme Brother, it's been so long. Why haven't you found the location of the secret realm? A divine king expert spread his hands and said unhappily. It's just a secret realm. Do I need to find it? I found the location of the secret realm long ago. Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled. What? You found the secret realm long ago? The 6 divine king experts were shocked when they heard that. Supreme God was only at the half-step divine king realm. How did he find the location of the secret realm without using any treasures? Yes. Faced with the questioning of the god kings, Yi Yan smiled faintly and admitted the fact that he had discovered the mystic realm. Brother Supreme, where is the secret realm? It's hard to believe that you didn't use any Dharma treasure and only used your divine consciousness to find the secret realm. A divine king shook his head and asked with a frown. The grand ultimate god of the Forgotten Emotion Palace was only a half-step divine king. Although his combat strength was amazing, his divine consciousness was much weaker than theirs. How could he find the secret realm's location in advance with such a divine consciousness? After all, the 6 of them did not even find it. The other divine kings looked at Yi Yan doubtfully as if they were waiting for an explanation. It's in that direction. Yi Yan pointed at a certain spot in the void and smiled. The other 6 divine kings looked at each other. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God spoke as if the secret realm was really there. However, the 6 of them did not find anything when they looked around. Brother Supreme, there's nothing in that void. Are you kidding? A godly king snorted. Do I look like someone who would joke around? Yi Yan smiled casually. You don't. The expert sighed. That's good, Yi Yan shrugged and smiled. Brother Supreme, you're not a divine king yet. How could you find it with your divine consciousness alone? A divine king old man stared at a certain spot in the void and questioned again. The other 3 divine kings raised their eyebrows and looked at Jian Wushuang mockingly. How can you understand my grand unruffled emotions, Dao? Yi Yan smiled coldly. In the next moment, he took out a Vajra hammer and threw it out. Boom, the Vajra hammer landed somewhere in the void and made a loud bang. Layers of the void shattered like pieces of paper. In an instant, at least 100 layers of the void were shattered. The 6 divine king realm experts were shocked when they saw the shocking scene. After the hundreds of layers of space shattered, a hole filled with primal chaos aura suddenly appeared at that location. There really is a secret realm. A divine king was shocked. Disbelief filled his face. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God's performance had completely exceeded their expectations. Not only did the guy discover the mystical ground with his divine sense, he even smashed the layers of space with a golden hammer. Fellow Taoist Grand Supreme, you are indeed powerful. You live up to your reputation. A divine king clasped his fists and said admiringly with his eyes shining. The other divine kings also clasped their fists and expressed their admiration for Yi Yun. There's no need to stand on ceremony, everyone. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Yun chuckled. The King God Realm experts looked at the chaotic hole and hesitated for a while. They didn't take action immediately. Come, let's go in. Yi Yun smiled lightheartedly. He glanced at Yun Xiao and the others before being the first to fly into the Chaos Cave. Yun Xiao, Celestial Venerable Yu, and Celestial Venerable Qing quickly followed. Let's go. Since the Grand Supreme Ultimate God dares to go in, we have nothing to be afraid of. A divine king clenched his teeth and said. They hesitated because many mystical grounds would suppress their cultivation. They had already cultivated to the divine king realm. If their cultivation was suppressed, they would lose more than they could gain. However, when everyone saw the Grand Supreme Ultimate God fly in with his disciples, the Divine King Realm experts finally decided to enter. Swoosh, swoosh. They flew into the Chaos Cave like shuttles. In an instant, almost half of the forces at the scene flew in. Only a small number of people had other thoughts and didn't enter. Instead, they left. Master, this mystical ground is so strange. We seem to be on a big river, after entering the mystical ground. Celestial Venerable Qing looked around and was surprised. There was no blue sky, white clouds, flowers, trees, or towering mountains in this world. There was only a large body of water. This body of water flowed endlessly in a certain direction. Other than that, the entire world was emitting a dusky aura. It's a little strange, Yi Yun nodded. Logically speaking, the mystical ground created by the Sun God King belonged to the fire element. It should be extremely hot and filled with the aura of flames. However, the reality was the opposite. This mystical ground was filled with water. Celestial Venerable Yu frowned and said, as the saying goes, water and fire counter each other. Why would the Sun God King create such a water element mystical ground? Since we're here, let's take it easy. Let's go ahead and take a look, Yi Yun smiled faintly. Next, the four of them followed the surging river and went against the flow. Soon, they disappeared. Figures appeared one after another. The cultivators of the various forces outside had all entered the mystical ground. After entering the mystical ground, everyone was shocked by this mystical ground. This was completely different from what they had imagined. There's so much water in the mystical ground. Was this a mystical ground created by the Sun God King? Is there really a true sun furnace here? A divine king realm expert frowned and said. It shouldn't be wrong. After all, even the sun bird came in. Another divine king realm expert said. After saying that, a few divine king realm experts looked at each other and made a decision instantly. Immortal boats carried many cultivators and sailed into the depths of the mystical ground. Soon, they disappeared into the gray water. At this moment, Dong Huang Tai had already entered the depths of the mystical ground. Little bird, this mystical ground. Was it really created by the Sun God King? Dong Huang Tai frowned and asked. Yes, how can it be fake? The sun bird smiled. You don't seem to be telling the truth. Dong Huang Tai turned his head and looked at the sun bird meaningfully. Actually, the true sun furnace is suppressing a water element treasure. That treasure is extremely powerful, so in this mystical ground, all you can see is a vast mystical ground, the sunbird sighed and said. Water element treasure? Dong Huang Kai's gaze flashed, and he asked faintly, I can feel my lifespan slipping away. What treasure is this? The sunbird said sadly, you'll know when we reach the place. I don't know how to describe that treasure. Dong Huang Tai's expression was cold. He lightly snorted and continued flying forward. At the same time, Yi Yun and the other three, who were flying, also had a new discovery. Master, this mystical ground is a little strange. Why do I feel my lifespan slipping away slowly, but it's not obvious? Celestial Venerable Qing said in shock. A little. Perhaps when we reach the deepest place, this loss will be more obvious. Yi Yun looked into the distance and smiled meaningfully. He had experienced this feeling before in the River of Time. Celestial Venerable Yu looked behind and said anxiously, Master, those people are catching up from behind. Yi Yun laughed. No worries, let's speed up too. After saying that, a golden immortal boat appeared out of thin air. The four of them stepped onto the immortal boat. Swoosh, the immortal boat moved, turned into a golden light, and disappeared instantly. After a few breaths of time, immortal boats flew to the place where Yi Yun and the others disappeared. It's said that the Grand Ultimate God has a god-level immortal boat. It's true, a Divine King Realm strong practitioner looked into the distance with envy in his eyes. The six of us Divine Kings can join forces. Do you think the Divine Great Immortal Boat can run away from us? Another Divine King Realm man said indifferently with his hands behind his back and a sharp gaze. How should we split it? An elder in the Divine King Realm sneered. The Grand Ultimate God has more than one god-grade treasure. There's also the Vajra hammer. Once we get it, we can fight for it. The middle-aged Divine King's eyes sparkled as he said slowly. All right. The godly king old man nodded. The other Divine King Realm experts also nodded in agreement. As for the leaders of the other forces, they all smiled bitterly when they saw the God Kings working together. Let's go back. There's nothing left for us to do here. On one of the immortal boats, an old man sighed and immediately steered the immortal boat to turn around and fly back. Following that, the other ferry boats turned around and left the secret realm. In the end, only the six forces under the six godly kings were left. That's great. The godly kings laughed in unspoken agreement. They were in a good mood. Deep in the water, Dong Huangtai had arrived near a whirlpool under the guidance of Sunbird. The whirlpool was like the mouth of a giant beast. It spun continuously and produced a strong suction force. The true sun cauldron is at the center of the whirlpool, Sunbird said. Dong Huangtai looked at the depths of the whirlpool and smiled faintly. He then descended. The vortex was powerful, but it didn't affect him at all. The whirlpool was very deep. It was at least 1,000 miles deep. Dong Huangtai descended and finally reached the bottom of the whirlpool. At the bottom of the whirlpool was a huge eye of the whirlpool. Inside, everything was calm and tranquil. Whoosh! Whoosh! A huge red furnace, burning with raging flames, floated in the water. This is the true sun cauldron. Sunbird was excited when it saw the true sun cauldron. Dong Huangtai nodded. Master, I've completed my mission. I'll go back first. Sunbird smiled and turned into a ray of fire and flew into the true sun cauldron. Dong Huangtai walked forward slowly. He raised his thick eyebrows and stared at the true sun cauldron. The true sun cauldron emitted extremely pure fire energy. It made him feel very comfortable. In terms of power, it was much weaker than his bell of chaos. However, it was undeniable that the true sun cauldron was a rare treasure. Dong Huangtai suddenly stopped when he was 3 feet away from the true sun cauldron. Master, come here quickly. Once you inherit the true sun cauldron, you can completely suppress the water-type treasure. Sunbird's voice came from the cauldron. Hee, what tricks are you playing in front of me? Dong Huangtai suddenly, he laughed and reached out his hand to grab the true sun cauldron. The true sun furnace in his hand did not change at all. Dong Huangtai frowned. Could it be that his premonition was wrong? Dong Huangtai. Dong Huangtai's. Tai. Dong Huangtai's body stiffened as he stood there in a daze. Boy, you don't have to struggle. My primordial spirit is at the Divine King realm. It's not something a mere hierarch like you can resist. An aged voice rang out in Dong Huangtai's mind. Old thing, you want to take over my body? Dong Huangtai roared. There was a powerful primordial spirit in his mind that was trying to take over his body. However, Dong Huangtai was not easy to deal with. His primordial spirit and the primordial spirit engaged in a fierce battle. However, it was a clone after all. The primordial spirit was not powerful. Even if Dong Huangtai had a strong foundation, he was at a disadvantage. His primordial spirit was about to be suppressed. Dong Huangtai knew very well that once it was suppressed, the primordial spirit of his clone would never be able to rise again. That also meant his doppelganger would be completely possessed. Ah! At this critical moment, the muscles on Dong Huangtai's body swelled up. With a roar, he extended his fist and punched his own head. That punch contained an incomparably surging power. That punch was Dong Huangtai's ultimate counterattack. Once it hit his head, his entire head and sea of consciousness would shatter into pieces. In this way, even if Dong Huangtai's primordial spirit died, the invading primordial spirit would also die. Whoosh, as the punch came, the void in the whirlpool twisted. It was about to succeed. Suddenly, Dong Huangtai's other hand was holding the true sun furnace. Suddenly, an old man in red walked out of the blazing flames. The old man's body was withered and decayed. It was as if he would die at any time. The old man in red took a step forward and used his own body to collide with Dong Huangtai's iron fist. Boom, with a loud bang, the old man in red's body was instantly shattered. The power of Dong Huangtai's iron fist was also completely exhausted. At this moment, in sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit was finally completely suppressed by the invading primordial spirit. Dong Huangtai's swollen muscles slowly relaxed. A golden bird flew out of the true sun furnace. Haha, congratulations, master. After 1,000,000 years, you've finally found a suitable physical body. Sunbird said in surprise. Dong Huangtai slowly opened his eyes. The disdainful look in his eyes disappeared at this moment. It was replaced by an indescribable sense of age. You did well. At least I didn't train you for nothing. Dong Huangtai said with a smile. Master, now that you've obtained a new physical body, can you refine that treasure as well? Sunbird asked. I have refined more than half of this river of time. Now, I only need one more step to completely refine it, Dong Huangtai laughed. He waved his hand and threw the true sun furnace back to its original position. Then, he continued to cast spells on the true sun furnace. The sunbird circled around him and danced in the air, looking very excited. This body has surpassed the innate Taiyang body. Where did you find it? Dong Huangtai said in surprise. I met it by chance in the ancient sun domain. I don't know where this guy came from. Sunbird replied with a smile. Dong Huangtai nodded with a victorious look on his face. After a while. All right. Dong Huangtai suddenly shouted and took the true sun furnace. The incomparably huge whirlpool suddenly stopped spinning. The entire water in the secret realm suddenly stopped surging, as if it was still. There are guests coming. Let's go and meet them. Dong Huangtai looked up thoughtfully. In an instant, he turned into a red light and flew out. Yi Yun, who was on the golden ferry boat, also noticed the changes in the water. He couldn't help but sneer. It seems that someone has controlled the river of time, Yi Yun said in his heart. A flame suddenly appeared in the void above his head. Who are you? Standing in the air, Dong Huangtai looked at Yi Yun and the others and said in a deep voice. Behind him, countless angry waves surged into the sky. The momentum was astonishing, as if doomsday had arrived. This is Dong Huangtai? Yi Yun looked at the red, burly figure in the sky and frowned as he asked Yun Xiao. Master, he is Dong Huangtai. The little golden bird beside him is Sunbird, Yun Xiao answered. Yi Yun nodded and looked up. He suddenly smiled and asked, Do you know Yun Xiao? Yun Xiao? Dong Huangtai was slightly stunned before shaking his head coldly. Junior sister, didn't you fight alongside Dong Huangtai? How come he doesn't even recognize you now? Celestial Venerable Qing was anxious as she asked quietly. I don't know, this Dong Huangtai is a little unfamiliar, Yun Xiao frowned and said coldly. The Dong Huangtai in front of her gave her a strange feeling. It was as if he was a different person. Interesting, you're not Dong Huangtai. Who are you? Could it be, you're that sun god king? Yi Yin narrowed his eyes and questioned Dong Huangtai. Ha ha ha, little cultivator, you have some eyesight to be able to recognize me. Sun God King laughed loudly as angry waves surged behind him with shocking momentum. Looking at this shocking phenomenon, Celestial Venerable Qing, Celestial Venerable Yu, and the rest didn't have a trace of fear on their faces. Because at this moment, they could clearly feel the rapid loss of their lifespan. Yi Yin waved his hand. A mysterious power was used on the three of them, and the feeling of loss disappeared instantly. Sun God King was stunned. Little cultivator, what technique are you cultivating? You can actually block the erosion of my lifespan by the river of time. Grand Supreme Unruffled Emotions Great Tao. Yi Yin said indifferently. Grand Supreme Unruffled Emotions Great Tao? I've never heard of it. The Sun God King shook his head and sneered casually. He had lived for too long and wasn't very clear about the changes in the world, so he didn't care. Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, 6 immortal boats approached from afar. Grand Supreme Tao friend, you run so fast. A middle-aged man in the Divine King realm laughed eccentrically. You flatter me, fellow Taoist. Yi Yin smiled calmly. The old man looked at the Sun God King and laughed arrogantly. Dong Huang Tai, quickly hand over the Sun True Furnace in your hands. Looking at the 6 fairy boats, the Sun God King sneered, I am the Sun God King. The Eastern Emperor Tai you speak of has been possessed by me. What, Sun God King? Hearing this, all the cultivators on the immortal boat fell into great shock at this moment. Sun God King, didn't you die 1,000,000 years ago? The old Divine King narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. That's a rumor that I purposely let out. In reality, I've only been refining treasures for the past 1,000,000 years. The Sun God King laughed loudly. Whoosh, the raging waves behind him continued to surge, forming numerous water dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They were exceptionally ferocious. Looking at this terrifying phenomenon, all the cultivators on the 6 immortal boats were horrified. At this moment, everyone felt the rapid loss of their lifespan. The feeling of approaching death was extremely terrifying. What divine power is this? A God King exclaimed in shock. Ignorant fool, how is this a divine power? It's clearly a Dharma treasure. The Sun God King sneered. Whoosh, the raging waves surged into the sky as countless water dragons roared and pounced on everyone with great momentum. This water flow is strange. Everyone, be careful. A Divine King expert warned loudly. He took out a disc-shaped Dharma treasure and threw it above his head. It turned into a dazzling light that protected everyone. The other Divine Kings also took out their defensive treasures one after another. Yi Yun was the only one who didn't take out any treasures at the scene. He only stretched out a finger and gently tapped the water dragons that pounced on him. Freeze! These ferocious water dragons were frozen in midair. Master, why haven't I seen you use this divine power before? Celestial Venerable Qing said, dumbfounded. This is a new divine power that I've cultivated. Yi Yun smiled faintly. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the other 6 immortal boats. The water dragons were formed by the long river of time. They landed on the defensive light shields of the 6 immortal boats. Those defensive light shields were quickly disintegrated. As for those treasures, their luster dimmed, and they also rapidly weakened. This long river of time is indeed an extremely powerful treasure. It can control time. Yi Yun saw this scene and nodded to himself. Without a doubt, this was one of the 7 sections of the long river of time. It came from the same source as the long river of time in Songnan continent. However, this section of the long river of time was smaller than the previous one. Whoosh, the water dragons roared and raging waves surged into the sky. Time passed quickly. The treasures on the immortal boats couldn't resist the invasion of time and quickly disintegrated. Boom, the light shield shattered and those Dharma treasures lost their power and fell from midair. What kind of treasure is this? A Divine King expert was shocked. In a panic, he took out another treasure and threw it into the air. The next moment, his eyes were fierce as he charged towards Sun God Monarch with a sword in hand and a murderous aura. The other 5 Divine King experts also adopted the same strategy. In an instant, the 6 Divine King experts each used their own methods to besiege Sun God Monarch. A wave of water surged over and Sun God Monarch suddenly disappeared without a trace. Monstrous waves surged over from all directions, covering up the 6 great Divine Kings. A bunch of ants can't withstand a single blow from my long river of time. Sun God Monarch sneered. The long river of time was refined by him and the power it produced was even more powerful than his true sun furnace. The long river of time was extremely ancient and had a great origin. Sun God Monarch knew this very well. That was why he didn't hesitate to fake his death and spend a million years refining this long river of time. Sun God Monarch glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that Yi Yun was still holding on. He suddenly revealed a shocked expression. How can that guy from the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace still hold on? He said in surprise. In Sun God Monarch's opinion, Yi Yun was only at the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Venerable Realm. It was impossible for him to withstand the erosion of the long river of time. However, there must be a reason for this abnormality. Sun God Monarch didn't hesitate and once again controlled the long river of time, setting off monstrous waves that swept toward Yi Yun. You guys wait here. I'll go meet him, Yi Yun said and broke through the waves. With the Vajra hammer in hand, he charged towards Sun God Monarch. At this moment, 9 divine rings appeared behind Yi Yun's head, making him look unusually majestic. After all, there were still 3 disciples present. Yi Yun also had to imitate the Grand Divine Venerable's Grand Forgotten Emotion Tao and reveal 9 divine rings. Boom boom, Yi Yun waved the Vajra hammer and broke through countless waves, quickly approaching Sun God Monarch. Sun God Monarch was shocked. His most powerful long river of time couldn't do anything to this person. True Sun Furnace, open! Sun God Monarch roared and the lid of the True Sun Furnace suddenly flew up. The overwhelming True Sun flame gushed out of the furnace and rolled over like a tide. Looking at the surging True Sun flame, Yi Yun thought of something and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He turned around. Yunxiao, where are your eggs? Egg, Yunxiao was stunned for a moment before he suddenly remembered something. In the blink of an eye, he took out a red bird egg and threw it at Yi Yun. Master, the egg is here. Yunxiao shouted crisply. Celestial Venerable Yu and Celestial Venerable Qing looked at each other with weird expressions. Why did Master and little junior sister's words sound so weird? How did Master know that little junior sister had an egg? Could it be that Master had secretly given her the egg? Celestial Venerable Yu pouted and secretly transmitted her voice. Why did he give her the egg? Master is too biased. I don't know. Celestial Venerable Qing shrugged and smiled. Sigh, let's ask Master for some good stuff in the future. Celestial Venerable Yu wasn't satisfied and transmitted her voice with jealousy. Celestial Venerable Qing smiled and nodded. Ha 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 ha, old Master, I'm here. A red light flashed as the red bird egg broke through the air. A weird laugh came from the eggshell. Seeing the old Master made it very happy. How naughty. Yi Yun frowned and couldn't help but curse. He then waved his hand gently. Whoosh, the red bird egg flew into the True Sun flames that covered the sky and the earth. What is this fellow doing? Sun God King was stunned. He couldn't figure out Grand Supreme God's intention. However, he didn't stay idle. He controlled the river of time under his feet and launched a wave of attacks from behind Yi Yun. Countless water dragons roared, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Yi Yun pointed. Freeze! Those water dragons were instantly frozen in midair. Sun God King's eyes twitched when he saw this. What kind of technique was the Grand Great Tao of Indifference? How could it have such a terrifying freezing power? Whoosh! The red bird egg entered the Sun True Flames and produced a strong suction force that instantly imprisoned the Sun True Flames. The Sun True Flames didn't continue to pounce on Yi Yun. Wow, so comfortable. This Sun True Flames isn't bad. It's really my style. Swimming in the raging True Sun flame, the red bird egg began to murmur happily. A layer of strange red light flowed out from the surface of the egg. The flames of the solar True Flame continuously seeped into the egg as if it had the help of the gods. What kind of divine bird is hatching inside? The Sun God King was shocked. The True Sun Flame came from the True Sun Furnace and contained the power to incinerate the heavens and destroy the earth. But in the face of this red bird egg, it was completely useless. Instead, it was being absorbed. Master, the True Sun Flame is almost completely absorbed by this bird egg. The sunbird circled in the air and cried out in alarm. Withdraw. The Sun God King had no choice but to shake the Sun True Furnace and release a powerful force. The remaining True Sun Flames were still absorbed by the True Sun Furnace. Even the red bird egg turned into a red tide and entered the True Sun Furnace. Master, Yunxiao shouted. Clearly, he was very concerned about his bird egg. "Don't worry, that guy is very cunning," Yi Yun said with a smile. The Sun God King stared at Yi Yun with two balls of anger in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. He had just taken over Dong Huangtai's body and was only at the third level of the hierarch realm. His current battle strength relied on the River of Time and the True Sun Furnace, two treasures. But these two treasures could do nothing to the opponent. "Go." The Sun God King's expression changed rapidly. His body swayed and in an instant, he hid in the monstrous waves. The entire secret realm. Almost all the areas of the River of Time. He controlled this treasure and could use the River of Time to escape as he wished. Ran away? Yi Yun smiled and was not in a hurry to chase. He could see that the River of Time could not move as a whole at will. Perhaps the Sun God King had not completely refined it. Since it could not be moved. Yi Yun was not worried that the Sun God King, who was hidden in the River of Time, would really escape. Catching a turtle in a jar. These 4 words were very suitable for the current situation of the Sun God King. Master is really powerful. He scared the Sun God King away with a single move. Celestial Venerable, you said with a smile. Little junior sister, your egg entered the True Sun Furnace and was taken away by the Sun God King. What should we do? Celestial Venerable Qing said anxiously. Let's wait for Master to make a move. Yun Xiao said indifferently. Although there was a cold expression on her beautiful little face, it was obviously different from her usual coldness. Celestial Venerable Qing blinked. She knew that her little junior sister was anxious. Following the escape of the Sun God King, the waves of the River of Time that were attacking the 6 great divine kings also suddenly fell. The waters returned to calm. The 6 great divine kings were in a sorry state, and the cultivators under them also aged a little at this moment. The Sun God King is really powerful. A divine king realm strong practitioner looked at the calm waters and said with lingering fear. Where did that guy go? Why did he suddenly disappear? An old man in the divine king realm said in surprise. Look at the Grand Supreme Divine Venerable. There's no change. Could it be that he forced the Sun God King to retreat? A middle-aged man in the divine king realm looked at Yi Yun and seemed to have guessed something. He was full of surprise. At this moment, Yi Yun floated over. You are all injured. Hurry up and leave the secret realm now, in case the Sun God King makes a comeback. Yi Yun said. Grand Supreme Tao friend, did you chase away the Sun God King? Just now? The old man in the divine king realm asked. Not really. We just fought for a while. He didn't have any advantage, so he fled. Yi Yun smiled gently. Hiss, hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The way the 6 great divine kings looked at Yi Yun completely changed at this moment. The Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao really lives up to its name. It's worthy of being a secret technique from the ancient Yu clan. It can withstand the erosion of time. The old man in the divine king realm sighed and looked at Yi Yun with admiration in his eyes. He cupped his fists and said politely, Thank you, Grand Supreme Tao friend. We'll meet again. After that, he controlled the ferry boat and flew back. The first divine king realm force withdrew from the fight for the True Sun Cauldron. It's all thanks to Grand Supreme Tao friend this time. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. Another 2 divine king realm experts expressed their gratitude to Yi Yun. Yi Yun smiled faintly. The 2 divine king realm forces also left the secret realm. The remaining 3 divine king forces knew that they had lost the upper hand this time. There was no way for them to continue fighting. They could only thank Yi Yun and leave the secret realm. They had to leave. Because in this water-type secret realm, no one was a match for the Sun God King. Only this Grand Supreme Divine Master could continue fighting with the Sun God King. Celestial Venerable Yu covered her mouth and said with a smile, Master, you're really amazing. You persuaded all those divine king realm forces to leave with just a few words. Yi Yun laughed and said, Haha. Now that they're gone, my ears are quiet. Now, let's go find the Sun God King. Okay. Master. The 3 ladies nodded hurriedly. Next. Yi Yun brought the 3 beautiful disciples and went against the flow of the River of Time. Soon, they arrived at the whirlpool. There's no Yuan in this river of time. Yiyan looked at the depths of the whirlpool and sighed uninterestedly. In the depths of the whirlpool, there was a trace of faint fire energy. It seemed that the Sun God King had once stayed here. Master, what's Yuan? Celestial Venerable Qing asked curiously. It's a kind of demon beast of time, Yiyan explained faintly and looked into the distance. The river of time was vast and boundless. The Sun God King should be hiding somewhere in the water region. In the depths of the river of time. A burly red figure went against the flow as fast as lightning. A small red bird stood on his shoulder. It was Sunbird. Master, what is this place? Why do I feel that the power of time is becoming more and more terrifying? Sunbird looked around in horror and said. This is my first time here too. Sun God Emperor had a serious face as he frowned and said, if I hadn't refined the river of time and controlled the power of time, I wouldn't have dared to come here. Master, logically speaking, if you control the river of time, shouldn't all the waters be under your control? Why is there a place you don't dare to go? Sunbird asked in shock. Although that's the case, in the entire river of time, there's only this small place that I don't control. That's why I haven't truly refined the river of time. I'm always a little bit off. Sun God Emperor sighed with a regretful expression on his face. Sunbird was silent. He curled his lips and looked at the waters ahead. Only then did he realize that the waters were blurry and chaotic. He could not see clearly. Due to Sun God Emperor's protection, he was not affected. Master, the supreme ultimate god outside is so powerful. Sunbird thought of something and suddenly said. This person is indeed very strong. I'm still not his match even though I've taken over his body. The only thing I can do now is to use this place to hide temporarily. Sun God Emperor suddenly sneered and said sarcastically, no matter how powerful he is, he can't enter here. Hee, Master is right. He can't move the river of time. We'll be very safe hiding here, Sunbird laughed. As the man and bird chatted, they had already entered the depths of the chaotic waters. Whoosh, the majestic power of time surged wildly and began to become more and more terrifying. Even Sun God Emperor, who controlled the river of time, was a little worried at this moment. The Sunbird on his shoulder was scared to death. But fortunately, Sun God Emperor finally arrived at the core area of this mysterious place without any danger. An ancient silver stone tablet stood in the core area. Mysterious purple dust floated around the stone tablet, making it impossible to tell what it was. Why is there a stone tablet in this place? The Sun God King said in shock. Master, could it have been left behind by the previous master of the river of time? Sunbird guessed. Sun God King frowned and said in a deep voice, that's possible, but there are no traces of skeletons around, nor are there any other clues. Could it be that the previous master of the river was washed away by the river of time after he died? Washed away? Sunbird shook its head. It shuddered when it thought of that terrifying scene. However, since the previous ruler was able to completely control the river of time, how could he have died? The Sun God King suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. The river of time controlled the power of time. If one was in the river of time, it was equivalent to being isolated from the outside world. To put it bluntly, in the long river of time it could make one immortal and indestructible. Therefore, it was impossible for the previous ruler to die in the long river of time. Master, are there words on this stone tablet? Sunbird stared at the ancient silver stone tablet, blinked, and shouted loudly. There are indeed some words, but the power of time is too strong. The Sun God King's pupils shrank. He looked at the stone tablet and constantly strengthened his divine sense scan. Master, what is written on the silver stone tablet? Sunbird asked curiously. I can't see clearly. The Sun God King withdrew his divine sense and shook his head with a bitter smile. The power of time on the surface of the stone tablet was too strong. It was impossible to penetrate. Not to mention trying to get close to him. The Sun God King was also afraid that once he got close, he would be washed away by the power of time. If that happened, his death would be too unjust. What is this purple dust floating around the stone tablet? Sunbird said softly. I don't know, but this place is a bit strange. We'd better not act rashly. The Sun God King shook his head and suddenly sat down cross-legged. It was better to be safe than sorry. He absolutely could not touch the purple dust out of curiosity and cause himself to fall into an irrecoverable situation. He placed the red sun true furnace in front of him. Master, the red bird egg is still inside. Sunbird smiled. I know, I'll refine that guy now. The sun god snorted with a ferocious expression. How can I spare it after absorbing so much sun true flame? Master, this bird egg doesn't seem to be afraid of the sun true flame. The sun true furnace has no effect on it. Sunbird reminded. The sun god king's face stiffened. He seemed to have realized this problem. He did not use the sun true furnace's power to the extreme in the previous battle. At this moment, he was also a little worried. If the sun true furnace's power was used to the extreme, perhaps, it would help the red bird egg instead. In this way, wouldn't it make him lose a lot of face? I've got it. The sun god king looked around. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and fell on the purple dust. He had an idea in his heart. He did not know what these purple dust were. But they must have a great origin. Why not absorb some, put it in the sun true furnace, and use it with the sun true flame to harm the bird egg? Thinking of this, whoosh, the sun god king suddenly patted the sun true furnace. A ray of light swept out, wrapped up a small part of the purple dust, and entered the sun true furnace. When Sunbird saw this, it was also dumbfounded. Didn't Master say not to touch those things? Why did he suddenly change his mind? The sun god king's hands formed seals, constantly controlling the sun true furnace. The temperature in the furnace increased, and the flames grew stronger. The tiny purple dust mixed in with the raging golden flames was not conspicuous at all. The sun god king looked at the sun true furnace with a cruel look in his eyes. Naturally, he could see the scene inside the furnace clearly. The red bird egg was crazily absorbing the sun true flame. At the same time, it also sucked in the purple dust. After a while. F***ck, what is this? Sun god king, you old bastard, you actually poisoned me. A frightened voice suddenly came from the red bird egg. Ha ha ha, you lousy bird, go to hell. The sun god king laughed proudly. At this moment, dense purple dots suddenly appeared on the shell of the red bird egg. These purple dots eventually formed purple textures. This was a kind of purple. It was a deep purple, so purple that it was black. It was a ghastly sight. The sun god king was quite satisfied with his own creativity. He could no longer feel the exuberant life force on the red bird egg. It seemed that with the absorption of the purple dust, the bird in the egg was about to be poisoned to death. This purple dust is actually a kind of poison, the sun god king murmured. Master, fortunately you didn't approach it just now. Otherwise, we wouldn't be any better, Sunbird sighed. I, the sun god king, have been wise all my life. How could I do such a foolish thing? The sun god king chuckled, then lowered his head and glared at Sunbird. You talk too much. Sunbird was silent. A lifetime of wisdom? Sun god king, you're really a narcissist. A gentle male voice, like a gust of wind, suddenly reverberated in the surroundings. Grand ultimate god, sun god king was shocked when he heard the voice. He quickly looked around and found that the water was chaotic and no one appeared at all. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. Don't look for me, I'll be right there. Yi Yun's voice was extremely clear and came through the turbulent power of time. You can come over? How is this possible? Sun God King was shocked. This water was the core of the river of time. The power of time was so strong that even he had to be careful after refining the river of time. How could the grand ultimate god enter this place? Absolutely impossible. Just as he was shocked, a faint figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the grand ultimate god. At this moment, the three female disciples beside Yi Yun had disappeared. The power of time in the place where the Sun God King was hiding was too strong. Therefore, Yi Yun temporarily put the three little girls away and put them in the space of a green bead. This should be the real reason why you can't completely refine the river of time, right? Yi Yun looked around and smiled faintly. How did you know? Sun God King's heart was beating wildly as he said in shock. When he said this, his body was already trembling. The grand ultimate god was omnipotent and omniscient. The fact that he could come to this place alone meant that his strength had exceeded his imagination. Even if he used all his treasures and skills, he would not be a match for the grand ultimate god in front of him. The two of them were not on the same level. Of course I know because I'm the grand ultimate god. Yiyan chuckled softly and said something that was shrouded in mist. Sigh, Sun God King sighed and his face turned pale. He lowered his head and waited for the final judgment. At this moment, he no longer had the heart to fight. As a Divine King expert, Sun God King had lived a long life and had excellent experience. He naturally knew that the grand ultimate god in front of him was definitely not as simple as he thought. Fighting with him was a dead end for him. This silver stone tablet, Yiyan didn't have time to pay attention to the Sun God King. He turned his gaze and looked at the silver stone tablet surrounded by purple dust. The silver steel did not have any light or splendor. It was extremely ancient, and there was an extremely dense power of time around it, tightly wrapping around it. Just like Sun God King, Yiyan also saw the words. But because of the power of time, the words were blurry. What the hell is this? Yiyan frowned. Countless tiny star-like purple symbols in the depths of his pupils flickered rapidly in an instant. A powerful force of life and death broke through the obstruction of the power of time and landed on the silver steel. This river of time contains inauspiciousness. Abandon it. After this short line of words, there was also the signature of the person who left the words. Time Dragon. Seeing this line of inscription, Yiyan's expression instantly became interesting. He had never expected this. In the deepest part of the river of time, there was a silver steel left behind by one of the 10 super divine dragons, the Time Dragon. That also meant that the river of time had once been controlled by the Time Dragon, but because it contained an inauspicious power, the Time Dragon gave it up. Yiyan reached out and grabbed it. A powerful force broke through the power of time and grabbed the ancient silver steel in his hand. So strong. The Sun God King next to him couldn't help but tremble when he saw the scene. He didn't even dare to approach the silver steel. But it was caught by the grand ultimate god with one hand. How powerful was that? Thinking of how he had just challenged the grand ultimate god and even wanted to kill him, the Sun God King suddenly laughed bitterly. He had truly overestimated his capabilities. Such a powerful existence was not someone he could deal with at all. Master, this person is too powerful. Let's quickly release the bird egg. The sun bird was also frightened and sent a voice transmission to remind him. Release it? The Sun God King's face was pale and cold sweat broke out all over his body. The egg had changed and might already be dead. Once it was released, would he still have a chance to survive? Damn the sun bird, he really wanted to push him into the fire pit. The Sun God King was furious. He suddenly reached out and threw the sun bird into the true sun furnace. This is? After entering the true sun furnace, the sun bird was surprised to find that most of the true sun flame had disappeared. In the void, a bird's egg covered in deep purple veins floated there quietly. The bird egg trembled slightly and emitted an indescribable aura of fear. You broke an egg, you're already dead and you still want to scare me. The sun bird cursed angrily. Crack, a deep crack suddenly appeared on the purplish-black eggshell. Whoosh, a black light beam shot out from inside and landed on the sunbird's body. Ah! The sunbird let out a blood-curdling screech. Black smoke rose from its body, and it disappeared in an instant. Crack, another crack appeared on the purplish-black eggshell. Damn it, that strange bird isn't dead yet? The true sun furnace was the Sun God King's life treasure, so he could naturally see everything inside. Now that he saw the purplish-black eggshell crack, the Sun God King was shocked. Crack, after a series of cracking sounds, many cracks appeared in a crisscross pattern. Finally, the eggshell completely cracked open. A purplish-black phoenix with its eyes closed and wings spread out, emitting a terrifying aura that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth, floating in the true sun furnace. This phoenix has just been born and is only in the divine venerable realm. Why does it give me such a terrifying feeling? The corner of the Sun God King's mouth twitched, his face full of horror. The black phoenix that broke out of the eggshell suddenly raised its head and opened its eyes to look at him. The purplish-black eyes seemed to carry some kind of strange spiritual attack power, instantly making him feel like he was on the verge of death. At this moment, the Sun God King opened the lid of the true sun furnace without hesitation. Senior Taoist, save me! The Sun God King let out a shrill cry for help. Hearing the Sun God King's cry for help, Yi Yin raised his eyebrows and looked up at the true sun furnace. Just now, he also felt a unique aura from the true sun furnace. The aura was indescribable, but it gave him a creepy feeling. Whoosh, a purple-black light soared up from the true sun furnace. You've hatched? Why does it look like this? Yi Yin looked at the dark and swarthy sky-burning ancient phoenix with a tinge of purple and asked in annoyance. Ha ha ha. As if it did not hear Yi Yin's question, the sky-scorching ancient phoenix suddenly laughed, opened its mouth and sucked in the purple dust around it. Its aura also skyrocketed at this moment. From the Divine Venerable Realm Level 1 to the Divine King Realm Level 1. Looking at this terrifying scene, the Sun God King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was going on? Wasn't the purple dust poisonous? Not only was the mysterious phoenix in the egg not poisoned to death, it even swallowed all the purple dust when it came out. Its cultivation had broken through to the Divine King realm. This speed of improvement was just too terrifying. After the breakthrough, the sky-scorching ancient phoenix's body also became bigger at this moment. Its body was a few 100 feet long. Although it was not as big as some demonic beasts, it was still safe and sound in the long river of time. Clang, the sky-scorching ancient phoenix let out a long cry, its momentum shocking the heavens and earth. It folded its wings and lowered its noble purplish-black phoenix head. Those two huge purplish-black eyes emitted a faint evil gaze, like two sharp swords, and shot towards Yi Yin. Hee, there's something wrong with that gaze. Yi Yin raised his eyebrows as he looked at the huge, dark purple eyes that were emitting a dim light. He seemed to have guessed something. Did you feed the true sun cauldron with this purple dust? Yi Yin's gaze shifted to the Sun God Monarch as he asked calmly. The Sun God Monarch looked flustered and sullen as he explained helplessly, Grand Cultivator, I'm really confused. I didn't expect this purple dust to cause it to become like this. It's just as I expected. Yi Yin nodded silently after hearing that. He was not surprised at all. His gaze was as calm as water as he met the dark purple phoenix eyes. Pop pop, the two gazes collided in the river of time, causing layers of space to distort. Yi Yin was indifferent to this. This sky-scorching ancient phoenix came from his warehouse after all. Even if some accident happened, how could it escape his control? I didn't expect this purple dust to give you such a good fortune and let you mutate. Yi Yin smiled faintly as he looked at the purple-black sky-scorching ancient phoenix. Ha ha ha. The sky-scorching ancient phoenix looked up to the sky and laughed crazily. It was as if it did not even recognize Yi Yin at this moment. Looks like you've really gone crazy. No wonder the time dragon left behind a stone tablet, saying that the river of time is inauspicious. The laughter was ear-piercing, and it spread over in waves. Yi Yin was still indifferent and was incomparably calm. At the same time, a look of realization flashed across his eyes. The time dragon was one of the 10 super divine dragons, the only divine dragon that controlled the power of time. The power of time was incomparably mysterious. Even the 1,000-dragon ancestor, Zhu Long, was not as powerful as the time dragon in terms of time laws. Yi Yin did not have much information about the time dragon. In the ancient era, all dragons were in awe of the time dragon and maintained an indescribable sense of mystery. Compared to the 9-tailed divine dragon, the time dragon was even more elusive. Legend. Not only could the time dragon travel through the true river of time, but it could also return to the past and move towards the future. Regarding this point, Yi Yin was a little ambiguous. The time dragon's control of the power of time might be able to do this, but it was powerless to change the cause and effect of time. This involved the will of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, even if the time dragon had such an ability, it absolutely couldn't use it carelessly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying karma. After all, there was still the existence of the heavenly Tao at the peak of all living beings. The heavenly axiom was above all living beings, and it was impossible for it to allow the living beings under its nose to surpass it, or rather, it was impossible for it to allow all living beings to do things that went against its own will. Once something like this happened, the heavenly Tao would definitely send down a thunderous fury and kill him. The River of Time was born in the Big Dipper heap and was divided into 7 sections. By chance, the Time Dragon had obtained this section. The Time Dragon refined this section of the River of Time, but found that the River of Time contained an ominous power. As a result, the Time Dragon spent an unknown amount of effort to force this ominous power out of its body, forming the purple dust that surrounded the silver stone tablet. This was the ominous power. A power that could make one of the 10 super divine dragons, the Time Dragon, fear was obviously not ordinary. The sky-burning ancient phoenix in the red bird egg was not a monster of this world. It also had a great origin and an outstanding bloodline. It could be said to be a super god-level monster. Under the Sun God King's muddle-headed manipulation, a part of the purple dust was absorbed by the sky-burning ancient phoenix. Although the sky-burning ancient phoenix didn't die, it mutated and went crazy. It didn't even recognize Yi Yun. This was the cause and effect. After thinking it through, Yi Yun felt that this matter was getting more and more interesting. The ominous power contained in the River of Time was absorbed by a legendary pet in his warehouse, and it mutated. This was somewhat unbelievable. However, it also seemed to provide Yi Yun with a new way of thinking. However, Yi Yun didn't understand this purple dust at the moment. If the sky-burning ancient phoenix absorbed it, it would provide Yi Yun with a way to understand the purple dust in the future. In Yi Yun's view, this mysterious purple dust was completely different from the power of the blood-red broken sword in the Luna Star. You dare to say that I'm crazy? See if I don't tear your mouth apart. The sky-burning ancient phoenix roared and flapped its wings, pouncing toward Yi Yun. It was now in the Divine King realm, with a noble bloodline and powerful combat strength. In its eyes, Yi Yun, who was not yet in the Divine King realm, couldn't withstand a single blow. A huge black shadow flashed past. Whoosh, a purple-black claw pierced through the air. Go back. Yi Yun laughed and swung the Vajra hammer. Boom, with a loud bang, the purple and hard phoenix claw was sent flying by the Vajra hammer. A huge force spread through the phoenix claw throughout its entire body. The sky-burning ancient phoenix only felt its entire body trembling as if its bones were falling apart. This Grand Supreme Ultimate God is really too powerful. Could it be that the Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao can really make the power of a human cultivator surpass that of a divine beast of the demon clan? The Sun God King thought to himself as he watched this scene with his mouth agape. After being sent flying, the sky-burning ancient phoenix quickly stabilized its body in midair and stared fiercely at Yi Yun. A layer of purplish-black light appeared on the black phoenix feathers. It made it look extremely coquettish. Sky-burning. The 2 words were suddenly shouted. The sky-burning ancient phoenix opened its mouth and a surging purple-black flame instantly flowed out, covering the sky and scattering in the long river of time. This purple-black flame seemed to have the same origin as the long river of time. There was no conflict between the two. Instead, with the help of the long river of time, the purple-black flame instantly soared and its power increased several times. This flame, the Sun God King in the distance widened his eyes and trembled in fear. This purple-black flame was far more powerful than his true sun flame. At this moment, the Sun God King felt a huge crisis. Without hesitation, he turned into a ray of light and entered the true sun furnace. Bang, the lid was instantly closed. What kind of flame did this black phoenix spit out? Why have I never seen it before? I don't know if my true sun furnace can withstand it. Standing in the true sun furnace in the void, the Sun God King's expression changed and was full of worry. Originally, he thought he was the king of this hunt. He didn't expect that he would become the prey of this hunt. Any one of them could easily kill him. Now that things had come to this, the Sun God King regretted sending the purple dust into the true sun furnace. If he didn't send it in, this red bird egg would definitely not hatch into this purple-black phoenix. Has the sky-burning flame become like this? Looking at the purple-black flames that exuded a terrifying aura of destruction, Yi Yun smiled calmly. The divine land. The unknown place. Clouds and mist swirled around a divine mountain that reached the sky. On the peak of the mountain, there was an extremely ancient and huge temple. Although the temple was ancient, it was extremely gorgeous. It was colorful and emitted a brilliant divine light. Within the divine light, there were shadows of various birds that flashed past. An indistinct and graceful figure stood in front of the temple with her hands behind her back. She was high and mighty like a god in the mortal world. Her bright eyes looked at the mountains and rivers of the divine land. She was a peerless expert with an outstanding temperament. Although her face could not be seen clearly, there was a sense of coldness and aloofness that kept people 1,000 miles away from her. Beside this powerhouse, there were two beautiful young girls standing there. They were both heavenly beauties and unparalleled. The two beautiful young girls looked extremely young, but their cultivation was already in the divine king realm. However, when the two of them faced the mysterious woman in the middle of the chaos, their gazes were filled with extreme respect. It was like an ordinary living being worshipping a god. "My lord, what have you discovered?" the beautiful young girl on the left asked. "Oh, I've discovered something interesting." "What kind of flame is that?" the mysterious woman said. As soon as she opened her mouth, she let out a pleasant voice that was like the sound of heaven. The voice was filled with a unique rhythm, like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was extremely clear and ethereal, with a sense of ecstasy. At this moment, the mysterious woman's deep eyes seemed to have seen through the ages, as if she could see through every inch of the divine land. "My lord, what have you discovered?" The beautiful girl on the right had a curious look in her eyes. "I've discovered a member of my clan. It's a purplish-black phoenix that I've never seen before. The flame that it spits out is also never seen before, but it's extremely powerful." The mysterious woman whose face couldn't be seen clearly smiled. A purplish-black phoenix? The beautiful faces of the two girls on the left and right were also filled with astonishment. There were very few phoenixes of this color in their phoenix clan. However, as the supreme leader of the phoenixes, Sir did not recognize this phoenix. It was truly strange. "My lord, although our phoenix clan is powerful now, it's not as prosperous as it was in the ancient times. Since this purplish-black phoenix has appeared in the divine land, why don't we recruit it to our phoenix clan?" The beautiful girl on the left smiled. "I have the same idea, but it's fighting with someone right now." "I'll observe it first," the mysterious woman smiled. When the two beautiful girls on the left and right heard this, their eyes also revealed a somewhat anxious expression. They also wanted to see it, but they didn't have the ability to do so. His Excellency had already reached the divine emperor realm. He wasn't someone divine kings like them could compare to. The godly emperor realm was already at the peak of the godly land. Nobody could rival a godly emperor realm cultivator. "Since you two are so interested, I might as well show it to you." The mysterious woman smiled and the space in front of her changed. A circular water mirror appeared. A ripple flashed across the water mirror, and an image appeared on the screen. It was as if a huge purple-black phoenix was spewing out a large expanse of purple-black flames that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Opposite it, there was a white-robed man holding a large golden hammer. 9 divine halos appeared behind his head, and they shone with boundless radiance. He looked extremely majestic. In another direction, there was a red furnace floating in the air. The true sun furnace. The grand ultimate god. The two beautiful girls on the left and right said almost at the same time. They recognized the origin of the furnace and the white-robed man. "My Excellency, the true sun furnace has finally appeared after 1,000,000 years." The beautiful girl on the left had a surprised expression on her face. "Haha, yes, the sun god king hid in a secret realm and plotted against the long river of time, but in the end, he trapped himself." The mysterious woman smiled faintly. The two girls widened their beautiful eyes and looked at the water mirror. They exclaimed at the same time, "My Excellency, is this the long river of time?" "Yes, there are a total of 7 sections of the long river of time. I didn't expect the sun god king to secretly obtain this section. Unfortunately, he didn't completely refine it." The mysterious woman shook her head gently with a complicated expression in her eyes. "My Excellency, the long river of time is an incredible treasure. Our Phoenix clan must get it." The beautiful girl on the right raised her eyebrows and said with a determined expression. "Of course, however, I'm more concerned about whether the Grand Supreme Ultimate God can withstand the terrifying purplish-black flame." The mysterious woman smiled faintly and opened her cherry lips slightly before slowly saying, "However, I'm more concerned about whether the Grand Supreme Ultimate God can withstand the terrifying purplish-black flame." The two beautiful girls looked at the purplish-black flame in the water mirror with a frightened expression on their faces. Even though they were separated by the water mirror and didn't know how far away they were, they could still feel the horror of the flame. My Excellency, the Grand Ultimate God cultivates the ancient Yu clan's grand unruffled Tao. He has a very domineering power. Perhaps he can withstand this unknown black flame. The beautiful girl on the left narrowed her eyes and analyzed in a deep voice. Yes. The mysterious woman nodded and didn't comment on her words. My Excellency, the Grand Ultimate God is now the Eternal Shrine's Silver God of War. Logically speaking, he's not an outsider. The beautiful girl on the left suddenly thought of something and chuckled softly. The Grand Ultimate God has great potential and is also one of the sequence seeds. I personally think highly of him. The mysterious woman chuckled. My Excellency, what should we do if the long river of time falls into the hands of the Grand Ultimate God or the purplish-black phoenix? The beautiful girl on the right asked with a solemn expression. If it falls into the hands of the Grand Ultimate God, then think of a way to make him hand it over. We're all on the same side anyway, let's not hurt our friendship, the mysterious woman said. She paused for a moment before continuing, if it falls into the hands of the purplish-black phoenix, then it's even easier. We can just snatch it back and take the purplish-black phoenix back at the same time and make it submit to our phoenix clan. If that's the case, our phoenix clan will have another new race. My Excellency, you're really far-sighted and have taken every conceivable possibility into account. The two beautiful girls on the left and right were full of smiles as they praised in unison. The mysterious woman's expression remained unchanged in the face of such flattery. In the secret realm. In the long river of time. In the face of the surging purple-black flames that blotted out the sky, Yi Yun, who was originally calm, suddenly smiled faintly. Whoosh, he suddenly moved his left hand slightly and a purplish-black tobacco pipe appeared in his hand out of thin air. I haven't smoked in a long time. Just nice that the fire is here, Yi Yun smiled strangely as he thought of Wu De at that moment. The reason why he took out a purplish-black tobacco pipe was because this treasure could absorb all kinds of flames in the world. Yi Yun skillfully twisted some tobacco shreds and put it in. He then put the purplish-black tobacco pipe to his mouth and gently took a puff. Then, a shocking scene took place. Whoosh, the purplish-black flame that filled the sky was mighty and mighty. Suddenly, it was pulled by a mysterious force and flew toward the purplish-black cigarette butt. The tiny cigarette butt looked only the size of a thumb, but at that moment, it created a small whirlpool. The whirlpool was so strong that it sucked the purplish-black flame into it like a stream of water. In an instant, the purplish-black flame that filled the sky disappeared. At the same time, wisps of green smoke rose from the butt of the purplish-black tobacco pipe. Smack, Yi Yun naturally took a deep breath. His expression was relaxed as he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Good smoke. The flame flickered on the cigarette but as green smoke rose into the air. Yi Yun held the Vajra hammer in one hand and the purplish-black tobacco pipe in the other as he took a few puffs in a very satisfied manner. At this moment, the way he puffed out smoke made him look like a heavy smoker. Through the water mirror. The three ladies on the mountain peak fell into an indescribable state of shock when they saw that scene. Even the Divine Emperor Realm Master was dumbstruck. Ahem, after some time, the beautiful girl on the left suddenly woke up from her stupor and said, Am I seeing things? There's such a tobacco pipe in this world? You didn't see wrongly. This pipe looks ordinary, but it absorbed all of the purplish-black phoenix flames. Its strength is really inconceivable. The beautiful girl on the right explained. She took a deep breath and could not hide her shock. Haha. Interesting, this is really interesting. The Grand Ultimate God's treasure is really strange. A clear and melodious laughter that sounded like a silver bell rang out from the mysterious woman's red cherry lips. Even the Divine Emperor Realm Master was impressed by the purplish-black tobacco pipe despite her amazing experience. Master, this purplish-black tobacco pipe is definitely not ordinary. Do you want us to take it back? The beautiful girl on the left raised her eyebrows and said in an overbearing manner. Take it back for what? Don't tell me you want me to hang this purplish-black tobacco pipe in my mouth when I'm free? The mysterious lady's voice was cold and slightly angry as she said. I know I'm wrong, Master. The beautiful girl on the left was shocked and hurriedly knelt down. Get up. The mysterious lady ordered softly. She looked at the grand ultimate god who was smoking in the water mirror and said with a smile, "This grand ultimate god is really secretive. He has a lot of treasures on him." "You're right, master. Look at the secret realm this time. All the forces who were fighting for the Sun-Real Cauldron have run away and only the grand ultimate god is left. If the grand ultimate god defeats the purplish-black phoenix, the Sun-Real Cauldron will belong to him." The beautiful girl on the right chuckled with a look of jealousy in her eyes. From the Sun-Real Cauldron incident, it could be seen that the grand ultimate god's opportunities were profound and extraordinary. The vast divine land. There were many places with great opportunities that contained all kinds of treasures. No matter how powerful they didn't know where a deity-level treasure would suddenly appear. Therefore, opportunities became very important. Sigh. The beautiful girl on the left stood up and shook her head continuously. She seemed to be annoyed by her rash words just now. His Excellency was a divine emperor. Why would he use a pipe that only a stinky man would use? No matter how powerful this pipe was, it didn't match His Excellency's status. In the mystic realm. The sky-burning ancient phoenix floating in the river of time looked at the wisps of green smoke rising. It was so shocked that it was like a stone statue, unable to move. What the hell? It was so powerful that it could burn the entire world, but it was so easily absorbed by a purple-black pipe that had suddenly appeared. After absorbing its flame, it also ignited the tobacco in the cigarette butt. No matter how crazy he was. At this moment, the heaven-burning ancient phoenix felt as if his mind had suffered a huge blow. How is this possible? This must be an illusion. The heaven-burning ancient phoenix roared towards the sky. Is there a need for me to use an illusion on you? I just happen to want to smoke, so you passed the fire to me. Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and chuckled. After laughing, he held the pipe and took a few puffs. He looked satisfied as he exhaled a few puffs of green smoke. Seeing this scene. Aha! The sky-burning ancient phoenix's lungs were about to explode from anger as it screamed in the air. What the F***ck are you shouting for? Can't you just stop for a bit? Yi Yan shouted and suddenly hurled the Vajra hammer in his hand over from afar. Whoosh, a golden light flashed past. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. Looking at the Vajra hammer, the sky-burning ancient phoenix felt a chill in its heart. It quickly stretched out its claws to grab it. Boom, there was a loud explosion. A huge force sent the sky-burning ancient phoenix flying. Its claws were broken and blood was gushing out. Its internal organs were tumbling and blood was seeping out from the corner of its mouth. Crap, I'm no match against this guy. The thought suddenly crossed the sky-burning ancient phoenix's mind. It immediately fled for its life. Its purple-black wings emitted a purple-black glow, allowing the sky-burning ancient phoenix to fly in the river of time like a fish in water. The speed of flight was unimaginably fast. Trying to run away? Yi Yan let out a hollow laugh. With a flicker, he chased after the sky-burning ancient phoenix. A man and a bird instantly disappeared from the core area of the river of time. The lid of the true sun cauldron suddenly moved and opened slightly. The Sun God Emperor poked his head out. They're all gone. The Sun God Emperor came to this conclusion after observing for a while. Master, it's our chance now. Let's run away too. The Sun Bird said. It seems like we won't be able to bring the river of time away. The Sun God Emperor let out a sigh and came out from the cauldron. He controlled the river of time and disappeared instantly. The core area of the river of time that was initially bustling was left with an ancient silver boulder floating in the air. Does the Sun God Emperor really think he's a big shot and can escape? Yi Yan, who was chasing after the sky-burning ancient phoenix, suddenly felt the change behind him. He just let out a cold laugh. Yi Yan was not in a hurry to catch the Sun God Emperor. However, Yi Yan would not let the Sun God Emperor take the true Sun Cauldron away. The next moment, Yi Yan stretched out his hand. An extremely thin silver thread flew out from his hand. This was the Thousand Threads divine ability. Chi, the silver thread drilled into the river of time as if it had a mind of its own. In less than 2 breaths, it found the Sun God Emperor. At this moment, the Sun God Emperor was holding the true Sun Cauldron and quickly flying towards the entrance of the secret realm. Suddenly, his hand became lighter. My true sun cauldron. Seeing the true sun cauldron disappear from his hand, the sun god emperor was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. After waiting for a moment, he found that he was safe and sound. The sun god emperor seemed to have realized something. It seemed that this supreme ultimate god was only after wealth. As long as he did not take away the river of time and the true sun cauldron, then his life would not be threatened. Thinking of this, the sun god emperor rejoiced in his heart. He exhaled, flew to the entrance of the secret realm, and flew out from there. In the other direction, a purple-black light whizzed through the river of time. A golden light flashed. Yi Yun threw out the Vajra hammer and once again smashed the sky-burning ancient phoenix. Puff, the sky-burning ancient phoenix vomited a large mouthful of blood, but still stubbornly fled. Divine land, unknown place. On the mountain peak, the mysterious woman frowned slightly when she saw the purple-black phoenix coughing up blood again and again. She suddenly stretched out a jade-like finger and pointed into the distance. Without warning, a giant screen that emitted a bright light instantly blocked in front of Yi Yun. Seeing the sudden appearance of this giant screen, Yi Yun was slightly surprised. But he did not stop and rushed all the way. Seeing that he was about to hit the giant screen, Yi Yun suddenly held the golden light hammer in his hand, raised it high, and smashed it heavily. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire river of time was greatly shaken and surged wildly. Buzz! A violent wave came from the bright giant screen and bounced the golden hammer up high. The strong recoil also sent Yi Yun flying back. With the golden light hammer in his hand, Yi Yun stopped in midair and stared coldly at the giant screen that suddenly appeared. Without a doubt, the sudden appearance of the giant screen was at least a divine emperor realm expert, who had crossed the endless void and temporarily set it up in the secret realm. The purpose, it was to stop him from chasing after the escaping sky-burning ancient phoenix. Just now, although Yi Yun was sent flying back, he actually did not suffer any injuries. As for Yi Yun, he didn't even use the terrifying ancestral dragon's power. After all, he was now a grand ultimate god and could not expose his true identity and trump card. Since the unknown divine emperor realm expert had the intention to stop him, Yi Yun had a guess in his mind. Although the sky-burning ancient phoenix was a rare species that had never appeared in this world, it was still considered a member of the Phoenix clan. Those who were interested in the sky-burning ancient phoenix were most likely from the Phoenix clan. In the Zhongnan continent, Yi Yun found out that the Phoenix clan was involved in the mastermind's plan. However, in the Divine Land, he had not heard any news about the Phoenix clan, as if the powerful Phoenix clan had disappeared. As the saying goes, cast a long line to catch a big fish. If he let the sky-burning ancient phoenix live and let it move freely, he might be able to find clues about the Phoenix clan. After thinking of this plan of letting the tiger go back to the mountain, Yi Yun deliberately kept a straight face. He held the golden light hammer and stared coldly at the giant screen without saying a word. He did not know where the Divine Emperor realm expert was hiding in the vast Divine Land. Although Yi Yun could easily break the giant screen in front of him, he could only pretend to be helpless and angry in order to let the tiger go back to the mountain. Whoosh! A ray of black light flew out of the secret realm. Ha ha ha! That grand ultimate god did not chase after me. The sky-burning ancient phoenix spread its wings and laughed wildly before disappearing into the sky. At the same time, a red figure also came out of the secret realm. It was the Sun God King. The Sun God King looked around and looked at the unfamiliar environment. He thought for a moment, then chose a direction and quickly fled. Inside the secret realm, only Yi Yun was left. Yi Yun's expression was calm as he slowly put away the Vajra hammer and the purplish-black tobacco pipe. At this moment, the gigantic screen also shattered without any warning, and disappeared. So it's really to stop me, Yi Yun sneered in his heart. He turned around and flew towards the core area of the long river of time. Divine Land, Unknown Lands. On the cloud-shrouded mountain peak. My lord, why don't I go and bring that black phoenix back? The beautiful girl on the left looked at the soaring heaven-burning ancient phoenix in the water mirror and volunteered. You two go together. If this phoenix resists, then use the dragon binding chains, the mysterious woman said indifferently. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the ancient temple. The two beautiful girls looked at each other and couldn't help but chuckle. Are the two of us not a match for that black phoenix? The beautiful girl on the left smiled casually. That's hard to say. That black phoenix is a little strange. Otherwise, my lord wouldn't have asked us to use the dragon binding chains. The beautiful girl on the right said with a serious face. All right. The beautiful girl on the left nodded. She reached out and took out a small red lock. She said softly, back then, this lock locked up many divine dragons. Now it's locking up our phoenix tribe. How interesting, this small red lock was shockingly red. Its surface was covered with all kinds of strange runes. One could vaguely see many dragon-shaped patterns struggling in the runes. The beautiful girl on the left licked her red lips and looked away from the dragon-binding chains. She smiled gently and said, "Let's go." The beautiful girl on the right nodded. There was a fluctuation in the void. The two figures flashed and disappeared in an instant. In the secret realm. In the core area of the long river of time. A figure flashed and Yi appeared here again. An ancient silver stone tablet stood quietly in the chaotic long river of time. Yi reached out and grabbed it. The reason why the Sun God King didn't completely refine the long river of time was because of the existence of this silver stone tablet. It suppressed the long river of time. If Yi took it away, he would be able to refine the river of time. Yi looked at the line of words on the silver stone tablet again. His face darkened and he sighed. He didn't know where the time dragon of the 10 great divine dragons was hiding. Perhaps this ancient silver stone tablet could provide some clues in the future. Because on this stone tablet, Yi could feel some weak aura of the time dragon. If his guess was correct, this silver stone tablet should have been transformed from a scale on the time dragon. This long river of time, Yi turned around and looked around at the chaotic river. His flame-like eyes jumped. It was just a segment. Whether he refined it or not, it was useless to him. If he could collect all 7 segments, he could consider restoring them. Although he didn't intend to refine it, Yi was ready to put it away. Yi took out a green bead and held it in his palm. In the next moment, the green bead trembled slightly and bloomed with thousands of bright green light. The green light penetrated into the long river of time and produced a strong suction force that pulled the river water in. After all, the long river of time was very big and full of mysterious power of time. It took a while to pull this long river of time. About 2 hours later, the entire secret realm was empty. This section of the long river of time was taken into the green bead space by Yi. That guy in the Divine Emperor realm must have known about this long river of time. I wonder, will he have any ideas in the future? Yi was about to leave when his face suddenly darkened and a thought came to his mind. I'm not afraid of this person, but I can't expose my identity as a supreme ultimate god for the time being, so I can't offend this person. Yi's face changed and he frowned slightly. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. A strand of Yi's spiritual sense brought the green pearl into the warehouse of the great desolate realm. As Yi entered, the treasures woke up one by one and bloomed with bright light in the dark space. A huge green lotus, exuding a chaotic aura, swayed happily and said happily, "Master, you're here." "I'm here." "Where's Jai Jing?" Yi looked around and asked with a faint smile. "Master, I'm here." In the depths of the darkness, a light flew quickly and floated in front of Yi. It was a strange little mirror covered with zebra stripes. Yi extended his hand and tossed out the green bead. "There's a long river of time here. Make a new one for me." Yi chuckled. "The long river of time?" Jai Jing shook his body and said excitedly, "Master, this is an interesting treasure. I'll go in and take a look." A light flashed. Jai Jing got into the green bead. "Master, this river of time is not complete." After a few breaths of time, Jai Jing came out of the green bead and yelled. "Look! How many sections are missing?" Yi's eyes moved. 6 sections are missing. This river of time should have 7 sections. Only 7 sections can form a complete river of time, Jai Jing said non-stop. "You're quite capable, aren't you?" Yi said with a smile. "Of course. Master, Do you want me to make a copy of the entire River of Time? Jing said proudly. You can make a copy of it? You can't even see it? Why don't I believe it? The gigantic green lotus said unhappily. I don't believe it either. I don't believe that you're so powerful that you can make a copy of something you can't see. In the depths of the darkness, a huge axe emitted a terrifying light and said fiercely. We don't believe it either. If you have the guts, come out and try making a copy. Yes. Countless magic treasures echoed. Oh, you don't believe in my strength? It seems that you treasures of the primordial era don't have enough vision. You even dare to doubt me, the famous Jing. Jing shook his body and said angrily. All of you, stop messing around. Yiyan looked at the treasures and let out a dignified shout. What was the use of making a copy of the other 6 sections of the River of Time? It was just a copy. He didn't need it. All the treasures obediently shut their mouths when they saw their master angry. In their hearts, their master was a supreme existence. Master, I really have the ability to make a complete copy of the River of Time, Jing floated over and said sneakily. I know you have the ability, but I don't need it at all. You just need to make a copy of this section of the River of Time. The copy must be very similar, understand? Yiyan said indifferently. Don't worry, master. I will definitely complete the task perfectly. Jing said as if he was serious. Yiyan nodded. His primordial spirit immediately left the warehouse. After settling matters in the River of Time, he left the secret realm and returned to the sky above the mountain range of the ancient Sun Domain. Around the mountain range, flames could be seen burning everywhere. The temperature in the air was higher than normal. The plants here were all fire elemental plants. They were bright red and looked very beautiful. However, Yiyan was not in the mood to appreciate these beautiful sceneries. He was going back to the Supreme Emotion Palace to deal with Yun Xiao. As for the escaped Sun God King, Yiyan would settle the score with him later. After all, the Sun God King had possessed the body of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Yiyan still needed Dong Huang Tai's clone to revive. Then, he would understand the situation. Let's see how Dong Huang Tai entered the devil world. The void rippled. Yiyan took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Somewhere in the ancient Sun region. In the sky above a towering mountain range, a red figure suddenly flew over and stopped. He was the Sun God King who had escaped from the secret realm. True Sun Flame? The Sun God King looked at the valley with a trace of shock in his eyes. In the valley, there were more than a dozen Divine Lord Realm cultivators, dressed in bright and uniform clothes, surrounding a fire elemental beast. As these cultivators waved their hands, the true Sun Flame rolled out, forming waves of powerful attacks. The Sun God King was very familiar with this attack. It was the true Sun Flame technique. Good heavens, an inheritance that I casually left behind back then. I didn't expect it to not completely disappear, the Sun God King sighed, feeling particularly excited. No matter what. Those people below were all the descendants of the Sun God King's bloodline. It made him feel close to them. The Sun God King descended from the sky without hesitation. As he approached, he stretched out a large hand and slapped the fire elemental beast. The fire elemental beast screamed and immediately fainted. Who are you? Why are you stealing the beast of the 3 Fire Divine Sect? A Divine Lord Realm man stared nervously at the Hierarch Realm Sun God Monarch. Although he was nervous, he did not show any fear. Instead, when he mentioned the 3 Fire Divine Sect, there was a faint arrogance in his eyes. The 3 Fire Divine Sect, the Sun God King was slightly stunned. He searched through his memories, but he had never heard of this sect. However, that was normal. After all, 1,000,000 years had passed. Things had changed, and people had changed. The Sun God cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Fellow cultivators, I happened to pass by and saw you releasing the true Sun Flame. That's why I came down to lend you a hand. Would you be so kind?" The Divine Lord Realm man in the lead narrowed his eyes slightly, and his cold aura was oppressive. Everyone, please take a look. The Sun God King did not care about the man's attitude. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and a bright true sun flame appeared in his palm. The reddish gold light was brilliant, exuding an intense heat. This is the true sun flame. How do you know it too? In the crowd, a divine Lord Realm cultivator was shocked. The true sun flame was the unique ability of the three fire divine sect. How did the person in front of him know it too? I'm from another branch of the true sun sect. I wonder if you've heard of the sect. The Sun God King said seriously. After a conversation, he finally asked the question in his heart. So it's the true sun sect. After the divine Lord Realm man in the lead heard this, he revealed a look of understanding. Fellow cultivator, my branch has always been in seclusion. I don't know what happened in this world. How did the true sun sect suddenly become the three fire divine sect? The Sun God King asked. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the true sun sect merged into the three fire divine sect. It belongs to the sun flame branch of the three fires. The divine Lord Realm man said in a deep voice. So it was annexed. The Sun God King's face was gloomy, and he was extremely displeased. If he did not hide in the secret realm, the true sun sect was still a divine king inheritance. It would not have been so easily annexed by others. Is the three fire divine sect a divine king faction? The Sun God King asked. Not really. The three leaders of my sect are all at the peak of the 10th level of the hierarch realm. They're half-step divine kings. The divine Lord Realm man said proudly. I see. The Sun God King nodded, his face turning colder. He did not have any treasures, and his cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of the hierarch realm. Facing the powerful three fire divine sect with such a cultivation level was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. Sigh, the Sun God King's eyes dimmed, and he sighed silently in his heart. He did not know how many years it would take for him to reach the divine king realm after the possession. Fellow cultivator, the ancient true sun sect has fallen in the divine land. Since you belong to another branch of the true sun sect, why don't you join the three fire divine sect? The divine Lord Realm man seemed to have seen through the Sun God King's uneasiness and advised. The other two flames are. The Sun God King did not answer. Instead, he raised his head and asked another question. Sun flame, divine flame, and demonic flame. These are the three branches of the three fire divine sect. The demonic flame is the strongest, followed by the divine flame, and our sun flame is ranked third, the divine Lord Realm man said calmly. If the sun flame is the true sun flame, what are the other two flames? The Sun God King frowned. He did not expect that. His true sun flame was ranked last in the three fire divine sect. The demonic fire refers to the purifying demonic lotus flame and the divine fire refers to the ice spirit divine flame. The divine Lord Realm man explained. Oh, the Sun God monarch nodded silently. At this moment, he clenched his fists unwillingly. The ice spirit divine flame was not much more powerful than the true sun flame. The sun fire lineage of the three fire divine sect was so weak because they did not have the complete true sun flame technique. As for the purifying demonic lotus flame, it was quite famous. In the divine land, there was a rare purifying demonic lotus dragon. This demonic dragon could spit out the purifying demonic lotus flame. The purifying demonic lotus flame was a grayish-white flame that was said to be able to incinerate everything. In the Sun God Emperor's era, the purifying demonic lotus dragon clan was very mysterious and kept a low profile. They rarely appeared in the world. Therefore, even the experienced Sun God Emperor had never seen the real purifying demonic lotus flame. The Sun God Emperor was naturally convinced by the purifying demonic lotus flame. The purifying demonic lotus flame was naturally more powerful than the true sun flame. It was reasonable for it to be ranked first. Friend, have you made up your mind? The divine Lord Realm man's expression changed and he asked with a smile. I can follow you back to the three fire divine sect. If it's suitable, I can consider joining, the Sun God Emperor replied. He had nowhere to go anyway. If he could join the three fire divine sect, he would have a big tree to rely on. After joining the Sun Fire lineage, he would be able to control the lineage sooner or later and become the sect leader of the lineage. He would then surpass the Ice Spirit Divine Flame lineage. After all, I have been reborn and should have a new life. I will stay in the three fire divine sect for the time being, the Sun God Emperor thought to himself. Hee, since you have agreed, we will return now, the Divine Lord was pleasantly surprised. He cupped his fists and said politely. The red-robed man in front of him was a level 3 hierarch. If such a person joined the Sun-Fire lineage, the lineage's strength would increase. All right. The Sun God Emperor nodded. The others put away the fire-type monstrous beast. After that, the group of people boarded their immortal boats and left. Yi Yun was not worried about the Sun God Emperor. It was a piece of cake for him to find him. Taishang region. Above the Taishang Wanqing Palace, there was a ripple in the void, and Yi Yun walked out from it. He took a step forward and entered the sect leader's hall. Yi Yun waved his hand, and a light flashed. Yun Xiao, Celestial Venerable Qing, and Celestial Venerable Yu appeared. Greetings, Master. The three women said respectfully in unison. Yes. Yi Yun nodded. Master, what happened to the mystic realm? Celestial Venerable Qing asked curiously. I've already obtained the true sun furnace. Yi Yun chuckled and opened his palm. A small fiery red furnace appeared in his palm. This small furnace emitted an astonishing temperature, causing the temperature of the entire hall to rise at this moment. Congratulations to Master for obtaining this divine tier treasure. Celestial Venerable Qing's eyes lit up as he cupped his hands and said with a smile. Yi Yun smiled faintly and waved his hand to ask them to leave. Alright, you and Celestial Venerable you can leave first. I have some things to tell your little junior sister. Yes. Celestial Venerable Qing and Celestial Venerable Yu agreed and turned to leave. In the hall, only Yi Yun and Yun Xiao were left. Master, that egg of the sky-burning ancient phoenix, Yun Zhao's cold face froze. She wanted to say something but stopped. By chance, the sky-burning ancient phoenix has already hatched. However, it absorbed some mysterious energy in the river of time. Now, it has gone mad and escaped from the mystic realm. Yi Yun opened his mouth and revealed most of the truth without hesitation. Yun Zhao's expression dimmed. She had spent a lot of effort on this egg, but she didn't expect the sky-burning ancient phoenix to go mad. It caused all her efforts to go down the drain. Master has another one here. Seeing Yun Zhao's melancholy, Yi Yun rubbed the space between his eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. He stretched out his hand, and a new fiery red egg appeared in his palm. Another sky-burning ancient phoenix egg. Master, is this also a sky-burning ancient phoenix? Yun Xiao looked at this familiar red egg and asked in surprise. That's right. The previous one was the elder brother and this is the younger brother. Yi Yun smiled. Elder brother, younger brother, why did Master have so many eggs? Even though Yun Xiao had always had a cold personality, at this moment, her heart was in a mess and she was in a daze. She was at a loss for what to do with her master's actions. She had a feeling that her master had changed a lot and was different from before. Keep it. Yi Yun said with a smile. Yes. Yun Xiao nodded and carefully put away the red bird egg. The next moment. Yun Zhao's eyes were in a daze as though she had fallen into a dream and her mind was no longer clear. A faint light flashed by. Suddenly, a translucent essence spirit appeared beside Yi Yun. Brother Yun, is that me? Yun Xiao looked at that familiar figure with an excited expression and her petite body trembled slightly. More than 90,000 years ago. When she decided to cultivate the Great Oblivion Tao, Yun Xiao made a shocking decision to split her body into two. One portion inherited the memories, while the other cultivated the Great Oblivion Tao. This body that cultivated the Great Oblivion Tao had more flesh and blood and was a little stronger. Yun Xiao also hoped that this clone could cultivate successfully and break through to the true God realm from there, obtaining a better future. Lass, isn't this you? Hurry over and take a look. See if there's anything missing? Yi Yun smiled slightly. Yun Xiao seemed to have thought of something and her small face immediately turned bright red. She endured the agitation in her heart and floated over. Sizing up this icy cold clone from head to toe, Yun Zhao's expression changed drastically and she sighed repeatedly. She doesn't remember anything. The Great Oblivion Tao is indeed terrifying. Yi Yun walked over and held her jade-like hand, saying softly, I want to fuse your essence spirit together with the clone's essence spirit now. What do you think? Alright. However, big brother Yun, will this work? After all, my essence spirit is merely at the eternal realm. Yun Xiao asked uneasily. Logically speaking, it won't work, Yi Yin frowned and thought for a few seconds before saying, "But I have a cultivation method here called the Thousand Dream Reincarnation Art. After you enter her body, guide her essence spirit into the dream realm and continuously reform her. I can give it a try." Yun Xiao immediately became excited. Yi Yan's glabella flashed and a divine consciousness landed on Yun Xiao's glabella. It was the Thousand Dream Reincarnation Art. This cultivation method was naturally a divine level cultivation method as well. This cultivation method was originally to continuously reincarnate in the world and raise one's cultivation through this method. However, Yi Yan only wanted to use a portion of this cultivation method to let Yun Xiao enter the dream and reform the clone's essence spirit. According to Yi Yan's modern thinking as a transmigrator, this was also called mental hypnosis. When this mental hypnosis reached a certain degree of similarity, the two essence spirits would be able to fuse into one. Thousand Dream Reincarnation Art. Naturally, Yi Yan had also grasped it. Therefore, when he imparted it to Yun Xiao, he also imparted his understanding of this cultivation method to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao studied it for 3 days before she completely understood it. "Brother Yun, I'm going to start now." Yun Xiao took a deep breath. After calming down, she turned into a beam of light and entered the glabella of the clone. As the Thousand Dream Reincarnation Art took effect, Yi Yan gradually retracted the power of the sky illusory eye on Yun Xiao's clone. This process lasted for about a day. Outside the hall, a huge sun broke through the sea of clouds and emitted tens of thousands of rays of light that were dazzling. At that moment, the dazed Yun Xiao's eyes became clear. "Brother Yun, I've controlled this body." Yun Xiao blinked her bright silver eyes and raised her fist as she spoke excitedly. At this moment, Heavenly Venerable You of the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace no longer had a cold aura. "Little girl, you've experienced a long period of 100,000 years. Now, you've finally achieved results." Yi Yan was in a good mood and could not help but say with a smile as he looked at Yun Xiao, whose skin was whiter than snow and had a beautiful appearance. Cloud Sky, this lass, took an extremely dangerous path. If not for Yi Yan's appearance out of thin air by chance, Yun Xiao would have died long ago. Brother Yun, looking at the handsome young man in white, who was still as sunny and handsome as he was 100,000 years ago, peach blossoms bloomed in Yun Xiao's beautiful eyes. They were watery as if a pool of spring water had been stirred. "What are you trying to do?" Yi Yan's heart itched and he could not help but ask with a smile. In his previous life, Yun Xiao looked like a love-struck fool. She followed behind him every day as a disobedient follower. However, now that 100,000 years had passed, Yun Xiao had grown into a lady. She had matured. He could pick her now. Ah! Yun Xiao's delicate body suddenly trembled, and her eyes turned cold in an instant. "Who are you?" Yun Xiao looked at Yi Yan and asked coldly with a vigilant expression. "I'm your master." Seeing that the essence soul of the avatar had taken the initiative, Yi Yan sighed and transformed into the appearance of the grand ultimate god. "Yun Xiao, I'm preparing to go out, so I changed into another appearance," Yi Yan explained softly. "Master, are you going out again after just returning?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise after recovering her composure. "Yes." Yi Yan nodded. Once again, tiny purple runes flickered in his pupils. A power of changing life and death instantly fell into Yun Xiao's sea of consciousness. Yun Xiao was in a daze again. Yi Yan's expression was calm. His body shook slightly and he returned to his original appearance. Not long after, Yun Xiao's essence soul took over the body again. "Brother Yun, her essence soul is still too strong. I can't suppress it for a while." She woke up from the dream, Yun Xiao said with an ashamed expression. "It's fine. I'll suppress her soul for now. Go into seclusion and use the Thousand Dreams reincarnation technique to influence her. Sooner or later, she'll be able to accept you." Yi Yan walked in front of Yun Xiao and held her delicate hand. He smiled and handed over a storage ring at the same time. "Big brother Yun, this is?" Yun Xiao was stunned. "Here are some cultivation pills. Most of them are helpful for strengthening the soul." Yi Yan pulled out a hand and held up a green bead. He said softly, "This place is a world of its own. It's very safe. You can cultivate here and try to fuse with the primordial spirit of your avatar as soon as possible." "Big brother Yun, you're so nice to me." Tears welled up in Yunzhao's eyes. She was so touched that her eyes turned red. She suddenly hugged Yi Yun tightly with both hands. Feeling the softness in front of his chest, Yi Yun's heart was filled with emotion. He patted Yunzhao's back gently and said gently, "All right, go in and cultivate first. Our good days are yet to come, all right, big brother Yun." Yunzhao seemed to have thought of something and her face turned red. She immediately broke free from Yi Yun's embrace. Yi Yun laughed. He had known Yunzhao for so many years and had a tacit understanding with her. Naturally, he knew what this little girl was thinking. Swoosh, a beam of green light descended and sucked Yunzhao into the small space of the green bead. In the main hall, only Yi Yun was left. Divine Emperor Realm, Yi Yun had his hands behind his back. Through the window, he looked at the distant horizon and pondered for a moment. Then, he sat down slowly and closed his eyes. He began to cultivate. This time, he encountered a mysterious Divine Emperor Realm cultivator in the long river of time. This caused Yi Yun's state of mind to change. Initially, after the battle in the demon world, he was not in a hurry to raise his cultivation. However, that thought had changed now. His realm had to be raised, at least to the Divine King realm. That way, it would be easier to kill a Divine Emperor. Since Yi Yun was reborn, it had only been a year. However, he had already broken through from the true God realm to the third level of the ultimate God realm. In less than a year, he could break through from the ultimate God realm to the Divine King realm. Time passed slowly. A month later. Yi Yun's shoulders trembled slightly. A powerful aura rushed out and was instantly suppressed by him. At this moment, Yi Yun had officially entered the fourth level of the ultimate God realm. Although it was only a breakthrough of a minor realm, to Yi Yun, his battle prowess had increased by several times. Yi Yun stood up. That Sun God King guy has been holed up recently. It seems that he has found a safe place to go, Yi Yun smiled gently. With a shake of his body, he transformed into Long Yunzi's appearance and disappeared from the main hall. This time, after leaving the Supreme Emotion Palace, Yi Yun had a few things to do. The first thing was to deal with the Sun God King. The second thing was that he had to go to the Black Waters to take revenge for the Blue Dragon tribe. At the same time, he also wanted to investigate the truth. Based on his intuition, Yi Yun always felt that it was not a simple matter to draw the blood of all the clansmen of the Blue Dragon tribe. As for the third thing, Yi Yun naturally had to find that disciple of the Shenlong sect. It was the woman in red from the Thousand Withered Ridge. That little girl was now a divine lord. Her behavior and mental disorder were comparable to the sky-burning ancient phoenix. As for the fourth thing, it was naturally to find the Black Abyss divine spider. There was also the fifth and sixth thing. Anyway, Yi Yun had a lot of things to do in the divine land this time. Therefore, Yi Yun would transform into Long Yunzi's appearance and no longer appear as the supreme ultimate god. After all, it was more suitable to walk in the divine land with the identity of Long Yunzi. Perhaps at some point, under certain circumstances, Yi Yun would also change the appearance of Long Yunzi and become another person. At the same time, in the demon realm, which was extremely far away from the divine land, in the Star Demon Sea, in a brand new hall, a terrifying figure wrapped in blazing golden flames opened his eyes in an instant. The entire hall was bright and resplendent. "I can't feel my clone," Dong Huangtai slowly stood up. His sharp and determined face was terrifyingly gloomy. Although the demon realm was extremely far away from the divine land, according to the norm, with the cultivation of the divine king realm, it was impossible for his original body and clone to sense. However, Dong Huangtai was not ordinary. After all, he came from the Eldritch world. His cultivation methods, and divine powers were completely different from the system here. Therefore, he could feel some extremely weak senses from time to time for his clone. But in the past month, he had completely lost sense of his clone. This meant that his clone might have died. Damn it, who on earth killed my clone in the divine land? Dong Huangtai clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. It seems that I have to find a way to make my original body go down personally, Dong Huangtai said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Huangtai's body swayed and appeared in the vast Star Demon Sea. Standing in the star demon sea, Dong Huangtai's eyes were deep as he looked into the distance. He was tall and sturdy, his body emitting waves of terrifying aura like a real demon god. I heard that the Yu Heavenly Demon Clan is planning to invade the Divine Land. They seem to be looking for something, which coincides with my plan. Dong Huangtai's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. The Yu Heavenly Demon Clan was the strongest force among the 7 major demon clans in the demon realm. Compared to the Star Demon Clan, they were many times stronger. Only such a powerful clan had such a deep foundation to be able to send Divine King Realm experts across the Divine Realm. Ancient Sun Region. The northwestern border was a vast golden desert. In the desert, scorching flames could be seen everywhere, burning fiercely. The temperature here was higher than other places in the Ancient Sun Region. This place was also known as the Western Desert. The famous Three Fire Divine Sect was located in the depths of the Western Desert. There was a fluctuation in the void. A white figure appeared in the sky above the Western Desert. I'm back in the Ancient Sun Region again. How boring. Yi Yin shook his head and smiled as he felt the scorching air. This time, he had traveled hundreds of millions of miles to the Ancient Sun Region to find the Sun God King. Yi Yin did not like the environment of the Ancient Sun Region very much. Deep in his heart, Yi Yin preferred a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. At this moment, several young cultivators were traveling together, quickly flying over from the depths of the desert. They were slightly stunned when they saw Yi Yin hovering in the air. Greetings, Senior. They were a few true God Realm cultivators. When they saw Yi Yin, a Hierarch Realm cultivator, they immediately showed a respectful expression. Yi Yin nodded and did not say anything. Senior, are you going to the Three Fire Divine Sect? A true God Realm level 5 young man mustered up his courage and asked. Three Fire Divine Sect? Yi Yin was slightly stunned. Why does this name sound so familiar? He began to search for the Grand Ultimate God's memories. In less than a second, Yi Yin found the so-called Three Fire Divine Sect. It was a powerful sect. In terms of strength, it surpassed the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion. After all, the Three Fire Divine Sect had 3 half-step Divine King experts. 1 against 3. The Grand Ultimate God had no chance of winning. The Ancient Sun Region was extremely far away from the Grand Ultimate God. Even the original Grand Ultimate God had not been here. Therefore, the Grand Ultimate God did not have much information about the Three Fire Divine Sect. Seeing that Yi Yin did not speak, the true God Realm young man smiled and said, Senior, there are many powerful cultivators like you heading to the Three Fire Divine Sect recently. Why is that? Yi Yin's eyes flashed as he asked with a smile. The true God Realm youth had a look of surprise as he said, Senior, you still don't know? The Devilish Flame Sect leader of the Three Flames Divine Sect had recently broken through to the Divine King Realm. Now that the Three Fire Divine Sect is a God King level force, many seniors like you have gone to congratulate them. I see. Yi Yin nodded silently. His expression was calm without the slightest fluctuation. To him, a puny God King was as weak as an ant. Senior, we're going to other places to train. We'll meet again. The true God Realm young man cupped his fists and smiled politely. Then, he led the group of people and brushed past Yi Yin. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon. Yi Yin looked into the distance. This Sun God King really knows how to find a big tree. His luck is so good that he actually joined a God King level force. Yi Yin smiled faintly. The Sun God King was truly someone who knew when to yield and when not to yield. Logically speaking, this guy was also a God King and had an extremely honorable status. However, he was currently hiding in the Three Fire Divine Sect. Perhaps the most powerful Devilish Flame Sect leader of the Three Fire Divine Sect did not even know that there was such an ancient existence in his sect. Yi Yin's figure flashed and flew into the depths of the desert. This place was not far from the Three Fire Divine Sect. There was no need to tear the void. Along the way, Yi Yin began to see many cultivators flying over in a hurry. Most of them were Hierarch Realm cultivators, and a small number of them were Divine Lords. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Divine King Realm experts would pass by from a high altitude. A Divine King Realm expert would travel in a dignified manner. They were usually accompanied by a large number of people. Yi Yan only smiled faintly and ignored such pretentious behavior. 100,000 years ago. Although Yi Yan was the top expert in the Tsangnan continent, he did not like to show off. Now that 100,000 years had passed, Yi Yan had reached an invincible level, he hated those pretentious displays even more. To put it bluntly, if he wanted to show off, he could scare the people of this world to death. Back on the ancient road to heavens, Yi Yan had taken out so many God Realm and Transcendent God Realm tobacco pipes. Just the terrifying aura alone was enough to crush a Divine Lord Realm old man. The display on the ancient road to heavens was far more extravagant than these divine kings. It's not too far from the three-fire divine sect, Yi Yan's eyes flashed. At this moment, he traversed through the distant void and saw a large towering building in the desert. That was the three-fire divine sect. The building was divided into three parts, like three blazing flames, standing on the red desert. Looking from afar, not only was it magnificent, but it also had a unique style of extraterritorial charm. Another divine king realm force is here. Yi Yan suddenly sensed something and saw 9 huge green luans flying over from behind. The 9 green luans' cultivation levels were not low. All of them were hierarch realm demonic beasts, the lowest was at level 2 hierarch realm. Their eyes were ferocious and their aura was monstrous. They pulled a golden phoenix chariot and sped across the sky. Looking at the 9 green luans that were charging over aggressively, Yi Yan stood still. His pupils contracted and his eyes were filled with ferocity. His gaze was like a sharp sword piercing through the sky. It fiercely clashed with the gazes of the 9 green phoenixes. The aggressive green luans suddenly felt a great sense of terror under Yi Yan's gaze. The 9 green luans panicked and hurriedly changed their direction, quickly flying past Yi Yan. Yi Yan smiled. If the green luans had reacted a little slower, he would have cut off their heads. Eh? A pleasant female voice suddenly came from the golden phoenix chariot. Obviously, Yi Yan's performance was out of her expectations. With just a glance, he was able to cause the 9 great blue phoenixes to lose their Tao hearts. It could be seen that the young man below was indeed unique. Are you a sword cultivator? The lady in the chariot asked softly. That's right. Do you want to exchange sword techniques with me? Yi Yan smiled faintly. He suddenly remembered that he was in a hurry and forgot to bring a treasured sword with him. A sword cultivator, carrying a sword on his back would make him look more like an expert. You're quite arrogant. Unfortunately, our paths are different, the lady said calmly. Her voice was filled with a sense of arrogance that kept people at arm's length. Yi Yan could tell. The girl in the chariot thought that he was just an hierarch realm expert and was not qualified to exchange pointers with a divine king realm expert. Yi Yan was about to speak. The lady in the chariot seemed to be trying to show off her skills and suddenly disappeared. In the next second, Yi Yan clearly saw the chariot appear in front of the three-fire divine sect's mountain gate. It's just a small trick. Yi Yan smiled faintly and disappeared from where he stood in an instant. Outside the three-fire divine sect's huge mountain gate was a flat golden square. The 9 green luans landed on the ground. A beautiful lady in a golden robe slowly walked out of the chariot. Her black hair was like clouds, her skin was whiter than snow, her facial features were exquisite, and her figure was graceful. Her every movement exuded a powerful and noble aura. Eh? Suddenly, the lady in the golden robe was surprised. At that moment, a familiar figure in a white robe was standing quietly in front of her. Yi Yan carried a long sword on his back and turned around. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a row of white teeth. Miss, the three-fire divine sect's grand ceremony is just around the corner. Why don't we travel together? When she heard Yi Yan's words, the golden-robed beauty was shocked. This puny hierarch cultivator dared to speak to her, a supreme divine king, in such a manner. Where did he get the guts to do that? She had never seen such a strong-willed cultivator in the divine land for so many years. You're just a puny hierarch cultivator. How dare you disrespect the supreme divine king of the 9 heavens? You must be tired of living. In the square, an 8th-level hierarch cultivator looked at Yi Yan and said angrily. Supreme divine king of the 9 heavens? Yi Yan was slightly stunned. He searched through the grand hierarch's memory but could not find this name. The divine land was vast. The Taishang region was like a small star among the stars in the sky. Therefore, the Grand Hierarch did not know much about the Divine Land and it was not complete. Therefore, it was normal that he did not know about the Supreme Divine King of the Nine Heavens. "Brother, don't you know the Supreme Divine King of the Nine Heavens?" A voice transmission came from a middle-aged man not far from Yi Yun. "I don't know her." Yi Yun shook his head and replied. "Supreme Divine King of the Nine Heavens, Di Jiaoying. You don't even know her name?" "I'm speechless." The middle-aged man shook his head and quickly took a few steps back. He was afraid that Yi Yun would pass his bad luck to him. Yi Yun merely smiled when he saw this. "What Supreme Divine King of the Nine Heavens, Di Jiaoying?" She was nothing in his eyes. It's just that Yi Yun also saw that this Nine Heavens Divine King was pretty and pleasing to the eye, so he wanted her to be his guide. "Supreme Divine King of the Nine Heavens, this guy has offended you. Let me teach him a lesson for you." A 7th-level Hierarch realm man strode over with a menacing aura. "No need." Di Jiaoying looked at Yi Yun with a smile and a strange light in her eyes. This cultivator had surprised her time and time again, which made her curious. "Miss, could it be that you've agreed?" Seeing the change in Di Jiaoying, Yi Yun spread his hands and asked with a smile. "Let's go. Let's travel together," Di Jiaoying said. These words instantly stunned everyone in the surroundings. The infamous Nine Heavens Divine King actually agreed to this Hierarch realm cultivator's request. What was going on? Just as everyone fell into a magical state, Di Jiaoying had already walked to Yi Yun's side. A sweet smile suddenly appeared on her beautiful little face. "Let's go." "All right." Yi Yun also smiled. He ignored the shocked gazes around him and walked side by side with Di Jiaoying. Due to Di Jiaoying's appearance, the two of them were unimpeded. Even the people from the Three Fire Divine sect did not dare to stop them. "Fellow Daoist, may I know your name?" Di Jiaoying walked forward slowly. She looked ahead with a smile in her beautiful eyes. "Long Yunzi." Yi Yun smiled and pretended to be surprised. He said softly, "Unbelievable. After listening to them, I know that you're the Nine Heavens Divine King. It's just a title. You can just call me Jiaoying." Di Jiaoying smiled calmly. At this moment, she was no longer the high and mighty Nine Heavens Divine King. Yi Yun nodded. This Di Jiaoying was capable and had an extraordinary bearing. This made him think more highly of him. "Greetings, Nine Heavens Divine King." An old man from the Three Fire Divine sect walked over and said respectfully. Di Jiaoying nodded faintly. "My lord, the Fiendish Fire Divine King promotion ceremony is about to begin. Please follow me." The old man bowed and said carefully. "All right." Di Jiaoying nodded. The old man straightened his body and looked at Yi Yun. He then turned around and did not say anything else. At this moment, he only treated Yi Yun as Di Jiaoying's follower. Under the old man's lead, the group of people passed through layers of buildings and finally arrived at the square where the ceremony was held. There was already a sea of people in the square. Around the square, there was a special high platform. There were gorgeous awnings built there. There were about a dozen of these awnings. Yi Yun took a look and saw that they were all seats for the Divine King Realm experts. As for the Ultimate God Realm and Divine Lord Realm cultivators, they stood in the square without any seats. The difference in treatment was huge. Yi Yun looked around and saw that in a corner of the square, the Sun God King was standing there to maintain order. At this moment, the Sun God King had already taken off Dong Huang Tai's robe and changed into the Three Fire Divine Sect's exclusive reddish gold robe. His expression was solemn and very well behaved. He was as motionless as a statue. Sun God King, Yi Yun's heart suddenly stirred, and he quietly sent out a voice transmission. The Sun God King, who was standing guard, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He hurriedly looked around to find the source of the voice. He was looking for the Grand Ultimate God. This was because the voice belonged to the Grand Ultimate God that he was most afraid of. Seeing the Sun God King like a frightened bird, Yi Yun smiled and followed Di Jiaoying to the awning. Could it be that I am hallucinating? After looking around a few times, the Sun God King did not find the Grand Ultimate God and could not help but doubt in his heart. The Grand Ultimate God was not a nobody. If he came to participate in the three-fire divine sex ceremony, he would naturally appear in the square. However, he did not find the grand ultimate god in the square. Therefore, the sun god king felt that he might be hallucinating. In the awning, Di Jiuying frowned slightly when he saw that there was only one seat. Add another seat, Di Jiuying ordered. When the old man next to him heard this, he was stunned. This young man in white was only in the ultimate god realm. What right did he have to be on the same level as the Nine Heavens Divine King? Was he still the follower of the Nine Heavens Divine King? Can't you hear what I'm saying? Di Jiuying said coldly. It will be done soon. Sir, please wait a moment. The old man's cold sweat fell instantly. He hurriedly walked over and took out a seat and placed it at the side. Di Jiuying nodded. She looked at Yi Yun and said with a smile, "Today, you and I are on the same level. What do you think?" "Great." Yi Yun smiled faintly, appearing to be at ease. Di Jiuying's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light at this moment. She increasingly felt that this Long Yunzi in front of her was not simple. If there were not so many people. She really wanted to take action and test this Long Yunzi's trump card. She wanted to see if this Long Yunzi was really capable or just an undeserved reputation. However, to be on the same level, this guy was already being roasted on the fire. Next, it would depend on whether this Long Yunzi had the ability to sit still. Greetings to the Nine Heavens Divine King. Greetings to the Nine Heavens Divine King. In the surrounding awning, the Divine Kings all stood up and cupped their fists to greet Di Jiuying. Greetings to the Divine Kings. Di Jiuying returned the greeting with both hands. Her expression was still calm. Nine Heavens Divine King, who is this guy beside you? How is he qualified to be on the same level as you? A tower-like man seemed to have an extremely bad temper. After a round of greetings, he was the first to question. Di Jiuying was silent. Seeing that the Nine Heavens Divine King did not speak, the other Divine Kings also frowned. What was going on? The person brought by the Nine Heavens Divine King was only at the hierarch realm, but he wanted to be on the same level as the Nine Heavens Divine King. Someone asked. The Nine Heavens Divine King did not answer directly. What was going on? Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow flashed and a black-robed middle-aged man appeared in front of Di Jiuying like a ghost. This black-robed middle-aged man was at the first level of the Divine King realm. He was thin and tall, with an aquiline nose, triangular eyes, pale skin, and a fierce and malicious appearance. Who are you? The black-robed middle-aged man stared at Yi Yun with an unfriendly expression and asked in a deep voice. Who am I? Looking at the arrogant black-robed middle-aged man, Yi Yun's eyes were filled with mockery. He smiled faintly and said, even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Don't you think it's very stupid of you to ask this? You. These words were soft yet firm, and they were laced with spear and stick. The black-robed middle-aged man trembled from head to toe. Nine Heavens Divine King, this person came with you. Who is he? The middle-aged man in black robes was a Divine King after all. Even though he was furious, he didn't attack. After all, it would damage his reputation if a Divine King attacked a hierarch cultivator in front of so many people. Don't ask me, ask him. Di Jiuying's red lips parted slightly, his eyelids drooping and his expression indifferent. Seeing the Nine Heavens Divine King being so tight-lipped, as if there was something fishy between the two of them, the middle-aged man in black robes was even more furious. He stared coldly at Yi Yun, his heart burning with rage as he roared, "You're just a hierarch. What right do you have to be on equal footing with the Nine Heavens Divine King? Whether I have the right or not, it's not up to you." Yi Yun laughed. A sliver of pity flashed through his eyes as he looked at the God King before him. There were so many Divine Kings and this guy was the only one who rushed over on a whim. It seemed like he was also a fan of the Nine Heavens Divine King. Seeing him walking so close to Di Jiuying, he felt jealous. Divine King Leilin, I think this kid needs to be taught a lesson. He's too stubborn, you should teach him a lesson. A Divine King said coldly from afar. All right. Leilin nodded and took 2 steps towards Yi Yun. His aura dropped from Divine King to Hierarch 4th level. Kid, don't say that I'm bullying you. I've already sealed my cultivation to Hierarch 4th level. Leyland's eyes shone brightly as he shouted, "As long as you can force me out of this pergola, you'll have the right to be on equal footing with the Nine Heavens' divine king." "It's that simple?" Yiyan smiled and slowly drew out the silver sword on his back. He gave people the impression that he was a sword cultivator. Therefore, he naturally had to use a sword this time. Di Jueying chuckled at the sight of the two men at daggers drawn. "God King Leylin, this guy is a sword cultivator. His true strength should be above the 4th level of the hierarch realm. You have to be careful." "Thanks for the reminder." God King Leylin snorted coldly. His body shook slightly as a layer of blue lightning appeared around him. These lightning bolts were like spirit snakes that slithered around, emitting a terrifying aura. Crackling sounds could be heard as they formed a thick layer of lightning defense on the surface of his body. Yi Yin raised his sword and slashed out. A shocking streak of sword light landed on God King Leyland's chest with lightning speed. What a fast sword! All the God Kings in the surroundings could not help but narrow their eyes when they saw the sword light. This sword was too fast. Even if they had suppressed their cultivation to the 4th level of the hierarch realm, they would not have been able to dodge this attack. Since they couldn't dodge, God King Leylin naturally couldn't either. God King Leyland's eyes widened as he watched the sword light land on his body. Asterisk boom. Asterisk with a loud bang, the layer of lightning armor that had just formed was instantly shattered by the sword light. The silver sword also landed on his body in an instant. Asterisk poo. Asterisk a huge force surged and God King Leylin was sent flying with a single strike. Along the way, he recovered his Divine King Realm cultivation base and stabilized his body in the void, calming his surging blood chi. This sword was truly beyond God King Leyland's expectations, even though he was not injured. In reality, it had given God King Leylin a huge fright. If this white-clothed youth had the same cultivation as him, this sword would have taken away half of his life. God King Leylin, lost? The God Kings in the surroundings looked at each other with shock on their faces. After all, God King Leylin was a God King. Even if he suppressed his cultivation to the 4th level of the hierarch realm, he was almost invincible in this realm. However, this white-clothed sword cultivator was able to force God King Leylin back with a single strike. One had to admit that this sword technique was truly terrifying. Arg, this really pisses me off. Being forced back by a white-clothed sword cultivator whose cultivation was lower than his in front of so many people, God King Leylin felt like he had lost all face. The fury in his heart erupted like dozens of volcanoes. At this moment, his aura surged like a tide as he released the terrifying might of a God King. All the hierarch cultivators in the plaza immediately trembled in fear. It was as if they were carrying a mountain, unable to move. The divine lords were even more miserable. They all collapsed on the ground, unable to stand up. "You've successfully angered me." God King Leyland's blue eyes stared coldly at Yiyan. Blue lightning constantly crackled around his body. He stretched out a hand and formed a giant hand made of blue lightning in the air, grabbing at Yiyan fiercely. This old fellow is really tired of living. Seeing this, Yiyan shook his head and laughed coldly in his heart. He flipped the silver sword in his hand, as if he was about to kill someone in the next moment. God King Leylin, don't go too far. Di Jueying suddenly raised an eyebrow. A shocking aura suddenly erupted, forcibly pushing back God King Leyland's might. At the same time, she stretched out a jade-like hand and slapped at the lightning palm. Asterisk boom. Asterisk there was a loud sound. The lightning palm was instantly shattered in the air. God King Nine Heavens, what is the meaning of this? God King Leylin asked with a frown. Just now, you two have already fought, and you lost. So, this matter ends here. Di Jueying said indifferently. Hearing Di Jueying's words, God King Leylin flew into a rage. God King Nine Heavens, what is your relationship with this person? Why are you so protective of him? God King Leylin asked angrily. You have no right to know. It's not up to you to judge who I associate with. Di Jueying said coldly. God King Leyland's expression froze. At this moment, his face turned incomparably ashen. He did not want to fight with God King Nine Heavens. Once he did, the relationship between them would be completely torn apart. God King Nine Heavens had always had a fierce reputation. If they really fought, he might not be a match for him. After thinking about it. In the end, God King Lei Lin waved his sleeves and snorted coldly before returning to his pergola. The other King God Realm warriors all had different expressions after witnessing such a great show. Jiuying, I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Yi Yan smiled and took a few steps forward. He sat down on a chair and put his hands behind his head. Fellow Taoist Long Yunzi, I'm indirectly helping you establish your might. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sit still. Di Jiuying pursed her lips and smiled. She walked over like a gust of fragrant wind and sat beside Yi Yun. From afar. Under this pergola, a handsome man and a beautiful woman sat side by side like immortals in a painting. They chatted with assurance and were indescribably compatible. On the square, many hierarch cultivators saw this and could not help but lament in their hearts. At this moment, everyone was filled with jealousy towards Yi Yun, a hierarch cultivator. But there was nothing they could do about it. Not everyone had the guts to approach God King Nine Heavens. After the disturbance caused by God King Lei Lin, no one dared to question the seat of the white-robed youth beside God King Nine Heavens. After all, the other God Kings would not lower themselves to fight with Yi Yun. It would be fine if they won. If they lost, it would be even more embarrassing than God King Lei Lin, who was the first to appear. Jiuying, how long will it take for the ceremony to begin? Yi Yan looked at the Divine Lord Realm cultivators crawling up from the ground in the square. They seemed a little clumsy and laughable. He couldn't help but shake his head. It should be soon, Di Jiuying said with a smile. As soon as he finished his words. Clang! 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 A disciple of the Three Fire Divine Sect rang the bell on an ancient bell tower far away. The sound was melodious and it lifted everyone's spirits. The ceremony to promote the sect leader of the Three Fire Divine Sect to a supreme being will begin now. Please, sect leader. A woman's clear and melodious voice reverberated in the air above the square after the bell stopped ringing. The ceremony is about to begin. I can finally see the most mysterious sect leader of the Three Fire Divine Sect. I'm so excited. It's my honor to be able to participate in the God King promotion ceremony of the Demon Fire Sect's leader. The cultivators in the square discussed excitedly. The purifying demonic lotus dragon has just entered the Supreme Being realm. What's so great about it? In a corner of the square, the Sun God King was expressionless. His lips curled into a sarcastic smile. In his previous life, he had already reached the third level of the Supreme Being realm. This cultivation level had far surpassed the sect leader of the Demonic Fire Divine Sect. Therefore, the Sun God King still had a strong sense of superiority in his heart. In the pergola. Has the sect leader of the Demonic Fire Divine Sect always been mysterious? Hearing the discussion below, Yi Yan's expression changed and he asked. He did not know much about the Three Fire Divine Sect. Since the sect leader of the Demonic Fire Divine Sect had not come out yet, he wanted to find out more about his background from Di Jiuying. The sect leader of the Demonic Fire Divine Sect has always been mysterious. He usually does not take care of the sect's affairs. No one knows what he is busy with all day, Di Jiuying said slowly. When she said this, a knowing smile flashed across her eyes. Yi Yan blinked, as if he had caught a glimpse of something unusual. Through the smile of the Supreme Being of the Nine Heavens, he seemed to have noticed that Di Jiuying and the sect leader of the Demonic Fire Divine Sect were close. Was there something going on? Whoosh, a ball of white flame suddenly burned in the void. Although the flame was pure, it gave out a terrifying aura. In an instant. On the square, the expressions of the weaker cultivators changed drastically. Purifying demonic lotus flame. This is the unique innate ability of the Demon Fire Sect's leader. I'm so lucky this time. I can actually see the purifying demonic lotus flame that can purify all flames. On the square. The cultivators began to discuss fervently once again. The purifying demonic lotus flame that had appeared out of nowhere continued to grow. In the end, its diameter reached 100 zhang, and its aura became even more shocking. Even the divine kings became stern when they saw the purifying demonic lotus flame. Thud thud, the milky white flames danced, forming a holy white lotus. In the next second, a white-robed young man in his early 20s appeared on the huge lotus flower. Greetings, Demon Fire Sect leader. All the disciples of the Three Fire Celestial sect knelt down and worshipped at this moment, cheering fervently. The white-robed young man's face was calm. He stretched out his hands and pressed them in the air. The surrounding voices suddenly stopped. "Congratulations, sect master." The god kings in the pergola all stood up and clasped their fists as they spoke with a smile. Dijoing did the same. However, Yi Yun did not move from his seat. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the demon fire sect leader with a burning gaze. After seeing the huge ball of purifying demonic lotus flame, Yi Yun immediately recognized that the demon fire sect leader should be the purifying demonic lotus dragon of the dragon tribe. Why would there be a purifying demonic lotus dragon in this holy land? Yi Yun frowned and muttered to himself. The purifying demonic lotus dragon was the most unique type of divine dragon among the dragon tribe. This type of divine dragon possessed the purifying demonic lotus flame that could purify all things in the world. Logically speaking, they should not be weak. However, the purifying demonic lotus dragon tribe did not participate in battles. The purifying demonic lotus dragon tribe did not belong to any of the 10 great divine dragons. Instead, they were under the command of Zhu Long. The purifying demonic lotus dragon tribe's main role was to clean up the battlefield. In the ancient times, the dragon tribe had constantly fought with the divine spirits. Many divine spirit cultivators had fallen on the hidden dragon mainland. These divine spirit cultivators were extremely powerful. Even after they died, due to the resentment in their hearts, it was easy for them to mutate and give birth to strange creatures that could endanger the hidden dragon mainland. The purifying demonic lotus dragon tribe's role was to use the purifying demonic lotus flame to burn the corpses of these divine spirits completely. This way, after these divine spirits died, they would not pose any threat to the hidden dragon mainland. In the ancient times, the purifying demonic lotus dragon tribe was only a very small tribe. Therefore, their purification task was very heavy. They were usually very busy. Back then, Zhu Long had ordered that the purifying demonic lotus dragon tribe's members were not allowed to watch while it was purifying the corpses. Therefore, even in the hearts of the other dragon tribes, the purifying demonic lotus dragon tribe that was personally under Zhu Long's command was extremely mysterious. Long Yunzi, why can't there be a purifying demonic lotus dragon in the Holy Land? Di Joying turned his head and asked with a half-smile. I'm just saying. I feel that the purifying demonic lotus dragon is extremely mysterious. I didn't expect it to be the demon fire sect leader of the Three Flames divine sect. Yi Yun shrugged and smiled. Aren't you going to stand up? Di Joying looked at Yi Yun curiously with surprise in his eyes. Isn't this sword cultivator a little too daring? Facing the leader of the demon fire school, a god king, he actually sat there without moving at all. It was really surprising. No need. I'm not on the same level as the demon fire sect leader. Yi Yun shook his head and smiled. He was Zhu Long. How could he bow down to a mere purifying demonic lotus dragon? As long as he revealed his identity, the purifying demonic lotus dragon would definitely submit to him. However, Yi Yun did not have such thoughts for the time being. He wanted to observe for a while. All right. You're really a stubborn guy. Di Joying smiled bitterly. At this moment, she misunderstood that the sword cultivator was extremely arrogant and did not want to bow down to the demon fire sect leader. Long Yunzi did not stand up. In Di Joying's opinion, nothing would happen. After all, the demon fire sect leader would not lose his temper at the ceremony because of a mere hierarch cultivator. Thank you all for coming from afar to participate in my Divine King Ascension ceremony, the demon fire sect leader smiled and said slowly. At this moment, he was standing on a white lotus with a calm expression. His robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal in a painting. The demon fire sect leader's congratulatory words were also very concise. After that, some beautiful female cultivators from the Three Fire Divine sect flew in from the sky with wine and various spiritual fruits in their hands and sent them to every pergola. On the other hand, the hierarch and divine monarch cultivators on the square were not so lucky. They only got a cup of wine. Di Joying suddenly stood up and pointed her wine cup to the void. Her beautiful eyes looked at the young man on the white lotus and smiled. Congratulations on becoming a divine king, brother Long Chan. Sister Joying, thank you for your blessings. The demon fire sect leader raised his cup and smiled. His eyes shone with a strange light. The two divine kings clinked their cups in the air from afar and downed the wine in one gulp. The friendship between these two fellows is really not ordinary. Yi Yin looked on coldly from the side as a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect the Nine Heavens Divine King and the Demon Fire sect leader to be so close, in the plaza. A ninth stage godly venerate exclaimed in surprise. This is indeed a secret. I've never heard of it before. Moreover, the Demon Fire sect leader's real name has never spread before. I didn't expect this name to spread throughout the entire ancient Sun region from the Nine Heavens Divine King's mouth. Another old man rubbed his hands and smiled. Long Chan, this name is very mysterious. As expected of the most mysterious Demon Fire sect leader. The ninth stage godly venerate gave him a thumbs up and praised him without holding back. The others beside him also chimed in at this moment. Yi Yin smiled when he saw this. These people were all flattering him. They couldn't wait for the Demon Fire sect leader to hear them and reward them with something good. Demon Fire sect leader, I didn't expect you to be so close with the Nine Heavens Divine King. You hid it from all of us. God King Lei Lin, who was in the pergola, said sourly as he held a cup of wine in his hand. It's all right. Our two families have been friends for many years. It's just that very few people in this world know about it. The Demon Fire sect leader smiled faintly and lifted a corner of the mysterious veil of his relationship with the Nine Heavens Divine King. Sigh, God King Lei Lin sighed. There was nothing he could do. They had been friends for generations and had known each other since they were young. What could he do? He could only drool when he saw the Nine Heavens Divine King in the future. Sister Joying, now that all the powerhouses in the world are here, I have something to tell you and let everyone bear witness. The Demon Fire sect leader looked around and raised his eyebrows slightly as he spoke faintly. Taoist Long Chan, please speak. Di Joying's expression was solemn as he gently placed the cup of wine in his hand on the table. Our families have been friends for generations. The relationship between our father's generation was pretty good. Back then, your Di family owed our Long family a favor, right? The Demon Fire sect leader said. Many of the god kings in the surroundings immediately became displeased when they heard that. Why was this fellow suddenly talking about such old matters in front of everyone at such a grand ceremony? It was a complete killjoy. Taoist Long Chan, please continue. Di Joying frowned slightly, his expression neither sad nor happy. Back then, her father had been saved by Long Chan's father. In order to repay this kindness, she had once made a promise. As long as the Long family had any requests, the Di family would go through fire and water without hesitation. This promise had been made for at least 1,000,000 years. If not for Long Chan mentioning it today, Di Joying would have almost forgotten about it. Actually, my request is not difficult. I just want to become Dao companions with Sister Joying. The leader of the Demon Fire sect said. What? Become Dao companions? The words of the Demon Fire School's sect master instantly caused great waves of shock to surge through the hearts of the surrounding cultivators. In particular, the God Kings were indescribably furious at this moment. The Demon Fire School's leader had only just advanced to the God King realm, yet he made such an excessive request. Even if there was a promise from the older generation, making such a request in front of them was really too degrading. Interesting, when Yi Yin saw this, he tapped the table lightly with his finger and found it rather funny. He looked at Di Joying. The Nine Heavens Supreme Emperor's expression shifted greatly. His eyes flickered with indescribable anger. Fellow Taoist Long Chan, isn't this request of yours a little too much? Di Joying's voice turned cold and hollow. How is it a little too much? Letting you and me become Taoist companions is a much lighter matter compared to your father's life, right? The Demon Fire School sect master spread his hands and said with a smile. Although he was smiling, his eyes contained a flash of cold light. It was as if he was ready to attack if the Nine Heavens Supreme Emperor did not agree to it. Di Joying fell silent. It was obvious that the words had hit the weakest spot in her heart. Your Di family was once glorious and reputable in the divine land. You won't go back on your words, right? The Demon Fire School sect master seemed to know what the Nine Heavens Supreme Emperor was thinking. He continued to bait her. He advanced step by step and attacked her fiercely. It was as if he had to make the Nine Heavens Supreme Emperor agree to it in front of the crowd. All the surrounding god kings frowned. As a matter of fact, they sympathized with the Nine Heavens Supreme Emperor even more now. If the Nine Heavens Supreme Emperor did not agree at this moment, they would still be willing to help the Nine Heavens Supreme Emperor. The air was heavy and oppressive. He. Di Jiuying, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised her head. A bright smile appeared on her bright little face. She let out a burst of bell-like laughter. Her laughter echoed in the void and spread far and wide. This burst of laughter shocked everyone. What was wrong with the Nine Heavens Supreme Emperor? Was he crazy? Why was he laughing so crazily all of a sudden? The Demon Fire School sect master narrowed his eyes. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. What exactly is this Di Jiuying up to? He snorted disdainfully in his heart. Now that he was also a god king and a powerful member of the Dragon Clan, he was confident that he could take down the Nine Heavens Supreme Emperor. Brother Long Chan, your request is too late. To tell you the truth, I already have a cultivation partner. Di Jiuying chuckled. What? You already have a cultivation partner? How is that possible? The Demon Fire School sect master's expression changed. When the other god kings heard this, they all looked at each other. Almost all of them looked at Yi Yun. The Nine Heavens Supreme Emperor brought this person to the Three Fire Divine sect. They looked very intimate and looked like a cultivation partner. Eh? Are you using me to block the spear? Yi Yun's eyes flashed and he could not help but laugh in his heart. After living for so many years, this was the first time he blocked a spear for someone. This was a little interesting. If it were anyone else, Yi Yun would naturally not block the spear. However, the opponent was the purifying demonic lotus dragon. A purifying demonic lotus dragon that was very likely to betray the Dragon Clan. Yi Yun naturally had to deal with it. But before he did not mind blocking the spear for Di Jiuying. Brother Long Chan, this is my cultivation partner, Long Yunzi. Di Jiuying suddenly lowered her body and used her slender jade arm to hold Yi Yun's arm. She smiled very intimately. The Demon Fire School sect master's face turned pale. Never in his dreams did he expect that the trap that he had set up for so long would be broken. How did Di Jiuying know what he was thinking? Brother Long Chan, the Di family has always been a man of our words. Although I already have a cultivation partner, I don't mind helping you find another one. What do you think? Di Jiuying smiled. It was as if at this moment, she, who was originally passive, had finally taken the initiative. This guy is only at the Hierarch Realm level 4. How can he be worthy of Sister Jiuying? The Demon Fire sect leader gritted his teeth and said. Before Di Jiuying could say anything, Yi Yun laughed. Who can say for sure about matters of the heart? When the feeling comes, even a loser like me can get an ice goddess. Although they did not understand what he meant. However, everyone in the surroundings understood the meaning of Yi Yun's words. Di Jiuying chuckled. Her pair of beautiful eyes repeatedly emitted a strange light. Di Jiuying did not expect that a white-robed sword cultivator would be so bold as to dare to go against the godly King Realm Demon Fire sect leader. He was too strong. It could be said that in the entire Divine Land, no one in the Hierarch Realm had done this. Sister Jiuying, he is only at the Hierarch Realm. He is not worthy of you. You should divorce him and then we will become cultivation partners. The Demon Fire sect leader took a deep breath and said with a serious face. Hearing this, Yi Yun's face also revealed a look of surprise. Even a second-hand goods, isn't this Demon Fire sect leader too shameless? I will not divorce him. Di Jiuying's face darkened and said firmly. Since that's the case, I will help you kill him. This way, you will not have a cultivation partner and you can fulfill your promise. The Demon Fire sect leader's eyes turned cold and murderous. End of chapter 921. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.